resilience in the fold, hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold, daily bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rockets through your AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hope never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings spinning on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. The pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight, push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with your AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts, midnight glory. Sanctuary in all its blending, mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight, push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Hello, team. Good morning. How's it going? Good morning, all. Hello, hello, hello. Gotta catch up. Do my stuff in the morning. Good morning, friends. Welcome to the stream. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Brad's here to tuck you in. I'm telling you to get out of bed with a bucket of cold ice water. Let's do this. We got tons of giveaways to do today. Oh my god, we're ramping up. We're getting close to the launch of Prop Score. Getting new firms in the site every day. It's crazy. All right, let's do this. What is today's? Hold on. What is this? New thing? What? Okay. Ah, here we go. Ooh, okay. Got some fun to next today. Rapid 25s. Okay. Trade day. Oh. Excellent. So we can sign up for the Ninja Trader Cup, everybody. That's the new thing. Has everybody here signed up for Ninja Trader Arena Cup? Rapid Rocket Scooter. Have y'all done it? We're gonna kick everyone's ass, or try to. Let's do it. Yeah. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Trump's thinking 11:30 today. What's going on with this market? Oh my goodness, it's been crazy. Another way up day. Look at this. S&P and Nasdaq both went up. Look at Nasdaq gapped up. Trade up another 500 points overnight. What is going on? Anyways, good morning, Rickus Thomas. Good morning, I am JD. Good morning, St. M. Simon Dean. Trader level 7. Alternator, Ethan. Simon Fraser, 90 SR, NQ volume edge, Brielle. SSE, NQ volume edge, X-ray. Even though the 150 points around 4 a.m. I don't know, but I bet you somebody said the word Iran missile or Strait of Hormuz somewhere in there. Somebody did this, somebody did that. Who knows? But we'll look it up in a minute. Good morning, Chandler, good morning. Vinicius, good morning, Miss Vishnoy. Hello, good morning. You would take trades at no trades for me overnight. I'm not doing a lot of overnight trading these days. This market's just doing its thing overnight. I'm kind of chilling on it for a little bit. I usually like there are periods, especially like December through March, where overnight trades were just candy. You'd hit that MHP and just trade it over and over and over and over again. Matt is late usually, not usually late, but lately I've been usually late. Not all the time usually, just maybe the last couple weeks. I wake up in the mornings, get over here, and there's like 40 things I gotta do, prop score related, and so it gets me busy early on. I'm like scrambling. So, you guys using AMP for level 1 data rock scooter? Most people here are using probably either AMP or Dorman. It's like the two most popular. Good morning, Snow Moon. Good morning, Spyro. Who else am I missing? Good morning, Jennifer Wright. Hermes, good morning. Good morning. Futures Annie, hello. Timo Show, what's up? Good morning. Examine Life. And the rest of the friends. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna go through them really quick. Fabian, J-Boom, Vincent, Empire FX, Air 23, Killer Hers, David, Redbird, Scott, Can't Leave You, Jared, YDO, Dexter, Black Fives, Extra Blow Dots, and the rest of everybody. Yo, hey, what's up? Good morning. Trying to get the tops for newbies, somebody said. Yeah, that's basically how it goes. Yeah, kind of crazy. Anyways, good morning, guys. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Don't forget, Ninja Trader Arena Cup. Must sign up for it. The link is pinned. Sign up for it. Get in one of those heats. It's a one-day competition for the qualifier. And if you go to the next round, then you have a chance to win a $100,000 main prize, $250,000 in total prizes. The qualifiers, I think, give out a $20,000 prize too, just for that one day. It's a one-day paper trading competition. It's free to enter. You can literally YOLO and get lucky and make 20 grand, and it's free to enter. And I mean free to enter. There's no reason not to. And we want you guys to enter, but you guys put Rocket, or Rocket Scooter, or Prop Score, or something in front of your name. That way we can be on the leaderboard. And if you put that in front of your name, and a couple things. Top 10 people from our community in general, in that competition that do that on that leaderboard, the top 10 people there will get a prize. If you win the Arena Cup, I will give you an additional $5,000 as a bonus prize. If you get in first place in the Arena Cup. So whatever prize they give you, which is 100 grand, I'll give you another 5. Plus, we'll give you all kind of stuff. The top placer in Rocket Scooter will get lifetime membership for free, which is a $4,000 prize. So you don't have to win the tournament. You have to be the #1 person on the leaderboard from here. You have to use that link to sign up. You can put Rocket Scooter or Prop Score or RS or PS or some kind of nod to community in the name. That way, when we all get on the leaderboard, we can see. Here we are. Trader 5 Grand Cup starting again as well. Yeah, I heard all about that. No teams this time, though, which I don't understand. The team thing was so cool. I don't know why they got rid of it. Well, somebody needs to copy their idea. Because the team thing was a kick-ass idea. I'm not gonna lie. It made it fun to compete against each other to see who's better. I don't know why they didn't want to do that. I mean, I heard through the grapevine, and I'm gonna tell you, I've heard through my connections another reason why they didn't want to do that. Because a certain crybaby influencer cried to them because they thought the teams made it seem unfair. And the excuse that they made was that, no, again, this is just rumored through the rumor mill through somebody I know, anyways, that the teams made it unfair. It made it to where only the bigger ones are gonna have an advantage. So we should get rid of teams altogether. And I say, actually, it's because now that you're competing in the tournament, you don't want people to see how bad you really are. That's what I hear. That's just a rumor. Maybe it's bad, maybe it's not. But you know, certain influencers with pull decided to say this is not fair. It makes me, it's just so unfair because the bigger ones are better. And you're like, yeah, it's gonna make you look bad, and you don't want to look bad. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, put the team on there because I want our team to be at first place. We had second place last time. I like to get first place this time, but this is what I told my connection over there. I was like, I gotta bring teams back. That was the coolest part of the tournament. Made it fun. It was friendly competition. It was friendly competition for most people, but apparently some attendees this year, you know, because when you push really hard to get people to sign up and whatever, and you join your team and your team gets last place, they're gonna make fun of you. So y'all can take a guess who y'all think it is, and your guess is definitely right. Anyways, I thought the teams were a great idea. But so they're gonna do something else pretty cool. I love Certified Grand Cup, so much fun. No, okay, that's just a rumor, but hey, I'd like to go in, even if we did get last place. I think it's kind of cool. Learn something. But you guys are fantastic last tournament. I've been hitting those jalapeno chips lately. No, bro, I've been hitting the bicep curls lately. Look at this. Oh, I'm sorry. Your girlfriend's maybe watching. I shouldn't be doing that. No, I've actually been very serious. We went to the store and like IDOC and I were walking by. She's like, do not turn down that chip aisle today. She goes, don't turn down the chip aisle. Pass it up. And I was like, what jalapeno chips? He's like, nope. No jalapeno chips today. So I've been buying chips. I'm going to green like the Hulk soon. I'll be like, well, the green blood vessels popping out of my head. Do you keep going above DD as of late, Matt? The market has just been in a smack up rally for whatever reason. The people are being super bullish on this. We talked about it yesterday on my funded TV, which was you know, the market was trying to rally this whole time since December, but then it just took a detour or was chopping around for those 3 months. And those 3 months like this, you can just see that the liquidity was still there. You can see on the commitment traders, people were still kind of buying. There's only a small time when it actually kind of like liquidated a little bit, which was during the last part of the sell-off with the Iran thing, and then we sort of just rallied from there. So basically what it was is like wound up spring compressing and everybody was longing, and then the Iran was a catalyst to spring it back up. And part of the downside move was people selling off of bad GDP and inflation and whatever. But now when GDP came through growing again, jolts came down and unemployment filings came down, continuing jobless claims came down, which implied that the jobs, people are getting hired, companies are expanding, and earnings are coming out to be good. That's another thing. We're still in earnings season, right? So it's kind of like this last month, all the economic data just turned right back around. Whatever was scaring the market kind of turned around. And so, you know, last month when we're rallying all up, it's like Wall Street kind of knew that before the data came out. Data looks great. Stupid question. Why do I only see you trading NQ and never ES? Well, I'm trading, usually I will trade both depending on what the opportunity is. And there's really no choice that I choose one over the other than the resilience is stronger. So example, if I hit a pivot here and I have the same place there, and resilience is like 70 here and 30 here, I'll choose usually the stronger one, or the one that has the most opportunity. They're both going to pretty much trade hand in hand almost every day, so it almost doesn't matter which one you trade. And lately it's like tech-driven rallies been moving it. But what I do a lot of the time is I will have some position in one of them and then another position in another. So example, say that the market just crashes out and hits lower DD band. And let's give you a little example here. That's a good question. Splitting up your risk also can include splitting up the two. Around earnings, sometimes they'll be different from each other. That's what really matters. Can you not believe that? Some influencer didn't want people to compete on the teams. I really hope that's not true. I hope that's just a rumor. Like, why are people so scared for people to see them trade and lose? I think that the story is that everybody wants to pretend they're so good, but when it comes down to the tournament, nobody wants to put their name to something, you know? So sad. I'm like, put my name to it, man. I'll put my name out there. No matter place, I'll take the risk. I know I'm confident. That's why I have confidence. Man, that'd be so much fun if they had the tournament again with teams, right? Okay, say that they're both falling, and they're both falling, and it like overshoots, and it like overshoots. And I'm like, okay, let me build my first position. It hits NASDAQ first. Let me start over. Say it hits NASDAQ first, right? Hits NASDAQ first. I might long one there, and S&P is there. And I say one, I mean one account. And then as soon as NASDAQ overshoots, and then this hits that, I might hit one on the S&P there. And when this overshoots, I might hit one in the NASDAQ there. If it overshoots further, I might hit one in the S&P there. And if it overshoots further, I may stop out on that one. So now I've got 3 positions spread out amongst the 2. Because they usually like will hit at different rates, kind of. So sometimes I'll split up my accounts between 1 or 2 of them. And not every single time do they move up the same way. Sometimes around earnings, it can be that way too. And sometimes when you see a lot of sector rotation, you'll see days where like NASDAQ is pushing up and S&P is like flat. So you're kind of like, you know, when you're betting one over the other, you're betting on rotation, especially betting on the NASDAQ over the other, you're betting on rotation into tech. If you're betting on the S&P, you're betting on the health of the market in general. So it might be some days where the NASDAQ is sort of like the one selling, and the S&P is like the one that's sort of flat, right? So you're trying to short one of them, might work, one of them might not. So a lot, in this instance right here, you had rotation out of tech, maybe back into financials or something. So splitting up between the 2 is usually important. Usually these days when markets are rallying and bullish, it won't really matter which one you do. They'll both usually rally at the same time. But just for added diversification, grab one over the other. Boom, 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 boom. No jalapeno chicks, we sure gonna miss iDoc. I know, right? How dare you stop me from getting my jalapeno chips? Would the daily plus or minus ES and NASDAQ matters to which one you choose? Not really. Because every day is sort of different. Every day somebody else comes back with their strategy of they're going to buy this or not buy that. It is random to guess which one goes up and which one goes down. It really is. Just to cover all your bases, just trade both of them, you know. You have 3 accounts you're trading. 1 of them here, 2 of them there, kind of split it up. So right now we're up 1% NASDAQ and about 0.5% S&P. So you can tell this is a very sort of tech-fueled rally, if you may. And, you know, Intel had a big move, and Meta had a big move, and some of the other companies, like, you know, they're not all rallying at the same time. I think AVGO was moving pretty big yesterday. So right now, it looks like Intel's pulling back just a little bit. It looks like we're pulling back just a little bit. I think that today could end up being a sell-off day to half gap, maybe an opening pop and then drop. I feel like this sort of exhaustion move makes a whole lot of sense, and we're opening a DD band just like yesterday. This could be one of those opening short setups. Now let's get our stuff on the chart here. Again, this is like why I'm so glad I switched to kind of playing with props, because every single day with our technique, we're opening right at DD band. And again, it's the same thing. Plant one contract here and let it ride, or you can fade off of it. If this is less than half, you can fade off of it pretty hard. If this is greater than half, you can fade off of it for a scalp. And it looks like this is where that equilibrium was. So, you know, again, you're talking like maybe 80 points a drop before it keeps going up. This is just not really, like, you're not getting A+ setups. This is just, market is just opening and moving up. bum, 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 bum. 72.69 here. Make sure we mark up our yellow lines. Dude, we just went with one after the other after the other. Where's the next one at? I'm just gonna guess and say it's probably here. We've got 23 minutes. So I'm gonna do this calc super duper duper quick. Oh yeah, that's definitely good. That definitely counts. Let's do that on NASDAQ too. I mean on S&P too. The one right there. Then you're gonna maybe have one over here. We'll get to that one later. Actually, let's do it now. Already drew the lines there. Let's see what we got. Where's the session? Oh, there to there. Red, red, red. Okay. So this is a trick that we do to find these targets. You're gonna love. You're gonna love it. It's really good. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll know that red link that's there later. Let's just get this cleaned up. Cleaned up. Cleaned up. Cleaned up. That is not an impact. That's the run length for the day as well. Clean these up. Just leave the impacts there. I'm doing this quick. In the bootcamp, I'll teach you guys how this is done. I'm just really quick at doing it. That's the one. That's the one. Okay. 22 minutes till market opens. Thank you for the timer there. Okay. This is one of my earliest techniques that I created for myself early on. I'm talking over 10 years ago. This technique is fantastic. These yellow lines were created in... The red line technique was something I always did early on. Probably like 2014, 2015, kind of... in 2017, we invented this yellow line technique. So 73.29 and 355. 73.29, 355. 73.29 and 355. When you do it right, oops. You do it right, it's such a cool pivot. 355. Wait, there was one more above 355. And it was... Wait a minute, I thought there was one more. Oh, I didn't draw it. That's right, I forgot to draw it. This one right here. And let me, before I do that, let me double check that the margin requirements are still the same. $19.87, 25. That's probably what I should have done earlier. Right, let's do 24. I'll teach you guys how to do all this in boot camp. 25, 987, 25. Is that the same? Yep, it's the same. Cool. Let me make sure it's samesies, like samesies. Oh, it's slightly different. Okay, we'll adjust. Whoopsie. Okay. Okay, actually they're slightly different. Slightly higher. Let's get it exact though. Okay, so that's the one. So margin requirements are different, so that's the guy. And then S&P will be slightly different also. By 2550. By 2550. Oh, that's the same. Okay. So NASDAQ changed a little bit. Pretty much the same. Okay, cool deal. Alrighty. Oops. This trick is really good. So 569 upper level on NASDAQ. Let me show you guys this one. God, this is like yellow lines everywhere, man. 569. Market just plowing through them. Like, it's just such a crazy thing. Usually these are interrupts to movement. You see this one is one of the interrupts there. Okay. Big day. So opening above DD bands or at DD bands, obviously like this. I hate when that move happens pre-market and you wake up and it's already done. So we push up higher. I don't know what caused that move, but let's look at it. Let's figure it out. What's that about, like 5 o'clock this morning? Nope. Nope. Pakistani source confirms that the US and Iran are closing in on a one-page movement in the war. I've never seen so many damn carrots dangled. Hey, guess what? We're gonna end the war. Sure, we're gonna end. Okay, we're gonna meet. Okay, we're gonna meet. Okay, we're gonna talk. Okay, we're gonna end. We're gonna end. We're gonna end. What a crazy thing. You know what I mean? So crazy. Same thing. It's like the same. Am I just dumb, or is it like, is it the same news every time? Yeah, we're gonna end. Wasn't it 3 weeks ago? We're like, yeah, sources say things are gonna end. Sources say we're coming to agreement every day. All right, you guys, don't forget to sign up for the Ninja Trader Arena Cup. Now that everybody's here, good morning. Ninja Trader Arena Cup. This is our chance to go out there. Like I said, you know, every time we get bigger and bigger and bigger every year, because our team wins tournaments and we win tournaments, influencers of the world start to be like, wait, who are these guys getting big? We had the biggest week we've ever had last week. And this week is even bigger. Feels like it. So people want to look and see. Let's, like, you know, we win tournaments. You know, I won the BH tournament. I won the ETF tournament. We got, when I did Robbins, I peaked at the top 5. Whenever we did Tradeify Grand Cup, we got 2nd place. One of our people got 3rd place in the Arena Cup last time. So, or they said they did. So let's keep refreshing that. Let's bring more victory belts. Bring it home. Show everybody that we're the champs. The influencers are like, who are these guys? You know, there's like a million people out there. They don't know that we're the, you know, longest running futures trading live stream there ever was, because we started on YouTube in 2016 trading futures before anyone else was. And everyone was doing penny stocks at the time. We're old school. We've been around for a while, but we've been winning. We've been winning tournaments. The new folks are like, who's this guy? Well, no. Who are you? Who are you, youngster? Who are you on the leaderboard? So we're going to go out there. Every tournament we do, we try to inspire everybody to sign up. There's a link that's pinned. If you use that link and sign up, put Prop Score or Rocket Scooter or RS or PS or Rocket or Tick Wickler or something. Wickler Tickler. I don't care. Put something in your name. You know, Good Night Stream, Brad's Pillow. Just be something. Something goofy, something Rock Scooter. That way we know it's you. And that way on the leaderboard, we just show off again. what kind of skills we have. If you win that tournament, you can win $100,000 in prize money, 250,000 total prizes, and it's free to enter. And I mean free to enter. And I mean the qualifier is a 1 day to pass, which means you could go in there and just fuck it, even at work. Just let me just roll the dice and see what happens. And you might just get free money rolling the right kind of dice. The night before, we'll have a meetup session where we'll teach you the tricks. Anytime there's a tournament, there's always tricks. There's always little ways that you can have an advantage over other people by knowing what the rules allow you to do. We found some, I would say loopholes, but we found some things that we think people will overlook and that will give you advantage play, just like anything else. You know, the trick about a tournament is that you have to understand that 90% of the Wall Street influencers and traders are kind of dopey morons and don't really read stuff. We're kind of the nerds that, you know, got shoved in the lockers when we were kids. Then we grew up when we were designing the lockers in AutoCAD. This is the kind of people we are. So we're the kind of people that read the rules and we figure out how to beat the tournaments. And that's how I win most of them, because I use a clever approach to working within the rule system. And so we'll do the same thing the night before. We'll all get together and go over ways to have advantage in the tournament. You know, you're like, oh, well, specifically the rules to the race didn't say I couldn't put rocket wheels on my shoes. You didn't say I couldn't do that. So I did. Yeah, but sir, but this is a running race. But the rules didn't say I couldn't do it. And then they have to add it to the rules next year. We're going to figure out ways to win the tournament, as we always do. Am I going to go live? In what context does that mean? So it's all, yeah, the first phase of the Arena Cup is just 1 day. Literally, that's it, 1 day. So even if you don't want to enter, you're like, I don't think I want to do it. Why wouldn't you? If you're trading right now, you're trading props, imagine that you can lucky YOLO your way into 100K just by pushing the right buttons. But if you also still don't want to trade and just sign up anyways and fill a spot. This is another way you can help the team. Remember, we try to be clever in every single way possible. Imagine if there was prizes for the top 9 people and there were 10 people racing and you were like, you know what? I want to help everyone else. Let me sign up in slot number 10 and I'll just sit out and fill up one of the spots. And therefore, everyone else has one better chance of winning a prize or a higher ranking. So fill up a spot that can help your team from the sidelines if you don't want to do it. But I don't know why you wouldn't want to do it, because 100K sounds really great for no entry fee. It's like a prop account with 100K payout that you have to pay for. So use that link below to give us credit, because we're going to show NinjaTrader that we are the biggest and bring the biggest showing. Obviously, we're working our partnership with NinjaTrader to get our stuff in their system, and we really want to show them how big we are. This is another reason why we drive this so hard. You know, we got our tools in NinjaTrader, right? And now this is something I have the tests for that and Go Charting now. So this week I'm going to be going through and testing them and approving them for launch. And the bigger and better we are and the bigger we do with these guys, the more they'll take us seriously and the maybe more we can get out going. Because my goal next is to get our stuff in Tradeify Legacy. So I want to get our stuff in Tradeivate Legacy. So I'd like to see our tools in Tradeivate itself in the mobile app. So we make up a good showing. We crush the tournament. We get a lot of press. We grow, things like that, then they're, again, more likely to take us even more seriously with our showing. So do us a favor, sign up for the tournament. Which one should you do? So there's 3 heats. It doesn't matter which one you do. Any one of the heats. If you pass the heat, you go into the final round, and the final round's where the prizes come from. Am I streaming? I will be streaming. Yes, sir. You'll take the rocket shoe. Yes. Put something goofy that we know it's you. And again, I'm not going to be picky. We'll know it's you. If your name is Blue Chew, I'll know it's you. If your name is, you know, Tickle My Pickle, I know it's you. I know who you are. I want it to be funny. I want it to be a meme. You can just nod Rocket. You can say Rocket Pete or Scooter Farina, or you can say, you know, Pickle Tickler. We'll know it's you. We'll know it's you. So as long as we know it's you and it's funny and it's Rockseer related, we'll just all have a laugh with it. But you know, it'd be kind of cool if you just were like Rock and Rockseer or whatever. Heat 3 to avoid all of you. LOL. Look at this. Already an advantage player in the chat. Already thinking about it, thinking ahead. He's like, fuck all you guys. I'm going in Heat 3. That way I'm like competing against everyone else. See, look at that. You're already trying to think about how to beat the rules. All right, so I did happen to get my Take Profit live account. Here it is. Now I get 5. They told me we only have 1 open now. It's going to take another day or 2 to get the other 4. So I think they filled out, because remember I told you guys, that I had like 2 of my accounts disappear and I was going live, and at the end of the day, the rest of them did. I think they did it in batches. So I had a conversation with them last night and I was like, wait, where's the other 4? And I'm like, you're not just giving me 1, are you? They're like, oh no, you have 4 more. They're coming. Just, you got to wait for it. So I don't know if I just want to make a trade on the 1 or not, but it's a 150K TPT Pro account that went live. So if you don't remember what happened, 2 Mondays ago, I went and bought 8 evals with TPT. I passed them in 2 days, and then I went funded on the 5th day, like you always do. So day 6, I started trading them. Day 6, 7, and 8, I made 63,000 in profit. And they moved me live on that Wednesday, or sorry, the following Thursday. So essentially, after 3 days of trading, the 4th day they moved me live. And so it was really quick. Now, I did have history with them trading before. I also had 2 months of trading history with them previously, and I pulled out close to maybe 250,000, if not a little bit more. You got a curve P&L. There you go. Show me that P&L. If somebody's name is like, if it's like whip it out Jake, I'll know it's you. You know what I mean? So whoosh fan, whoosh Kevin, you know, something, just something, because you know we're funny like that, and you know, we're pretty good with that. You know, like my one-liner, like we used to get shoved in lockers, now we design them in AutoCAD. Come on now. That was a good one-liner. I could do stand-up comedy, I feel like. Well, maybe for just stand-up comedy for nerds, because it would all be like math jokes and shit. Heat 2, so that you know. Heat 2, so you know how well the top performers in Heat 1 do, so you get a gauge of how well you need to do. See, look at this. Kyle over here thinking outside the box. See, you guys are thinking outside the box, right? You never want to be the first person that buys the first iPhone. Let someone else go through the problems, and then you can learn from their mistakes, and then go through it the second time. Yeah, Heat 2 and 3, you'll get to hear what people did in Heat 1. How did all the advantage players play Heat 1? Aha, let me use that for Heat 2. See? Smarty pantses. Okay, so anyways, when I went live with them, it took like, so that was last Thursday. It is now Tuesday right now, or is it, no, Wednesday right now. So now it's Wednesday, and so just letting you know the process, my accounts were removed on Thursday. They told me I was going live on Thursday, and now by Wednesday, I have one of the live accounts. So it was about a 4-day turnover, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, I'm live and ready to go. Now, I'm probably not going to trade it on this particular day. This is a weird kind of day, and it's going to be really hard to gauge that. The way that they gave me, it's a 150K account. So basically the way they do it is that your balance is 0. I don't know. I don't understand this, because if this is a real brokerage account, I don't understand how your balance is 0. But the way TPT does it, it's exactly this. There's not like a real balance here. Your balance is 0 and you have a $4,500 drawdown. So for whatever reason, again, I mean, I guess it's a real live account because they did open a real live NinjaTrader account and there's a real account number to go with it. But this is just the way they said. They said your balance will start out at 0 and you have a $4,500 drawdown, and that's it. The drawdown will trail until you get to 0, then it'll stay static. Yeah, so that's my question is it demo money? But it doesn't make sense because they have me flagged as it is a live account. I had to sign the actual live trading environment in Ninja. So it's not a demo account, because whenever I log in, I select live environment. So this is live environment. So maybe there's some kind of setting that they have with Ninja. Maybe you're just trading a house account that's just allowing you to have 4,500 drawdown in that house account with no active balance reported. So maybe it's just like an account with like $30 million in it, and everybody's given $4,500 of drawdown of that house account, and they just don't put the balance there. Maybe it's just a display thing. I don't know. But I do sign into the live environment for this to show up. So just like reporting to you guys the situation every single time I go live or something, for those of you that are aspiring to go live, you can learn through me, you know, what it was like. Because, you know, it's always good to, you know, it's one thing to read it on paper, read it in the FAQ, But it's also another thing just to see it on stream. Like, what is the process? What do you expect? What happens when you get there, sort of thing. Okay. Should this be the day that I can just pop a short off the upper DD bands? I don't even know today. What a weird trading day. Now, with moves like this that support there, it looks like it probably wants to keep going. I would say today might be a day where it does sort of pop and then maybe try to pull back. It has that feel, these exhaustion moves like this that just trade up algorithmically, up, and then sell. Get us right back on path to here. This is the path. So anything that's off of this path is good play. I think that probably out the door, if it does pop to here, there's certainly, I think, in the first 5 minutes, possibility of a move just like that. Right? So we'll see what happens there. Will the rock scooter levels be available for the ninja tourney? They're available. Oh, for the tourney. Possibly. If I approve it and I approve it. So let me show you guys, just so you know that what it looks like. This is the test environment. I got this message this morning from my developer. What the actual work has been is for liquidity map and resilience, and historic resilience was the last piece. So it looks like he wants me to go in there and test this. It looks like we have resilience in the colors and all that stuff. So very, 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 very promising that this will be ready for the time of the tournament. Exciting, because this is Ninja Script, and we were able to talk to NinjaTrader via API. All of our stuff is calculated on our server, and we send the info via API to the Ninja Script, and we convert it to NinjaTrader. So you're now going to have Rocket Scooter and NinjaTrader the minute I push the button and approve it, which could be tonight. No way. Matt just showed everyone an account. An account? What do you mean? Oh, shit. Oh, my bad. Yeah, don't log into my test environment. Oops. Yeah, just forget about it. Well, whatever. If you guys want to, if y'all log in beta test for me, you'll log in a beta test for me. LOL. I did show that. I was paying attention. Oops. Leaked. LOL. I wasn't even paying attention. That is only a test username and password to log in to the test server. So it won't even work without the script. So I won't even do it. Y'all, you can't hack into it even if you tried. Oh, suckers. You'll need the script anyways. The real license server will have your own credentials. Oh, you thought you could outsmart me, you crazy hackers. Well, let me tell you something. Ba-bam. Ba-bam. No, that's not a network password. That's a local password for the actual script itself. Oh, you thought you could. Oh, y'all thought you could one-up me, huh? All right, 1 minute ago. I'm just kidding. All right, let's go. I'm like, phew. I was actually like, did I just cause a problem on accident? I'm like, now you need the script. Okay, so opening below DD band, probably going to be sort of this bloom, bloom, bloom here. We're going to wait, see what resilience is out the door. Resilience is kind of positive. It could hit this and long, keep going. We'll see. Kind of what sort of like a weird exhaustion play. I think anything through here, like that retraces this, I'd like to pull him back to here. I don't want to chase the opening short, but I think down might be the play today. We did fill out whatever gap this was that created this little thing here. The market moved up pretty high, and we kind of filled that in right now. We'll see what happens at half gap. Down does feel like the play today, but resilience is positive enough that half gap could support. We do have support flag here. We do have support flag here, but the thing is that this is off of yellow line, and might actually hold. Anything that holds there continues to push higher. And so there's not a strong long entry here. When you got our liquidity pockets, we'll see if we have liquidity maps, see if any pockets or anything to trade off of. The opening move in this environment, I do like to kind of chill and wait to see what happens. Now, I don't know if I'm going to trade my TPT account in this environment. I want to make my first trade up. Same setup as every day. Get the 1A BLU setup on the open with positive rest. The same thing. If one were to plant a single contract here, to DD band is the play, and of course it might actually sell from there if things turn out to be a little weird. This to there is kind of the play, but if you touch it again, it keeps going. Usually when you hit it once, reject, and hit it again, it keeps going. So this is a kind of a weird setup because S&P, Nasdaq is higher than S&P again. So you have another tech-driven rally. It's kind of pushed things higher. Resilience both being positive, arbitrage both being positive is not the short setup I'm looking for today. If I do want to short, it's off of something. It would be DD band only, just like normal, which would put this S&P probably close to about 73.46, actually 73.44. Yeah, so maybe about here for a single attempt, but really, you know, the S&P is that kind of resistance. So I might just do some prop evals on this one, take it light and easy. All indicators still point up. This is a nice little dip. I think the market's still going to try to go higher. I wouldn't try to short off the open. Even if it does fall, I'm gonna avoid shorting there. I've got no indicators that tell me to do so. Wait for the CD ratio to come in. It should be pretty solid. There's this initial push up we were talking about earlier. There we go. Maybe the bears will have a day. Yeah, maybe so. So I think that today, long from here to there and then back to there, I think is a play. So by proxy here to here, then maybe here to there. We'll see how it turns out. A couple more minutes on that one. PD ratio 0.8. Yeah, it's really strong. So 44, this is what I'm looking at. So if we break 44 with any velocity, it's just going to keep leaking higher. D band might be a worthwhile short of taking. You thought I was done trading prop firms? Not in this environment, though. We're not getting A+ setups. This is like day 15 of just waking up to these B+ setups. So it's not really... in times like this, if I wasn't streaming, I would just go on vacation. Let shit settle out. So since I'm streaming, I'm just trading props for the audience, for you guys. I gotta do something. I'm not going to paper trade or anything, but I got to do something on stream to kind of walk through trades. But I'm committed until the Iran stuff is over. I'm not going to trade any real money. So under the circumstances, this is just what I would consider a massive sit out. I'm not made any real trades probably in 2 weeks. This is like week 3, I think. So only props just to do something on stream. I take the sip. No, not here. I'm waiting. No, my entries will be here when I take any trade. I'll let you know. So nothing yet. I'm thinking that again, playing a long contract from here, there's next resistance. If we fail around here, there could be some selling pressure. If arbitrage goes negative, which it's at 0, so it's not strongly bullish, but it's still bullish enough to keep going. Resilience is also strong enough to keep going. Said I was done and took all my payouts. Yeah, I don't think you've been here for a little bit. So 3 Mondays ago, what you said when I said I'm done, I took all my payouts was like over a month ago. So 3 Mondays ago, after the big crazy rally, remember that there's the Friday I didn't stream when I went and bought iDoc's car. Then the very following Monday, I came back and said, I'm probably not going to trade any real funds until the Iran stuff is over. I'll probably just trade props for like maybe 2 or 3 weeks until it's over. And then so the following Monday, which is like the 20th or whatever, I loaded up some Lucid accounts and some TPT accounts. And then TPT accounts went live and the Lucid accounts are here. Yeah. You bound for lit. So again, like somebody in my situation, let's try it with a couple. Just keep it small. Somebody in my situation, as a streamer, I gotta stream something, right? So in a normal situation, if I was like you guys and the market was being very irrational and very news driven, and I couldn't really explain what was going on, I didn't really like the setup that I was in, right? I'm like, let me let the market stabilize. Let me get VIX below BBB. Let me get the news driven stuff being over. Let me get out of earnings and let me just wait for like a new month for things to be chilled out. So what I would do is I just wouldn't even trade. Like I would wake up every day and just go about my life. I wouldn't wake up and think about the market. I would just say, you know what? As soon as Trump says war's over, blah, 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 then I'm good. Then we can chill. and then get on with our life and stuff. And then I could come back and trade when things are smoother. So I'm no stranger to sitting out. If I wasn't streaming, there's times where I could sit out for months at a time. I don't even need to trade. I don't need to make money. I only trade when I have an advantage. And in this environment, I don't feel like I have an advantage. These B setups are mostly coin flips. They're 60-40 for the most part with the confluence. So these 1A is a really strong trade to next resistance. There's that next resistance. That's exactly what it is. You long at the open, the next resistance, and there is the next resistance. Now, I have no evidence to short this, but because there's a DD band, it's a really, again, just like yesterday, the opportunity is good, even though it didn't work out too well. The opportunity is good that if you fall, it does fall pretty big. But again, all the indicators are still too bullish to fall, with the exception of the negative arbitrage, which is leading me to take a short. So it's not a good short. It's, again, a coin flip. But because of that, I'm just putting a little bit of risk on some prop accounts. If I'm wrong, I lost 200 bucks, not 200,000 bucks, right? So in an environment where I'm not really sure about the market, I'm just usually going to sit out and take it easy. But as a streamer, I got to stream something, right? So because I got to stream something, we're going to stream something. And this will be it. We'll see how this one works out. Here back to open. Remember I drew earlier before the market opened that I was expecting a move just like this. That one right there was exactly what I said I was expecting to see. That's the trade I'm taking. Pretty straightforward on that. Now again, it's still going to chop around in here. I would be pretty lucky if it did sell off to half cap. But if negative Arb becomes 0 or positive, I'll cut and take the profit I do have. So we'll see what happens here. Good luck on the shorts. And again, just the prop accounts, right? Like my serious level is like one notch above paper trading. So for me, it's just like, let me demonstrate the trade. And I'm not feeling any sort of way about this market. In all honesty, this is kind of like an irrational squeeze to the upside where the market just has no relaxation. You almost have to just long at the open every day and hope that you're right. Please check silver for you. Okay. There's a take profit for that little scalp there. Now again, I could take the profit here. If it was a real account, I probably would take the profit and run, but maybe I'll just have a few balls and then see if it continues to sell. Knowing how this market's been, I'm gonna get squeezed to the moon. SLV is actually bearish under 70.25. The gamma is negative, so you're gonna get a little bit of negative gamma on this one, pressing it somewhat lower. You're sort of trapped in between. The overall feel is bullish, but this is almost like resistance in a bull market. So you're kind of in this like sludgy resistance like this. It's still going to try to push higher. You only get about maybe like 1 out of 4 days historically break through monthly hedge pressure. It's a really rare circumstance to break through. So a lot of times when I trade to that, I'm more willing to short through there. You're invalidated pretty quickly. If you're wrong, it breaks and breaks pretty good. So bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum. Again, this is all luck of the draw. We'll see what happens. Arb just went positive again, which is probably bullish, but who knows? These kind of environments are really hard to gauge the direction. Every instinct I have just says keep longing at the open until it doesn't work. But with prop accounts, we'll take the DD band short just for a little. Usually these are little scalps. So I'm going to wait for whatever, like in a second, if I get some kind of really nice little red candle, I might just cash out of it. Do something like that. Nvidia, bull long up. So Nvidia's bullish. Apple bullish. So I'm looking at this and this. When I make those little calls, I'm looking at both of these side by side. Yeah, so you'll be able to use Rocket Scooter on Ninja and buy their data feeds. Correct. That is 100% correct. My platform just die here. What's going on? There we go. So weird. My server just disconnected. Look at this. I'm not connecting. What happened? Where's my connection? Where's more connection? There we go. So odd. All right, let's do that. Oh my word. Let me refresh one more time. There we go. Full small connection. Bum bum ba bum bum ba bum. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so we were looking at the stocks. Microsoft opening actually bearish. Microsoft's been having a tough time, and Meta just broke MHP. So Meta's actually, Meta opened below and is closing below. This is the expected illiquidity pocket on Meta. So there is some potential for some of the stocks to sell. ABGO has support at 425, so look for the Nasdaq to bounce there. Amazon bullish, Google bullish-ish. I feel like right now what might actually happen is we get some kind of just news scandal that just so keep positions small up here, because what I like to do is, even though I'm betting on direction, no big position, keep it small so that if a market does flop one way or the other, I can react very quickly. So enough to avoid to you know, hold on to some drawdown. If this does pop through there, I'm not going to blow up with 2. So I keep the position small enough, especially off DD bands. I don't have the confluence for the short, right? There's not strong confluence. Everything tells me that the short is very short-lived unless these things go negative, which when I'm in the position, these things didn't go negative. So again, I don't have the full confluence. That's why I keep the position small. DD ratio is greater than half. I only short for a scalp. I probably, when I told you earlier, should have taken the profit there. But when it's greater than half, the probability is a little bit higher that it can break and go. So less than half, I do short it pretty big, but certainly bullish enough that I want to take the short. Oh man, score not working at funded next. Yeah, like literally, I'm gonna tell you guys, there's issues at funded next. I'm gonna be the first to tell you. There's always something like that, and kind of sucks, but I'll give you some info. Hold on one second. Let me send them the message. Anyways, I would say that in general. All right, see, look at this. Break through and go. There's that little pop candle. Like I said, my normal choice as a trader is to not trade this type of trade environment. So just taking the stab with the prop account at the DD band. So we'll see if that turns into anything. But yeah, I'm sorry that the code isn't working at funded next. It seems to be like they have administrative issues, and they kind of always have. It's their giveaways are always weeks delayed, and you know, sometimes the code works, sometimes it doesn't. I really don't understand. But Score works everywhere, so if you're having issues with it, it might only work for certain accounts. It's like I said, it's really hard to follow, and like I said, there always just seems to be issues. But try it on a different account, see if that works. Yeah, they have these really good accounts, but they're just really not good at marketing, and they're not good at working with influencers and working through. It's like I never understood all the effort they put into doing all the wrong things over there. Like they're like, let's give you guys giveaway accounts, and we're like, okay. And then we're like, but let's wait 2 weeks before people can claim them. And we're like, I don't think that works. Remember, you win a prize. Like you go somewhere, you win a prize, and they're like, congratulations, we'll get it to you in like 2 or 3 days. You know, your excitement for the product kind of goes away at that point. So I never understood how they try to conduct business over there. Great firm though. I love the firm, but it's always been like an administrative nightmare over there. Because sometimes it's like it's score, but sometimes it's score 30. Sometimes it's rocket. Sometimes it's rocket 30. They only allow you 7 characters or something instead of the full rocket scooter. Like even that was like a thing. So, and score wasn't even turned on for a month. So you would think that like the basics would be taken care of on that side, but it's been kind of like upsy downsy with the administrative part of Fund and X. Love them though. The only code working is Fast 50. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like they're the only people out there that don't have affiliate codes working. You know how confusing, like, okay, chat, would you agree that's very confusing? Like as a shopper with the 10 million prop accounts out there that you need to memorize a bunch of codes, or wouldn't it be easier that you just memorize the one code that you use everywhere and it works everywhere? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So, like I said, I had a 2-hour-long meeting with him last night about this very stuff. Just like, you guys. And then I'm letting them know right now. All right, I'm letting them know. I'm letting them know. Hit that resistance on S&P. Good thing I YOLO this thing and held on to it. Is ours live on Go Charting? It is not live on Go Charting. It's on test environment and Go Charting right now. So we're testing it out. Who knows what's going on with this? Again, just craziness. This might actually just dance around here. Let's see if this says reject or not. If not, then I lose the prop account. Then other than that, it's okay. Do I want to make a trade? Do I want to make another trade? Or a bigger trade? You guys just want to say, fuck it? Resiliences are way too strong for this to sell off below open. Trina, what's up? There were no current discounts. BOGO works for your account after first payout. Okay. But it's weird that people would say that the code doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? There's been chances where it doesn't work on some on some accounts. So maybe it doesn't apply a discount. I don't know. Bix looks pretty scary. Yeah. I'm just popping it with the prop account. I have no real money on the table other than prop account. Yeah, whatever the case may be, I'll tell you. Sometimes the code will apply a discount. Sometimes it won't. If it doesn't apply a discount, you should have a pop-up that says no discount is applied, but you should like inform the customer. As a UX and UI, sort of, I would call myself an expert, but as a proficient UX UI person, I would say that part of your ability to funnel customers in your own website is to inform them along the way. Little changes. When somebody is like, we'll just do it this way this time and this way this time, you may know how it works, but customers may not be connected to that. Some days it's like, oh, by the way, I tell everybody it's score 30 today. I'm like, I'm gonna get 50 messages like that every morning. No thanks. You should make your back end to where you apply the code. You apply the discount to the affiliate code universally, and that's to me is the easiest way to get people to use it. If somebody goes and checks out one time and it doesn't work, or they're not informed as to what's actually happening, they're gonna change and you'll lose that customer forever. Your hair is a body double? Oh, cool. What kind of math do you do that helps you with trading? Addition and subtraction for the most part. These are the most useful math components. Maybe occasional division. But no, seriously though, when it comes to trading, the math you do is mostly just mental math, calculating what position size you're going to have, like how much you should have to be able to avoid whatever kind of drawdown there is. There's not really, you're not doing any complex math on the surface. The complex math that I do is under the surface. For calculating like these levels, right? So like actively trading, you're really just kind of figuring out, like I can say, okay, if I stop out at 530, how much am I gonna lose, right? With two contracts, I can say, well, $1,600 every 40 on two. So I'm doing like quick mental math, but other than that, that's it. Yeah, just mostly addition and subtraction, occasional division. But jokes aside, underneath this is some very complex equations to calculate liquidity maps, and you've got the full gambit of Black-Scholes, differential equations, calculating the result, iterating to find solutions in a differential equation to calculate this is all under the hood stuff. So actively, I'm not doing it. The computer's doing all that. So the advantage of using prop accounts is controlling your risk by using your own money. Yeah, so the advantage is control. You nailed it. So you have a qualifier. What's the advantage if you can control by using your own money? Control, right, means you have control. So under the qualifier, if you have perfect control, then and you're a successful trader, real account is always greater than prop. But there can be a situation where you're out of control emotionally. You sort of like fall apart emotionally, and therefore you can blow up something because you've lost control. When you've lost control, so when you have control, real account is less taxes, less profit split. It's infinitely better in every circumstance. When you're out of control or you're losing as a trader, no control, then you have the other side of the coin, which is the most expensive loss. And when you have no control, prop account is the cheapest loss, right? So in the market where I believe there's like no control right now, things are just sort of irrationally squeezing higher, then I'll take all the risk in a prop account because the loss is hundreds of bucks. It's not even a big deal. It's like, I'm going to take a couple stabs at a short just in case we get the sell-off day, and I blow up 200 bucks if I'm wrong and get 5,000 if I'm right. You know, it's barely any risk at all. And so when I look at this, under that environment, you nailed it. If you don't have control or you're not a winning trader, prop is the cheap way to lose. If you're a winning trader and you have control, prop is a less powerful victory. Less sizable victory. Makes sense, right? Hopefully that answers your questions. Do I size with Garch or any Arch models? I don't use any statistical, like I know Garch is like a time series based statistical distribution model. I think it uses like Brownian motion some kind of way. I don't usually use that kind of methodology in the stock market because I don't believe the stock market has consistency with itself one day to the next, that you can do any kind of like harmonic or sort of pattern based Brownian motion based. Like you can find a distribution of like what the mins and maxes and the ranges are, but for particularly like volatility, right? When you're talking about the range up and down, what's the size you should do to anticipate like what you can hold on to? If I was running like a major investment firm where I had billions of dollars at risk, I probably would employ statisticians to do that kind of work, so I can make sure that my firm isn't at risk for volatility making me insolvent. And in the shorter sort of scope of day trading, I feel like that'd be a little bit of overkill to decide the difference between 2 contracts and 3 contracts. Because that's really what you would probably be using like a Garch model for, right? To size out like what's the potential volatility distribution or distribution of price. So what's the possible volatility and how can I stay solvent and not blow up inside of it? Maybe like a little overkill, but it's not, I'm not saying it's not a useful technique, especially when big money's on the line. But it obviously requires like heavy computational load and, you know, obviously like heavier analysis. If I ever traded crude oil, that's the first thing I ever traded was I was an oil trader for about 5 years. That's the first thing I ever did in futures was oil. The sign up for the Tradeify Cup is open now. What? I'm not paying attention to Twitter. What? How come we didn't get the message? Are you sure? Brett's saying it's open. Oh, they're announcing it now. Hold on. No, that's so weird. Wow, why they're going head to head with NinjaTrader on this? What? Let me go yell at them for some info about it. Hold on. Give me some info about it. I guess they were, here's what I think. This would be so odd that Tradeify hasn't prepared us with like, this is what's coming out. They just, I guess they just strategically decide to launch it right at the same time as Ninja Arena. Maybe this was a last minute decision. Let me see about it. Interesting. All right. I don't think they're doing any kind of like code or use our link or something anymore. It's not like it was last year. Set username. Okay. Alrighty. All right, let me sign up for the Grand Cup then. Got to fill out a questionnaire. Alrighty. Alrighty. What's your primary goal with prop trading? Tournament fun. Let's go. Side income hustle. Which markets do you trade? Futures. Let's go. How do you hear about the tournament? Other. Matt Cowart stream. There we go. I heard it from myself on my own stream. Okay. Let's sign up. Share your link. Wait, what link? Anyways. Maybe they just, like, interesting. Well, I think our guy that talks with Tradeify is his father's in the hospital, so maybe that's what happened. I didn't get the message. He's been out for a week. Out to touch base with my partnership manager. Oh, we are pulling back a little bit on Nasdaq here. Looking nice, but ARB is positive. I don't know if we're gonna get any sell-off from here. Should I just take it and be cool with it, or what? Should I just take it and be cool with it? Yeah, normally last year we met like a month before. They gave us all the info. Maybe this was a business decision to quickly release to be on at the same time as the Arena Cup, because that's a cool announcement. I had no idea that they were announcing it today. I knew it was coming, but I didn't know it was coming today. Pretty cool. I love the Grand Cup, man. It was a fun competition. Res and ARB are not lagging indicators, no. They're designed to be leading indicators. Am I an outlaw? I'm an outlaw. If I heard it myself, does that mean it's insider trading? Yeah, pretty much. Do you ever get bored with making money? I don't get bored with making money. I would get bored doing nothing with the money I make. To me, money is not like the goal of what I do. Building stuff is. So it's like every single time I make money or make a windfall, I build something with it that continues to make money to build something with it. The thrill of building something is what drives me, and I like that. Your average, you know, guru loser is gonna like keep buying cool shit to post on social media to continue to fuel whatever business, you know, that is. For me, it's like, okay, I made some money. Let me build an escape room, right? I made some money. Okay, let me build a new coffee shop concept. They obviously always creating, you know, and me working, like, you know, investing in things, you know, like restaurants and clubs and things like that. It always is fun to build something new or be part of something new and big that the public likes. You know, like my side gigs outside of trading, I'm always building something or working on something. You know, we have an investment group that has a diversified portfolio of a bunch of businesses, right? So it's never boring to sit there with somebody and your financing is allowing them to make their dreams come true. And they're building something that they dreamed up in their head, and you have a part in helping finance that project. It's almost an addiction to do that. So it never gets boring. Making money, if all you want to do is spend it on yourself, and that's a loser's way to make money. You know, like, what's the point of working so hard just to douse yourself with material things? I think like building something for society to enjoy is a very motivating thing for me, and the whole process never is boring. I was like, should I take it or should I hold? I kind of am just like, prop account. I've had enough of this market. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get the big seller. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. Liquidity maps are crypto? Only if there's options. So if crypto has options that we can get the data for, we can make liquidity maps. I've never been able to really track down options data feed for crypto. Market trying its ass to hold. Yeah, are being positive, so probably still go higher. I cannot at all. I don't feel any sort. And again, VIX is at triple B, which is why another reason I keep trying to stab at this. We dropped below it, but we're back there again. So if VIX pops above it, then the market's toast for the day. But that's the only reason you've seen me for the last 3 or 4 sessions also attempt to short with prop accounts, because we're kind of at that possible volatility explosion sort of area. Like here, it's been there. And of course, if it does take off, then it takes off pretty crazy. But like I said, just prop accounts. Keeping it light. Moment of support, why not just take it there? Right, no, you could. You absolutely could. Consider like my trading right now is glorified sitting out and just sort of like taking a stab just in case it's a sell-off day with the prop account. Not even all like, pretend I'm sitting out the last 2 weeks. Absolutely, just pretend that that's what this is. And betting on possible volatility or being short in case a news event comes out that we're going to crazy war and I happen to just catch the ride. So if like, consider every day I'm taking like $200 stabs at a potential wind down, and there's really no kind of serious commitments to the market I have right now. I have sort of like a loose sort of mentality that we're so news driven that I just kind of want to, okay, if the volatility happens and I'm in the position I am. But this is currently support. Yeah, this B plus setup is good. Normally in this environment above triple B, above D band, I normally just sit out, and like we've had like back to back weeks of this kind of move. I normally don't trade this. It's irrational. It's kind of hard to gauge. And the market's still trying to press higher, even at highs, is pretty pretty cool. Yeah, it's all Trump driven news driven sort of thing. But yes, one can trade from there to there, but I usually don't like engaging with this trade more than once. After it takes off, I don't usually take it a second time. These are like, we call these B plus setups. Okay, I got some info about the Tradeify. Cool. I'm getting some info from the Tradeify guys right now. They said they just wanted to push it out on socials first before they told any of us about it. So now that it's out, he's giving me the info. He said it's joined the world's biggest trading competition. You're one of top 1,000 traders earning a reward, $200,000 grand reward, $1 million in total prize, just like the last time. No code or anything, just sign up. Okay. Looks like they're not doing teams. They're not. Man, I wish they were doing teams, man. Teams are so much fun. Seems like so much fun. Was it more safe to close the trade? Yeah, probably, but I'm not trying to just scalp some profit. What I'm trying to do here is just be short on a DD band sell-off. So there will be one day where DD band is just the big sell-off, and then, you know, 2 or 3 days of trying to do this with volatility, which I'm doing right now, pays itself off in the end. So I'm not trying to like scalp this one. I'm just trying to be short in here, hold on through the volatility, and then let the market do what it wants to do. So I'm aiming for something bigger. I'm basically like not worrying about trying to make 1,000 or 2,000 here. I'm trying to make the full lot. And it's, again, it's a gamble, and it's not the strongest trade to make, which is why I'm just keeping my position small enough to be able to survive this amount of chop. So that I know what the volatility is. That's why at 2, I'm able to just hold through it. I'm not getting squeezed. I'm not getting blown up. That makes sense. Bam, 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 bam. This is a 150K Lucid Flex account. Basically, yeah, I'm just hitting for home. I'm trying to hit a home run this time. I'm not trying to do scalps on this one. I'm trying to nab a DD band short, which could be pretty violent. Now, again, with arbitrage keep poking itself down to 0 and below 0, it's certainly possible that a home run setup is kind of maybe there. So that's where I'm sort of like, okay, VIX is on the fence of triple B. It's there again. All we need to do is pop right above it. ARB needs to go negative, and we've got the home run day. And that's really what I was kind of aiming for today, right? So I think right now what it's probably going to do is push, 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 and squeeze a little bit. And then it might actually do that. So we'll see. Again, not the confidence in this is coin flip 50-50. And the reason I'm doing props is so that I can just cheaply swing for home runs. There'll be a lot of failures on this, but at the end, it plays out and works out just fine. All right. Res being this high is absolutely wild, pretty much. S&P sort of pressing to this middle area here. Yep, just swinging for home runs, trying to see if I can't get some pretty big runs in a single. I want to like catch that move. And like the whole month, you know, I haven't been like shorting it the whole way up, right? I've been kind of trading both sides, but this is the area, like this right here has me want to sort of engage in that possible we close below here kind of trade. Once all this buying exhausts, at some point it probably sells off, but it's still very bullish to just keep chasing along at the open. My real account, my big account, my challenge account, I'm not putting any risk on the table for that one. I'm not buying any puts or anything either. I'm just sort of just waiting for this market to sort of finish this month out and then play it better at the end. How many contracts I usually run? It depends on what type of account I'm doing. In my personal account on this challenge, you guys saw me trading between 30 and 50 contracts. In the sort of prop accounts, I keep it within relative reason. For 150K accounts, I usually don't trade more than 3 NASDAQ or 5 S&P. 2 is probably like my normal entry to survive most volatility, which I'm into right now. 2 is like my average sort of medium-sized position for a 150K account. Bum, 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 bum. So my whole strategy is pretty much this. News-driven market. I'm not going to waste any real money in my real account fighting Trump and his tweets. We're at the point of right now where people are fighting each other and still bombing each other, right? I feel like the war is kind of escalating again. And every time we hit these upper resistance pivots with the volatility potential being there and ARB is negative, there's an opportunity there for me to take a position just in case shit falls apart, which it can happen any moment. It's not just like, because the market's gone up, it's time to short it. What goes up must come down. It's not that mentality at all. It's the lineup of all the information that we have in front of us, right? The war is still kind of not stabilizing. And again, we keep getting news that maybe we'll work it out. Maybe we'll work it out. But we're getting news that like UAE's missile activation systems are going off. So at some point, this is going to implode, right? And that's just what let me use some props and aim for that implosion spot. And we will see if we're right, baby. Maybe not, but maybe so. Who knows? If you're right big with a small position. It'll run quick. And Q is lagging. I would say they're trading somewhat equal to each other. There's just more rotation out of tech and into other non-tech stocks, just like we've been seeing. The S&P pushing higher and Nasdaq not pushing higher. There's going to be more tech stocks sort of in that bearish mode than non-tech stocks. So while Microsoft is doing good, ABGO selling off, right? Some of the bigs are selling off. Apple's doing good. Nvidia's doing good. Google sitting flat. Amazon selling off, right? So you're getting a little bit of that tech, that kind of rotation out of tech. Now ARB just went positive again, which means this might just be another cycle that just dies right here and keeps going higher. I'm wanting to see ARB go negative and stay negative to support bigger sell-off. ARB is sort of floating zero, which means it's probably going to pop back up again. Man, I like my throat is sort of like... Excuse me. Excuse me, sirs. It would be cool if there was like that one day and I happened to just be in it, you know? Is this steamroller day? We don't know, but it's probably gonna pop up in that like crazy little green candle here in a second. I feel like this is gonna trick all of us again. Just swinging for some home runs with props. Let's get the big runoff. Let's get it. Come on, give it to me. Was this worth holding on for an hour? Come on. Up 2,000, down 2,000, up 2,000, down 2,000, up 2,000, down 2,000. It's the seesaw. Don't ride the seesaw at the carnival after you eat a bowl full of deep fried Oreos. You can throw up everywhere. Iranian strikes at 228 structures of the U.S. Somebody said more than official tally per WAPO. Look at this. Sprint ABGO is going to be liquidity pocket 414 and 410 all down in here. That's a huge liquidity pocket, by the way. Almost like a 1% difference. So all down in here. Yeah, this is still hinting at the fact that it's probably a bottom here. I might not get the grand slam. I probably should just close it for profit, but you know what? YOLO. YOLO. Swinging for them grand slams, baby. Wait, did you hear about Oreos and how the cream is actually plaster-like material with sugar? I always wanted to know what Oreo cream is made of. I've been on an endless search to Google like what Oreo cream is made out of. Hey. Hello, Populez. Hello, hello. Let me check something real quick. What's up, Papa Leslie? Can I finally admit this market is driven by algos and the government? You always talked about how it's not manipulated. Wait a minute. I don't think I've ever talked about how it's not manipulated. I don't know if that's something I think that's something I do say a lot. The markets are heavily manipulated a lot of the time. I even talk about how 2018 the market was nothing but manipulated for the first Chinese trade war. Markets and manipulate is kind of a bad word to use to describe the market. Is nothing but manipulation. The full drive of the stock market is a balance of supply and demand, which is being manipulated by people's interest in it at all times. So stock market technically is always being manipulated at all times by somebody. So if you're talking about like a gross manipulation, as in there's a single factor that's manipulating the one stock market, that's what I say is not really true. It's a combination of everybody's forces, right? It's like a force balance. Everyone's pushing and pulling different ways, and so at all times it's manipulated, but not by an individual force. That's probably what you think probably what you're remembering. There's not like a single person pulling the strings. There might be not a single person moving the price. There may be a single person pulling the strings to coordinate everybody to behave a certain way, which will move the price. That certainly happens all the time. Coordinated efforts, you know, firms working together, banding together, things like that. Yeah. Who can't remember, is he still do the daily Zoom call at market close? Yep, Palmer. It'll be starting on the Monday, like next Monday, we'll start doing it. Bum, 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 bum. Are we gonna get a grand slam today? 1 fail, 2 fail, 3 fail, 4 fail, and still pushing higher. S&P pushing for DD band a second time. Come on, baby. Can we get grand slam day today? That'd be really nice. Woo! I got green juice. I love my green juice. What happened to resilience? Resilience process went down. Hold on. Let me restart the process. Hold on. Let me text my guy real quick. Okay, let me send him a message to look at it. Oh, wait, never mind. Never mind. Never mind, it's back on. Oh, false alarm. We're back. The process died for a hot minute there. Wait, but the dynamic... Hold on. Weird. Is that just me or is that you guys? Let's get it turned back on. Hold on. Looks like the server process went down. We'll take a look at it. Give us like a minute or two. We'll pop it back on. Since it's all server code, sometimes something happens on the server side and it might go down. And res went up to 81. Yeah, we're gonna reset the process. So give it a minute. Give it a minute. Trump 62 hours. Oh my God. Overloaded. Yeah, maybe so. We're getting like bigger every day, but it's not, I don't know if it's like a capacity issue. It's sometimes just, probably just a, you know, things blip, who knows. Usually when this happens, we find the process stalled or held up or something, and then we just restart it. You finished the boot camp on VIX and VVIX. What an eye opener! You like that one? That's one of our fan favorite classes. Even though it's all VIX related, it's not super like trading action. Like it's not really like based on trading charts. It's more like the adjustments you make to your position due to volatility is something that people say has been one of the most eye-opening classes, that there's all this extra stuff you can get out of the VIX you didn't even know. If you're not aware of the news that is scheduled, why are you trading? Wait, who isn't aware of what? Who's doing what now? News? What are y'all talking about? Somebody's not aware of the news every single day, guys. You must open your market calendar, be aware of the news. That's something we teach you guys who can. First thing, always, economic calendar. You always gotta know what's going on. Wednesdays are usually pretty light, most Wednesdays. There's not a lot of scheduled news on Wednesdays, so there's not a lot going on today. Crude inventory scheduled? That's not really S&P related news, though. That doesn't apply to what I'm trading. Every Wednesday morning at 10:30 Eastern is the EIA report. Every Tuesday afternoon after market close is the API report, which is private sector. EIA inventory report just picks up those little moves in oil are going to be, and a lot of times, again, it's not really as years of trading oil, I'll tell you. While it does create some kind of movement in oil, it's very random as to like, if you have a build or a draw, does this oil choose to go or not go? I found out over the years that the response to those reports is relatively random. Now, again, this is looking like it's still trying to build bullish. I might not get the grand slam today, but these two wicks, unless by 10 o'clock we're selling, it's probably a loss today. So he says, wrong, Matt. I spent 5 years as an oil trader. 100% right. I made my initial wealth trading oil. That's where I started. Oil and equities current correlation is 75%. It's not, because it's causation is not correlation. I mean, a correlation is not causation. Be careful with that. Almost never are they correlated to a degree of actionability. Just be careful. I would say be careful. They're moving because of the war, but not because of the inventories. When oil, it's like algorithmically kind of tethered because of the war stuff. As a matter of fact, I'll show you on the MRCI intermarket correlation tables on a 30-day correlation. Crude oil and S&P correlate on a scale of minus 100 to 100, 30, which is less than, well, you know, on a scale of 200, which is what, 15% of the time. So on the shorter term, it's a little bit heavier, 30 and 37. On the longer term, it's practically no correlation. It sits at 0. So I use this table very religiously. Sometimes there's an inverse correlation between it and some of the index. But you see how it's kind of random. At certain time periods, there's no correlation. There's inverse. Certain time periods, there's no correlation. Shorter period, there seems to be somewhat of a positive correlation, which I found to be really odd. So I think it's just random. That's just my opinion. Yeah, current situation, it's fairly random. There's a tethering. I agree. There's like a tethering. One goes up, the other moves. They're going to move like this, but it's the current situation of war dynamic. But even over the last 30-day window, there seems to be more positive correlation than negative correlation, which is even weird. You'd expect oil to go up and the index to go down. However, in the last 30 days, as you see, oil's, for the most part, going up while the index is going up, which is a little odd because normally the correlation is relatively 0. So now we're just in an environment of everything going up. And I can explain that away by the fact is that everybody's just being bullish oil on the war and bullish stock market on unrelated reasons, not the war. The war may be like, the algos may respond a little bit this way, like up and downsies, but when the economic data is coming out pretty good with good GDP and good, you know, employment stuff, the stock market's going up for unrelated reasons. The war may kick it around a little bit, but stock market's still going up. But yeah. So for EIA on Wednesdays, I usually have like historically ignored those reports while trading oil. Even while trading oil, I ignored those reports. I just wouldn't trade into it. I'd react to it. So like an example would be, I just wait and let it move it to some area. Then I would I would take the trade off of it. Very rarely there were times where those EIA reports were extremely damning to the price. An example would be in 2014, right, when we had the shale oil collapse early on, and OPEC was like flooding the oil market with inventory, like just flooding the inventory with oil. You had this sort of situation where those EIA and API reports, they were so sensitive to anything. Any hint of a draw, markets would go crazy. Oil would go up a dollar or two sometimes. The volatility before returning to where it is. Like oil's at, 26 bucks at the bottom and then rallies up to 30, 35, and you're sitting there. Those reports come out and go from like 36 to 34, and it's like, freaking 10% moves and stuff. We would see days where it would get crazy off the volatility, but that's because people were just like one of these days, like as soon as there's a draw, then the oil is going to rally again. And then we sat there in that little basin at 20, less than 30 bucks for like half a year way back in the day. These days, it's more noise than anything. You're building draws, a million barrels here and there. People are less concerned with inventory most of the time, and only in times of crisis. So more concerned now than normal, I would say. But it's been rare that I've ever seen the oil inventory reports, the Cushing report, any of that stuff, change the oil's direction. And the reason because of that is because operators can walk out and go look at the fucking tank levels in Cushing, and you can you see that from the roadside, and you'll be able to read the level gauges. So it's never a surprise what the inventory is. Somebody's already gonna know about it. You know what I'm saying? So those tank farm inventories, maybe one of the operators calls their buddies in Wall Street or something, gets a kickback. Who knows? You never know how this world works. But I always had this belief that information was always known. And it's at least known by the industries. But I'm a conspiracy theorist anyways. The reason why the war matters is the world isn't currently producing enough oil. Somebody said. The pace at which oil inventories decline matters for how long the war can last for oil shortages bite. Hey, that's a good thought. But it comes down to not that we're not producing enough oil. US has the capacity to produce enough oil to survive on its own supply. It's just at the current price. So oil production is a direct... So production and price go hand in hand. The higher the price, the more potential production you can have. So an example is because break-even points are all different. If the price goes up, the production goes up. So if oil is worth 60 bucks, 70 bucks, 80 bucks, 100 bucks, we've got dormant oil rigs just sitting there, like up in freaking back in shale up in North Dakota. They're just sitting there. That won't make any money until oil's 120 bucks. So it's a self-cauterizing, the wound self-cauterizes, if you may. If Strait of Hormuz is blocked and there is an oil shortage, prices will go up. And when prices go up, we just turn the faucets on here. And we did that back in the early 2010s when oil was over 100 bucks after the two Afghanistan, Iraq war. Looks like I'm dead on this one. Well, maybe, I don't know. Let's look at that. And so we will be able, if oil sustains at that break-even point or higher, we'll just make up the supply from our backyard. So it's a very good thought that you have. There becomes like there's enough dormant oil production facility to satisfy the globe's energy needs. And the US is a major oil exporter now. We actually have enough inventory to supply the majority of the world just from our own stuff. There's so much oil that sits there that we don't pull out of the ground because it's dirty and shitty and nobody can process it. But countries like China and stuff can easily process our dirty, nasty oil because they don't have, an EPA like we do. And 95% of the country is rural farmland that they have no problem poisoning the air and water of to satisfy the needs of the industrialized part of that country. So like China don't care. Give us all the dirty shit you got. But you do bring up a good point. So in the shorter term, Now, the point you bring up, the reason I say it is a very good point. I agree with you. It's not that you can just turn on the facility tomorrow and ramp up to full production. It'll take between 3 or 6 months to get a rig online and at full production. You know, you got to first of all staff it up and say, okay, we need to hire, you know, the 20-man crew or whatever to go run this facility. And then they got to hire the people, train them, send them out there, turn it on slow roll, establish equilibrium with their suppliers, find people to buy the oil, then turn it on and ramp up production. It's a 3 to 6 month process to turn on a new oil rig or a dormant one just to get it rolling. So the issues that you would say that you are saying absolutely true, because in the shorter term, there can be a shortage until we get that turn on and get going. So you're absolutely right. There might be a shortage for 2 or 3 months and oil will go through the roof, right? And then at the time we're trying to ramp up production and get our stuff turned on, there's always like a delay in those, and that effect, there's always a delay, right? I agree with you. So it's not like we can just turn on the faucet and then we're good tomorrow. There's going to always be that sort of delayed time to get through it. Somebody said, Bob said, Les says, Landman, Matt, man, I spent 5 years like immersed in this shit. That's the only reason I know it, just by, you know, if that's all you trade all day, every day, every Reddit forum I read, every community I was listening to and talking to is oil. I learned all this stuff from the traders of the world. But also I used to be an engineer, I guess. Had some experience in oil and gas too, to know what some of that stuff even is physically. Well, 08 August, oil was 142 bucks. Yeah, into the crisis. Yes, sir. Do I still get my home run trade? Maybe not. S&P at DD Bam one more time. Do I still get my home run trade? Watch me just be like, probably not, but S&P broke out to highs again. Probably not, but I had enough to hold through the volatility. I've got like $4,500 to draw down here, so I was just like, let me do 2 so that I can play a little heavier there. Wait, your utilities just went off and then restarted? Dude, I hate when that happens. I don't hate when that happens. Okay, let's roll up a giveaway. First and foremost, do me a favor, guys. Got some stuff for y'all. I don't think my trade's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. Oh, this is like an all or nothing on just this one email. But just a crazy run there. So here, I'm playing for like the bigger range there, so. It is giveaway time. Hold on. Let's load it up. Got some fun events planned today. ETF first one giveaway. Good stuff. Should I just say fuck it? Should I go all or nothing on this one? I need. So I'm only waiting for the overshoot on the S&P DD band, and then that's it. What a day today. No sell off today again.
This is not a drill. Every time the fan appears, volatility chills. Forgot how to move. Bring the whoosh out. Cold air crowns. Even the candles calm down now. Ooh. Thank you, Matt. Charts are screaming, red and green, a fence which cuts through the sea. The price is taking flight. Day traders sweating through the night, clicking fast. Hearts racing, the wild chasing, profits feeling wild. Whoosh fam, blow it up, blow it high, blow it fast. Now stack buckets, can it last? Take profit, take a chance, let it ride, put it right. Whoosh fam, blow. We're along for the tide.
This is like the Nickelback version of the Whoosh Fan song. Old Chad Kroger over here. All right.
Take a chance, let it ride, put it right. Whoosh
Whoosh, bam, blow it up. All right. My thought is, I'm just gonna take a play here. Again, this is a day I would normally just be sitting out on. I don't normally take these B setups here after we've already touched TD band. I usually sit out, but I still just take a. How crazy. All right, type it in, type it in, type it in. Don't forget, guys, to sign up for the Ninja Trader Cup. The Arena Cup, it's $100,000 for the grand prize, $250,000 in total prizes. Free entry, must use our link to sign up to get extra prizes from us. Join Team Rocket Scooter. If you sign up and put Rocket, Rocket Scooter, Pocket Rocket, Prop Score, Wick Tickler, I don't care, something funny or related to us in your name, maybe just RS / your name, whatever, so we can see your name on that leaderboard, then you qualify for our tournament inside of their tournament, which is the top ranked person on our team. We announced it will get I think 10 prop accounts and lifetime membership. The top placer in our group, and you follow those conditions. Or if you win the Ninja Trader Cup, I'll give you $5,000 of my own money as a second prize on top of it. Top 10 people from our crew in that tournament internally here will get doused with prop account prizes as part of that. Ninja Trader Tournament, it's free to enter. The link is pinned in the channel right now. Let me give it to you. You must sign up using our link. That's the rule. Trying to show off to our partners, show them how big we are. So use our link right here. It's free to enter, costs you absolutely nothing. That's the best part. That's why we're pushing it so hard. We're not trying to make a sale or anything. You don't got to buy anything. It's a free paper trading tournament with $250,000 in prizes. So why the hell not? You know, everybody must do it. Even if you don't want to do it and take up a slot so that someone else can't do it, so that you help our team that way. Right? That even helps further just fill up the spot. Do you have a link for the Tradeify Grand Cup? No, they're not doing like links or anything this year. So we have no link, no code, no nothing. Yeah, we have nothing. If you're gonna do the Tradeify Grand Cup, yeah, that's a whole separate tournament. Again, cash prizes, free sign up, all of that. They have information about it on their website, but they're not doing teams or anything this year, which kind of is a bummer. Kind of wish they were doing the team thing so we can go out and kick everyone's ass again. I had a few influencers who, you know, after I broke my paddle last year whipping their ass, I kind of want to whip their ass a second time. Well, actually a fourth time. I put a lot of wear and tear on that paddle that it broke, so Daddy wanted to get a new paddle this year. They knew we'd all win again. Oh yeah, didn't Lucas get like second place or something? Our team got second place. Dang. Aw, I'm only gonna waste $250 being wrong on this. I wanted to trade through here and through there and hit it one little final time up here. Do I get my Grand Slam? Do I get my Grand Slam? Do I? Do I just say fuck it and go? Let's double the position. This is normally I'd be sitting out, but I'm trying to play this war volatility game where I just have this feeling, and again, just call it a feeling, not risking any real money on it, just play it with some props. I have a feeling that this might be one of those days where I'm glad I did this. So call it just a hunch. I don't know. You'll drag his entire team down. That's okay, Papa. Like, it doesn't, it's okay if you have some slow points on the teams. Give everybody else a better chance. You know what I mean? You know, we have to work a little harder. Even as underdogs will come through. Even with underdogs on the team. Intuition today. Let's just let's just bet. And again, the only reason I'm adding to it is this is the 10-point overshoot on DD band on S&P. And if it's wrong, then it just bust a little prop account here. There she is. Intuition Matt. We're going to close below DD band and maybe even lower. But none of the data suggests it. It's more just like volatility, wartime stuff. You need to purchase market data to trade in the tournament. I don't believe you need to purchase anything as far as I've been informed. But that I don't know the answer to. Probably not. But it should be like if I were to ask me, I think probably not. But I hate to say that, and then they put a data charge on there, but I'm about 98% sure it's 100% free. Thank you. If a rocket scooter wins the Tradeify Cup as well, we haven't talked about that. We really don't have any incentives for Tradeify Cup this time around. Just the Ninja Cup. Tradeify is doing their tournament so different. They're not like doing teams. You know, since there's no teams, there's really no reason to even sort of push it. But I mean, it's like compete if you want to compete. But like when they did teams, we were all over it. We're like, hell yeah, let's go and win. But when there's no teams, I don't know the format, so I need to look into it. If there's no teams or anything, then just sign up on your own. You don't even have to be repping our crew. You can if you want. Well, let me think about how they're doing it. I guess if you can choose your username and put Rocket Scooter there, you can do that same thing. But we didn't have any planned prizes because they just kind of Ninja announced the tournament this morning. And I asked them, I was like, hey, you guys usually tell us like a month in advance. What's up? They're like, oh, this time we were being super sneaky about it. We wanted to announce on social before I gave anybody a heads up about when and where. I was like, okay. In my opinion, I bet you it's just to jump head to head with the Ninja one. Which makes sense. But they're 2 free tournaments. You might as well enter both of them. There's no reason not to enter both to double your chances. Frequency. 144K. Can you just get this account blown up over with? So the last 3 days would have been sit out days for me per my strategy for the most part. I usually don't trade or short above here. These are just sit out days. So I'm taking the possible news driven catalytic sort of volatility sort of event possibility with negative ARB potentials we keep seeing. So as ARB is dipping below and being negative, we're only a smidge hair away from some volatility. But because of that, because I don't think it's a good short setup, I'm not putting real money to it. I'm just taking a stab in a prop. Keeping it simple. Frequency, congratulations, your first winner, ETF. You must go to the Prop Score Discord. Link is in our description. Go into the claim your win section of the Discord. And do what you need to do there. The instructions there tell you how to claim your win. Oh, that didn't work out. Well. All right, let me pop another one of these on here.
coffee, checking tickets, green and white. He's got jobs, take on the free side. Rocket scooter in the driveway, ready to ride. Rocket scooter, bull run, oh man, so freaking tight.
Maybe a different one here.
Flying past the strip malls, portfolio in flight. Wallet in his backpack, future in his sight.
All right, let's try this one. I got one more account I can try on. That one didn't work. So now I'm gonna again just play with one more prop account on this one. To play this again, I'm doing the 10-point overshoot on S&P as that sort of limit that I'm looking at. We'll see how this one plays out now. First one, the first one was a loss. Let's see if the second one's gonna do okay. I still have a belief. I still believe it. So let's see what's going on with Tradeify Grand Cup. Do they have any other information about it? 24 outlaws, 5K bounty on each, no mercy, $1 million prize pool. Let's talk about it real quick. We don't have a code, we don't have a link, we don't have anything. With this, you can just sign up, rep Rocket Scooter, put your Rocket Scooter name up in front of it if you want to. I'm not really sure what the leaderboard is going to look like, but there's qualifiers, 5 days to grow your balance. We set up to 3 times. Join for free, so that's cool. Last year you could join for free if you bought an account, so this is just like it's totally free. Round 2, each day you're matched one-on-one with another trader. Highest end of the day account balance wins. Okay. Win all 10 days, become a champion. It plays at least 3 trades, each time lasting more than 10 seconds. 24 outlaws are added to round 2. Interesting. Interesting.
Red days, green days, he just hits by. Wind in his face like he owns the sky. Engine buzzing, ticker symbols in his eye. Texas sun blazing, but his balance sitting high. Rocket scooter, bull run, oh man, so freaking tight. Flying past the strip mall, portfolio in flight. Wallet in his backpack, future in his sight. Rocket scooter, bull run, oh man, so freaking tight. I already know that longing is gonna be on your mind. And I know the market can get pretty tough sometimes, but with risk intervals, you can give one more try. Find a reason to love. It's never too late for me. It's gonna be alright. I already know I've blown all my accounts before, and I already know better after starting the boot camp. But not this time resilience seems to be a little different. And when I look at all the comments, I know that this time it could be the right choice. And I hear you say, you know it's alright. I think this trade might be working out this time. You know it's alright. We've used our risk interval. I think this trade might be working out this time. You know it's alright. We've used our risk interval. I think this trade might work out this time. 'Cause it's not too late to cut our losses. It's never too late. Just as you feel like you will never make it, there is nothing left to learn. Rocket Scooter will find
Okay, we'll do one more in a second.
then we're on the path to profit. Again and again I've seen people struggle and just
Am I putting in futures? Type that in. First giveaway for them.
patience gets tested sometimes. We've used our risk interval. Just find another day to trade. You can pick up the pieces. Ooh, you should stay disciplined. And try it again. I think this trade might be working our risk in. We've used our risk intervals. I think this trade might be working out this time. You know it's alright. We've used our risk intervals. I think this trade might be working out this time. You know it's alright. We've used our risk intervals. I think this trade might be working out this time. You know it's alright. We've used our risk intervals. I think this trade might be working out this time. You know it's alright. We've used our risk intervals. I think this trade might be working out this time. You know it's alright. We've used our risk intervals. I think this trade might be working out this time. You know it's alright. We've used our risk intervals. I think this trade might be working out this time. Crank up the charts, emojis on screen. Hail the laser tag king and the iodine queen. If your trading sucks, he knows why. You gotta draw more fans to make price fly. You've only got 10 emojis helping the pump. Those are rookie numbers, get those numbers up. Rocket scooter emojis, 100% guaranteed. Ignore the gurus and phonies. It's the only thing you need. Just for easy payments, only $5,000 a pop. This emoji strategy is creating gains non-stop. Rocket scooter emojis. Screens explode with whoosh fans galore. Mad secret weapon, even tech can't ignore. Laser champ turn trader, he's got the flair. Slap on more emojis, riches fill the air. More magnets, no looking back. Emoji overload keeps the profits on track. Rocket scooter emojis, 100% guaranteed. Ignore the gurus and phonies. It's the only thing you need. Just for creating gains non-stop. Rocket scooter emojis. 20,000 is all you need, and you get the ultimate emoji indicator for free. Every single time I take the trade, no fear in taking the pain. Yes, did I live? I breathe, I bleed. Right place, wrong time, that's all I need. Take the every single time. Gotta chase the dream, win big or lose small, but I take it all. Yes, every single time. The charts don't care, they laugh and grin.
All right, guys, type in MFF in chat. Type it in.
The silence then, my heart beats like a broken drum. Right or wrong, the trade will come. Take the trade every single time. Gotta chase the dream, win big or lose small, but I take it all. Yes, every single time. The line is thin, the edge is sharp. I'm painting green across the dark. The fire burns, I pay the toll. Yes, it's in my soul.
Okay, now we're up here at the yellow line. This is the next one. That's really that sort of last little spot there. All right, guys, let's spin the wheel. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Delpoc.
Candles flicker red and green. Fortune favors the unseen. Numbers dance in the mind. Fortune's chance. See the sign in the silence. Res remains. Clear precision. No restraint.
Britt Martin, next winner.
Ride the wave, catch the flow, legend in the making, resin the glow. Morris Downs. Woke up this morning, coffee in my hand. Screen is glowing, I've got a new plan. Scrolling through the feeds, another guru's on the screen. But this one's different, a trading machine. He's now wearing a suit, no fancy desk in sight. Just a gamer chair, shining ever so bright. He's talking futures, the market's high and low. My boy Rocket Scooter putting on a show. Oh, Rocket Scooter teaching me the way. Shorten the ES or maybe the NQ today. From the open bell till the closing chime, he's breaking down the charts one tick at a time. He says don't chase it green and don't panic on the red. Just follow the volume, get it in your head. Yeah, Rocket Scooter, the future's king, I know. Letting profits run and cutting losses slow.
All right, we got one more to do. Spin the wheel one more time.
Feel the market's pulse. He's calling out the levels. No baseless impulse. He's talking about support and resistance too. 100 times a day. The fundamentals he'll review. He's got his indicators. His setups are clean. He's not a get rich quick. He's a trading machine. He says don't trade with emotion. Just stick to the plan and don't risk more than you can lose, my friend. My man. Rocket Scooter teaching me the way. Shorten the ES or maybe the NQ today. From the open bell till the closing chime, he's breaking down the charts one tick at a time. He says don't chase it green and don't panic on the red. Just follow the volume, get it in your head. Yeah, Rocket Scooter, the future's king, I know.
Rogue of the Lamb. Let's go, bro. Congratulations. Ooh. Got a few more of these too. And by the way, do not leave. When my stream is over, Neon comes on. Right when he comes on, he's doing a giveaway the moment he comes on. A bigger one than I'm doing. So every day at exactly 12:30 when I leave, stay here to enter his giveaway. Nobody leave the stream anymore. We're no longer going to My Funded Futures show. At the same time, stay here. I'm gonna take one more attempt. We're at the 10-point overshoot S&P. I'll take one more attempt here at yellow, and then I'm just gonna kind of be done with it. Just goofing around with some profit counts. I don't, like I said this morning, I don't think that it's a really good setup.
Run and cutting losses slow. Yeah, cutting losses slow. Thanks, Rocket Scooter, for the trade, you know. Yeah, the futures market. Let's go. Sent.
Cool, cool, cool. All right, we'll take a break for a minute here. Focus on the day. Ooh. This is today's trading day is exactly like yesterday's trading day. It's almost the same setup 2 times in a row. Where we gapped up, ran it to DD band at the start and just kept going. DD band at the start kept going. So I don't think this is going to be, like I said, I'm taking one more stab at this and just playing with the profit count. I don't think it's worth spending a lot of effort or energy on trying to predict which way it's going to go. It seems like it still wants to go up, but that was definitely worth a shot. We're starting lunch hour here soon. Yeah, so Neon's going to be running the show right at lunch hour. So right as soon as I'm done here, Neon comes on. He's going to do a giveaway right when I come on. Well, hello, Brad. Hello, Brad. How's your birthday going? Your birthday week? Brad will be doing like 51 account giveaway for his birthday. That's crazy. Hold on 1 second. I got some things I gotta do real quick.
the screen. The payouts, the wins. DMs blowing up. Teach me, King, drop the pen. Envy in their eyes like I hacked the code overnight. The truth. 9 years in the trenches in the fire. Let's rewind. When the door first cracked open, this ain't luck. This is blood on the token. 2016, 41, punching in at the office grind. 5 days a week, 9 to 5, leaving dreams behind. Drop 10K straight from the overtime. Evenings Uber driving, weekends gigging just to stay alive. Ramen for dinner, Red Bull for dessert. 2 steps forward, 3 back, felt the universe flirt with my collapse. Red candles like fresh scars. Kids asleep upstairs, I'm whispering to the stars. Eviction notice taped to the door like a stop loss. Palm broken, my watch counting every cross. Kids asking that was dinner, I'm nodding yes. But I'm still on the clock, still deep in the mess. Wasn't overnight, 9 years paid the price. It wasn't overnight, side hustles every night. It wasn't overnight, rocket scooter lit the flight. It wasn't overnight, it wasn't overnight. Late 24, doom scrolling on lunch in the break room. Stumbled on rocket scooter, mess spitting tactics. YouTube live, no fluff, just raw edge and truth. Breaking down the tape like a surgeon with proof. MHP and EST, let the winners run free. His voice cut the noise, unlocked the key. Sign up that night, dove into the vault. Everything I missed at 41, now they whisper my fault. Still punching 5 days, but now the chart's so big. We can hustle cash, turn seed money. Finally seeing no way. It wasn't overnight, 9 years paid the price. It wasn't overnight, side hustles every night. It wasn't overnight, rocket scooter lit the flight. It wasn't overnight.
It's Brad's birthday month now instead. LOL. Yeah.
3,000 sunsets, bled dry, clocking out for good, trying to trade full time alive. The crowd claps for the glow up. How'd you make it so quick? I smiled through the grill, Sundays took every brick. Started at 41, 5-day punch nights and weekends fight. Now I'm 50 and free to trade my life. Wasn't overnight, 9 years paid the price. It wasn't overnight, side hustles every night. It wasn't overnight, rocket scooter lit the flight. It wasn't overnight, it wasn't overnight. Memory lane, it's a bridge, not a grave. It wasn't overnight, rocket scooter mad, you a real one. It wasn't overnight, from the dark to the dream. It wasn't overnight. Yeah, we making it. Ain't going back. Never going back. Never going back. I'm sensing something ain't right. I saw it on the chart the other night, but my feelings sometimes take the better part of me. So I put on my MHP.
I don't know if I like the design of the new Tradeify Grand Cup contest. I wish it was teams again, man. I'm so salty. Why can't they be teams again? Teams would be so much fun. What a cool idea last year. That would be so much fun, man. I've been like waiting all year. I'm like, I can't wait for this year. We can whoop everyone's ass. There's no teams anymore. I'm sad. You know what I mean? Like, I've been waiting for some more tournaments to pop up, so Rock's gonna go out and whip some people's asses. How are they gonna know it's us again? Maybe Roxy or Popster Cup. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. So somebody said about trading today, Andre, consider me sitting out today. I'm not trading today. I'm just taking a Grand Slam swing on some prop accounts just in case the news swings my way. That's it. There's like zero strategy today. The strategy is outside of here, I'm just sitting out. There's not a trade setup. So the goal was take a stab here. It didn't work. Now the goal is taking a stab here, see if it works. The strategy we have is you can long at the open from here to here. And it's a small trade only. But when outside of the bands, I usually just sort of sit out myself. So no real trades, no real risk. I'm just taking a swing at the yellow line and at the DD band just in case the news comes through and it's crappy today. I just have this feeling that the news is going to appear and sort of like jolt things up, which I put a little risk in the prop account.
Yeah. You ever sit there? Know exactly why it happened. Still do it anyway. Yeah. Blew it again. I ain't say a word. Stayed at the number like, nah, that's absurd. Knew what I did, yeah, I knew what it cost. Knew I regretted the second it's lost. No one to blame, I can't shift that truth. Just me and the proof, yeah, me and the proof. Said I'll fix it, I done said that before. That's what it is, yeah, that's what it's for. That's the part that'll mess with your head. Not the losses, the lies you said. They say you done, I'm still. Said he won't last, I'm still. Seen this before, I'm still. I'll live that, I'm still. They say you done, I'm still. Said he won't last, I'm still. Seen this before, I'm still. I'll live that, I'm still. Next day woke up, didn't feel that drive. Almost shut it down like I tried. Hovered on the edge like what this proved. All that time spent just to lose.
Why not use my platform info? What do you mean? So today, this is a setup today. Yellow line is always an interrupt pivot to try to attempt a play from. Outside of DD bands, I usually sit out. If it's greater than half, you can take a small long off of the band or choose to sit out. I usually choose to sit out. Off of it at the bottom, when arbitrage is negative, you can take a short. So that first short didn't play out. Second yellow line, one more attempt at this. So you can play both sides of it. Just pretend if I wasn't trading this prop account 100% yesterday and today were sit out days. I wouldn't have chosen to make an active trade on that with a funded account or any kind of real money. I don't usually like to trade outside of the bands. So this particular event is I want to try to make a Grand Slam swing on a prop account. So this is basically just me doing something instead of just sitting here sitting out because it's a prop account. There's no active strong active pivot to trade from other than this, and this is a weak pivot, a weak full pivot from here to take the long from. And then when I shorted, I said earlier, I said I probably should close out because it's probably going to bounce there, which I was right. I just said I'm going to, just in case the news swings through and creates an effect. I just have this feeling that the war escalating at one of these days, risking $200, $200 in one of these days, right? Not because it's bearish, but because we're just going to get that big violent news thing. VIX is still at that key level, right? So AKA we're being a gambler, but okay with the loss. Pretty much just rolling some dice. Yep. But, you know, smart enough to not commit real money to this and, you know, pause all my efforts. Being involved in real risk in case the news does flip out and go crazy.
Liquidity flows, the signals gleam. Guiding me steady into the dream. In the chaos we rise, rocket scooter the ride, every edge a flame, every map a guide. When the noise breaks loud, I still hear the call. Every single time we survive the fall. We survive the fall. Liquidity maps unfold. Stories the candles never told. Resilience hums beneath it all. Whispers that shout when the patterns stall. In the chaos we rise, rocket scooter the ride, every edge a flame, every map a guide. When the noise breaks loud, I still hear the call. Every single time we survive the fall. Pockets form where the currents sway, shaping roads in a radiant way. Pressure bends but it won't break. Rocket scooter leads every step I take.
Trying to get some information about what happened with the resilience process. Looks like they're fixing it. They fixed it, but I'm getting a little information on what's happened. Zero break structure, yeah. Yeah, so this is more like, you know, at some point, the news is going to catch up. The economics are pretty good. The data is really good. There's not really a bear case, but these bull days are also somewhat hard to trade. They're in that exhaustion range. And there will be one sort of flush day, not a bear market, but like there will be a flush day that will come out of nowhere. News driven, something more happens, and then we just get that big selling pressure. I mean, this could be the day, I don't know. But because of that, you know, the risk is play it small with some props and then kind of take the less probable trade. So the odds are pretty much this. This is about a 60-40 under those conditions. Up here, 4% of days break through here, 96% of days break below. Now, when DD ratio is greater than half, I don't necessarily short off of this for anything other than a scalp, which is what this morning was. So I probably should have closed out if I cared to take the scalp. But my bet was news would break structure. Just a hunch. And sometimes I'll have a hunch like that, but trade it small just in case. So more likely than not, this has a high probability of ending up here. So while this didn't work out, lost that prop account, then we trade this one, see if that one gets down there. We'll see what happens. Can I please play Do You Even Trade Bro? Wait, there's a new song? What? Wait, where's it at? Do you even trade, bro? You have to drop the link. Drop the link in or reply to it in chat. All right, got some news coming. Here we go. Here's some news, and the news is probably super bullish. What do we got going on? That was earlier. It was a pretty sizable news candle. See, like I said, yesterday we had the same sort of conversation. At key pivots, it seems something happens at key structure points, coincidentally, at exactly the moment it needs to. Remember, put your tinfoil hats on, guys. Mm, 6% oil. No, that's not it. 1045. Not really sure what that was. The minute we get that single flush day, whatever it is, I'm back to longing full force. That'd be fantastic. I want to see this create sort of like an effect. Trump is talking today, right? That's what it is. Trump should be talking right now. I think Trump was speaking this morning about something. In boot camp, yeah, you teach never short above DD. That's 100% correct. Yeah, in boot camp, never short up here. So just consider me sitting out today. I'm not sitting out. I'm just gambling for news. That's it. This is a sit out day. Normally I'd just be chilling. So I would be avoiding this, doing nothing, but gambling, not really gambling, but prop account is where you take the lower risk. It doesn't mean it's like a 0% chance. The probability is just very not supportive of that play. Nothing's 100% though, but sometimes the 20% trade can be a very larger run than inching forward on the 80% trade. So like I said, I have a feeling, it's just a feeling, that the news is not going to disappear, and that it's going to come through like wars creating more issues, right? It just feels like that's kind of, and it might spark a sell-off, but it's just taking a stab at yellow line. Occasionally I will do that. So yeah, day trading, don't try to scalp short off of this. With real money, you're just probably going to get squeezed. But with the prop account, it's just like, you know, if I want to flip a coin to bet on something happening that I don't have strong confluence for, just throw it at a prop account, or it just doesn't really matter. Yes, sir. This is the upper band, yeah. So when I'm making the trade, I'm making all the announcements that this is not something I normally would be doing because the odds are against this trade, but it doesn't mean this isn't the right spot to take that sort of crapshoot at.
Maximize. They don't understand Discipline first, that's the only way. Big wins, small wins, all gotta play. Rocket scooter up, we don't fade away. Money moves, but the mindset stay. Discipline first, that's the only way. Big wins, small wins, all gotta play. Rocket scooter up, we don't fade away. Money moves, but the mindset stay. Discipline first, that's the only way. Big wins, small wins, all gotta play. Rocket scooter up, we don't fade away.
Fix and CL starting to heat up a little bit. A little tiny bit.
for silver and for gold. Some find their solace, some find their despair in the volatile markets breathing in the air. But that's gotta
All right.
rocket scooter blaze.
Do you trade bros Brad's song, you believe? Oh, that's cool.
Stream on, stream on, stream on, stream on. Stream your
Winners, make sure you go to the Prop Score Discord and look up the Claim Your Win channel. Wait. Wait, Rogue, you technically missed it? Oh, my bad. I didn't even notice you missed it. Sorry, we're doing like a million things right now.
charts flicker wildly, indicators of light. He's watching the numbers throughout the day and night. With algorithms humming, a strategy so keen, spotting every pattern, a well-oiled trading dream. From crude oil to corn and every single bond, Matt's got the insights reaching far beyond. Stream on, stream on, stream on, stream on. Stream yourself a future when the trading day is long. Stream on, stream on, stream on. Matt's got the power to make his profits strong. It's not just a gamble, it's a calculated art. With every click in order, a beating, knowing heart. You've seen the market crumble, you've seen it touch the sky. But with a rocket scooter, he's always standing high. Stream on, stream on, stream on, stream on. Stream yourself a future when the trading day is long. Stream on, stream on, stream on, stream on. Matt's got the power to make his profits strong. Yeah, stream on, stream on. Rocket scooter, leading them home. Oh, stream on, Matt, stream on.
Well, the charts went silent in the midday sun. Matt kicked open the saloon, yelling free stuff, son. He's got prop firm bounties in a burlap sack and a boot camp lasso slung across his back. Yippee-ki-yay, it's a giveaway bonanza. Rocket scooter Matt stirring up a stanza with a cowboy hat too small for his head. He's wrangling Lynn-funded accounts instead. Folks say he can outtrade a rattlesnake's tail, catching market moves like he's riding the rail. He don't ride horses, nah, just a rolling off his chair, drawing LP lines in the desert air. Yippee-ki-yay, it's a giveaway bonanza. Rocket scooter match stirring up a stanza. With a cowboy hat too small for his head. He's wrangling Lynn-funded accounts instead. Your market's wild like a buffalo stampede. But Matt's got giveaways faster than a steed. Boot camps, payouts, accounts to be won. Like a high noon showdown, better draw, son. Yippee-ki-yay, it's a giveaway bonanza. Click that rocket scooter bell and let your cash sprout. With every spin of his smallish hat, he's launching prizes like a Gatling rat-tat-tat. Yippee-ki-yay, it's a giveaway bonanza. Rocket scooter match stirring up a stanza. With a cowboy hat too small for his head. He's wrangling Lynn-funded accounts instead.
Screens light up and numbers flash, chasing dreams in the market crash, holding tight through the stormy tide with rocket scooter by my side. Never giving up, no matter the grind. Ride the trade winds, I'm out of my mind. Future's calling, can't ignore the sound. Fly with rocket scooter, we're glory bound. Shots and graphs, they twist and turn. In the chaos, the lessons we learn. Through the noise, I hear the call. With rocket scooter, we'll conquer all. Never giving up, no matter the grind. Ride the trade winds, I'm out of my mind. Future's calling, can't ignore the sound. Fly with
Can't wait to come out to my house and hang out next Tuesday.
glory bound. Charts and graphs, they twist and turn. In the chaos, the lessons we learn. Through the noise, I hear the call. With rocket scooter, we'll conquer all. Never giving up, no matter the grind. Ride the trade winds, I'm out of my mind. Future's calling, can't ignore the sound. Fly with rocket scooter, we're glory bound. Midnight glow and the clock ticks slow. Fortunes rise and they ebb and flow. Take a chance, roll the dice, let it show. With rocket scooter, we'll steal the show. Never giving up, no matter the grind. Ride the trade winds, I'm out of my mind. Future's calling, can't ignore the sound. Fly with rocket scooter, we'll glory bound. We're glory bound. We're glory bound. Never giving up, no matter the grind. Ride the trade winds, I'm out of my mind. Future's calling, can't ignore the sound. Fly with rocket scooter, we'll steal the show. Ooh, we're glory bound. Hedge pressure written in the sky. Whispers of liquidity flowing through eternity. Cosmic maps, the market sink. Every orbit, every swing, resonance throughout the age. Rocket
Cybermetrics are how to decide when to long or short at the 6 p.m. open. That's really all that we have in the overnight, to be honest.
celestial satellites, tracing trades through astral tides, signals born from light unbound, echoes drift without a sound. In the silence, signals bloom. In the chaos, charts consume. Every single time the stars confess, every trader
MHP and hedge pressure have been so far from price lately because the market has just been trading above that balance point and really surprisingly bullish. Like bigger bullish.
Rocket scooter, don't think twice. Buying all the mini combined. Pounding 94s every night.
Sometimes, usually in bull markets like this, I usually will long at the open most of the time. In a bull long up situation where you have that open at 1A trade from here to here, I would usually just long at the open. Ridiculously bullish. I know.
Bulls on bottom, arriba let go. Liquidity pocket, fuego puro flow. Rocket scooter, we're trading ball. Half got by, vamos por el oro. Liquidity pocket body. Ole, ole, ole. Liquidity pocket body. Vamos, vamos, hey. Liquidity pocket body. Ole, ole, ole. Liquidity pocket body. Vamos, vamos, hey. Personto, cuidado, mi amor. Monthly más cae del corazón. Hedge your pressure type up, we're alive. Every single time, siempre a sobrevivir. Liquidity pocket body. Ole, ole, ole. Liquidity pocket body. Vamos, vamos, hey. Liquidity pocket body. Ole, ole, ole. Liquidity pocket body. Vamos, vamos, hey. Resilience souls, fuerza, corazón. Didi Benz, en la pasión. Risk interval we shine every single time. Rocket scooter, we dey ride the wave. Market open, we know they behave. Future thousand, we could get brave. Oh yeah, make we chop this straight today. Any morning shots they glow. Mats they stream, we they follow. Institutional moves we know. Scoot battles they make them show. Risk on, we dey flex. Volume hidden, we dey detect. No be luck, na intellect. Rocket scooter, we dey collect. Cheat sheet day we dey decode. Liquidity zones we dey unload. No fear we dey on the road. Profit sweet like jollof mode. Rocket scooter flow we dey go go go. Market make our mind we dey show show show. Trade like bro no be slow slow slow. Afrobeat and charts with the glow, glow, glow. NQ they bounce, ES they slide. We they ride on like Lagos style. Not they teach, we they abide. No cap, we they trade with pride. Indicators there, we they align. Risk off, sweet like palm wine. Every condo, we they define. Rocket scooter, now gold mine. Oh yeah, tapping, no strategy like my car score. No be small.
So Neon's gonna do a giveaway in about 12 minutes, so nobody go anywhere. Stay right here when we switch over. Stay here, Neon's gonna do a little giveaway in a second.
On the first day of trading, Rocket Scooter gave to me a hedge pressure line trapping liquidity. On the second day of trading, Rocket Scooter gave to me 2 swap zones and a hedge pressure line trapping liquidity. On the third day of trading, Rocket Scooter gave to me 3 levels, 2 swap zones, and a hedge pressure line trapping liquidity. On the fourth day of trading, Rocket Scooter gave to me 4 bins of MHP, 3 levels, 2 swap zones, and a hedge pressure line trapping liquidity. On the fifth day of trading, Rocket Scooter gave to me 5 liquidity maps, 4 bins of MHP, 3 levels, 2 swap zones, and a hedge pressure line trapping liquidity. On the sixth day of trading, Rocket Scooter gave to me 6 icebergs hiding, 5 liquidity maps, 4 bins of MHP, 3 levels, 2 swap zones, and a hedge pressure line trapping liquidity. On the seventh day of trading, Rocket Scooter gave to me 7 bands of evil, we happy, 6 icebergs hiding, 5 liquidity maps, 4 bands of MHP, 3 levels, 2 swap zones, and a hedge pressure line trapping liquidity. On the 8th day of trading, Rocket Scooter gave to me 8 failed options, 7 bands of evil, we happy, 6 icebergs hiding, 5 liquidity maps, 4 bands of MHP, 3 levels, 2 swap zones.
I'm just waiting for the same thing.
On the 9th day of trading, Rocket Scooter
Just chilling.
90 squeezes, 8 failed options, 7 bands of evil, we happy, 6 icebergs hiding, 5 liquidity maps, 4 bands of MHP, 3 levels, 2 swap zones, and a hedge pressure line trapping liquidity. On the 10th day of trading, Rocket Scooter gave to me 10 trend breaks forming, 90 squeezes, 8 failed auctions, 7 bands of evil, we happy, 6 icebergs high. scooter gave to me. 12 shorts unwinding, 11 market makers, 10 trend breaks forming, 9 DD squeezes, 8 failed auctions, 7 bands of fee where we happy, 6 icebergs hiding, 5 liquidity maps, 4 bins of MHP, 3 DD levels, 2 swap zones, and a hedge pressure line trapping.
Am I gonna start streaming with MFF soon? Yeah, I'm gonna start streaming with them in about 5 minutes. And Neon's gonna come on in a second. Everybody, mods, tell everybody to start staying here to make sure that Neon giveaway.
With all your technical analysis,
Open both streams.
another trend line, another level only brings you more paralysis. Clean up your charts, volume pivots is all you need. Rocket Scooter is your answer, just come to the daily stream. It's okay to admit if you're on the wrong track. Make the U-turn now and never turn back. It's okay to admit if your charts look like shit. We've all been there, we know. Delete is what you hate. Stop chasing pigeons around the park with a clipboard, thinking you can predict what they're gonna do next. Gonna do next. Stop chasing pigeons around the park with a clipboard, thinking you can predict what they're gonna do next. Gonna do your trend lines and boxes only dirty up the chart. FEGs and anchor VWAPs only make you look the part. Stop the madness now, you know it's an addiction. All this analysis and tweaks only brings your mind friction. The market doesn't care what you think. Without knowing volume pivots, you're only gonna sink. The market doesn't care what you think. Without knowing volume pivots, you're only gonna sink. Stop chasing pigeons around the park with a clipboard, thinking you can predict what they're gonna do next. Gonna do next. Stop chasing pigeons.
All right, guys, stay here. Neon's live. Neon's live. Neon's live. Okay, he's gonna do a giveaway in like 5 seconds. Everybody, I'm gonna get off here in 5 seconds. I gotta run. I gotta head over to my phone and TV. But stay here. Hang out with Neon. He's doing a giveaway. He'll be getting it going. I love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you.
Every loss got a voice in my head, saying walk away, just leave it instead. But I've been here before, I know that song, and I don't stay down, not for long. I'm fighting on, blew it all, but I'm not gone. Break, reset, right the wrong, never giving up.
What up? We here early, baby. What's good in the hood?
Stepping in, session wide awake. Night shift lay the ground. Matt set the play.
What's up, fam? It's go time. Another scoundrel of a day. Another day with no pivots. Unbelievable. But what's up? We're doing a giveaway right off the rip. If you an OG regular, type something in chat. What's up, fam? I'm also looking for a check-in from someone specific because their message did not come through yesterday. Orchid Health. Orchid Health. Orchid Health. If you're in chat, let me know. Orchid Health.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's up, fam? Scoundrels. Mike H in the house. Mike H, I heard your new song, dog. I like it. I like it.
If we win together, we lose composed. Trust the system, the blueprints close. Yeah, yeah. The room shows up. Yeah. The room shows up when the clock strikes noon.
What's up, baby? Let's get it. All right, let me get the giveaway engine fired up right off the rip. Let's do it. Smash the like button if you didn't already, you scoundrels. Giveaway engine, where we at? Where we at? It's party time. When the setup bones. The room shows up. Let's get it. All right, giveaway engine coming up. We're also gonna debut Mike H's song because I just heard it last night. Look at all the room shows up. The family is in the house. Chat is blowing up. I love it. The room shows up. Let's get it. Man, there was no pivots today and I'm still hyped. What's up, people? The little stream transition thing worked. We got it going. Showing up. They think it's the giveaway? That's all right. Whatever they think it is, I don't care. All right. Let's get Mike H's new song queued up. It's a special occasion song. The song is called MHP My Buddy because I was asking for a love song about MHP because I've got MHP withdrawal symptoms. If you've got MHP withdrawal symptoms, type withdrawal in chat. Here we go. MHP My Buddy. Mike H. He didn't even say that there was a new song. I didn't know about it. I was asking for an MHP song. He delivered quietly. I just stumbled on it last night. It's got good lyrics too. All right, let me fire up the giveaway engine. Stand by.
It's been a few weeks since we saw him.
Bookmarks. Giveaway time. Bookmarks and lists. Giveaway engine. All right, here we go. 2 minutes.
I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. Aren't you gonna love it?
MHP withdrawal. All right. Filter messages. All right, let's get some suggestions for the code word, guys. Let's get some suggestions for the code word. What do we got? Quite a few bots. Yeah, the TRSU is not... TRSU is our chat chant. That's our chat chant. That's our chat chant. The code word will be something different.
My dog, I wanna tap on you.
Only up. The code word is only up because there's no pivots. It's starting to get a little annoying. Only up. Only up is the code word. We're monitoring. Type it in chat. It's giveaway time. We're doing a giveaway right off the rip. Only up. Let's get it, baby. All right, let's see what we're giving away. Here we go. All right, it's updated now. Okay. We are going to give away... We got 4 giveaways today. So we've added a giveaway for the transition, right? We want to celebrate the obviously the show's longer now as well. But, we want to start off the transition with some excitement. So, funded seat, sprint plan 25K. 25K. Sprint plan 25K funded seat. Nice. Only up is the code word. You know what the other code word you guys could have picked is? Pivotless. Pivotless. What is this? We're just floating up in no man's land. Give me a break. 2 days in a row? Come on, man. Give me some action. Someone asked, would I recommend a 20-year-old to trade full time? I mean, things are flashing by real quick, but I saw that question. I mean, it's a great time to start developing edge. Great time to start developing edge. Someone said long at the open till it doesn't work. Yeah, that's not really part of my strategy unless there's a pivot with confluence, but it would have worked. So no shade. I think it would have worked. There's plenty of young people making money trading. One of the beautiful things about the market is that there's no age discrimination. There's no age discrimination. So develop your edge, and then, you know, it doesn't matter. You could start trading earlier than that, but you have to have edge, obviously. But yeah. I mean, yeah, the earlier the better. It's, in my opinion, the best business in the game. Best business in the game. You don't gotta worry about other people. You know, you just kind of do your own thing. Trade a liquid instrument. That's it. You're good. All right. So that was Mike H's new song. I hadn't heard it before. MHP, my buddy. Depending on the rhythm of the session, you know, I'm not always on the morning stream, so I might not have heard it. I usually clock in when I'm done executing for the morning, but like when there's no pivots, I never know when when we're gonna get a catalyst and pull in. So like I wasn't on there this morning, so I don't know if it was played, but I would have missed it. Giveaway time. 12:30. It's the middle of lunchtime. I'm gonna start showing up with a cheeseburger or something. I'm already showing up with 2 drinks, right? Because I got the extended session. Usually that's enough for the stream. Now I got 2. So I don't have to leave the desk. Kyle's short. NQ Volume S, what's up, LGS? Hey, because someone was typing something in chat yesterday and I didn't see it. I think maybe their message was too long. Orchid Health. If you're in chat, brother, your message did not come through yesterday. Only your short messages came through. I don't know. Something happens with YouTube chat sometimes. I really want that person to know that, because I would never ignore, like I wouldn't ignore someone in chat. Hey, Miss K, I appreciate that. I do hit the live chat. Sometimes there's an issue. I think it's, I think if the chat goes through, I don't know. Sometimes it filters messages. I don't know why. Yeah, it was on regular chat. So yeah, no chatter left behind. Interacting with chats, I love it. So what I'll do next time when I'm asking someone for a long form answer, like if someone has a long form question, they should email it to me. You know how like Dave Ramsey does that? Is that his name, Dave Ramsey? He like has people emailing questions. We should do that. neon@neoncucumber.com. Send me an email with a long form question. All right. Let's see where we're at. Smash the like button if you hadn't already. We're about to release this. Account. 614 likes for the new slot. That's embarrassing. Let's get that up to 700. 644 people in the house. Here we go. We'll give it 2 more minutes, and then I'm gonna launch it. 2 more minutes. Only up is the code word. Alternatively, it could have been where dem pivots. I could do that. Where dem pivots at. Again, I didn't take the opening. I didn't take the DD band long because it just seemed like 55%. It just seemed like a 55% trade. So there was no DD band long, and then here we are. Only Flash, you said, how old was I when I quit and started trading full time? I think 29, 28. maybe 27. It was like mid 20s. How was the popcorn and pork chops last night? Oh, it was so good. So good. It was so good. Really, really good. I was fumbling with the order. I decided to go, I went popcorn, pork chop. It was either pork chop popcorn or popcorn pork chop. I went popcorn pork chop. All right, 615 people in the house. If you're just joining, you've got 1 minute to join our giveaway. The code word is only up for this market that just won't stop rallying. Won't give us a pullback as much as we ask it to. I got the bar set up all green in celebration of this rally. Plus, honestly, I prefer it like that. Usually I'll have bars on in the morning, and then I change it to candles because I know stream probably prefers it, but I just left it as this like for now. We almost got the bulls on bottom, but we weren't quite there. I'd appreciate a pullback in this market. All right. Here we go. Where are we at on the timer? 653 people in the house. All right, 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Because I'm just watching the time. It's got like a countdown timer. It captures the messages on an increment. That's how the giveaway engine works. So like if I click it at an odd time, it will it'll have missed the people from the last 60 or 90 seconds. That's how it works. Okay, let me turn this song off. This is not the right vibe. This is not the right vibe. Oh, hit the like button. It's a good. It's an occasion song. I have a playlist called Occasions. I've got MHP in there because it's for MHP. I've got a giveaway song in there. Hit the like button, giveaway Bonanza, and Do You Even Trade, Bro? Because those are special occasion songs. All right, here we go. Edge never sleeps. 29 seconds. Giveaway. For anyone who's not familiar with the process of hitting the like button, let me show it to you. Stand by. Control Center, Brave Browser. Make sure the giveaway engine's working. Yep. Smashing the like button. This is all that's involved in it. That's all you got to do. Just follow that little diagram up there on screen. Today was even more diabolical bullish than yesterday. Yesterday we had at least a pullback into the seed zone. Look at this. I reran the algo and then I looked at the overnight action. No, nothing. I haven't seen that in a long time. No retracement into any zone. Just complete rally. Diabolical move up. This is the kind of market, it just keeps squeezing because people think it can't keep squeezing. So people keep shorting and people keep getting blown out. The lid is still not, the lid is still off. All right, here we go. Giveaway time. This is for a funded seat sprint plan 25K. 625 people in the house, 652 likes. That's embarrassing. Let's get it up to 700. All right. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 475 entries. 1. It's time to pick a winner. Oh no, it's not lined up right. I don't like that. Let me move it up. Let's drive my OCD crazy. There we go. Hey guys, Edge never sleeps. Raffle Eason, rolling on the floor laughing. Hey, get up off the floor and claim your prize. Stop rolling around down there. Get up off the floor, brother. All right, he's off the floor. There he is. Hey, Raffle, are you on the floor? Are you standing, sitting? What are you doing right now? Tweet out a video of yourself rolling on the floor, and we'll give you a bonus. Congratulations, brother. You's a winner. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. Follow the information there, and our support team, our family, will hook you up. Congratulations. You won yourself an account. Nice. You won it on Neon Stream. Your name's Raffle, because you like rolling on the floor. And you won a funded seat sprint plan 25K. Sprint plan 25K. Funded seat. Okay. Submit. All right. You've been submitted into the winner's circle. Congratulations. How do you get this song? You got to join the Discord. It will be posted in there. It's posted in the Discord. Congratulations. Jibber said, do we ever take a trade live? Yeah, we take a trade live when there's a setup. We're completely opposed to bashing the keys for entertainment. Only when there's a setup. There's no pivots, so there's no setup. I mean, technically, I guess there's a pivot on ES. DD band positive res, positive DD ratio, but that's a naked trade to me. Raffle said, gonna take you a minute. You ran to the store. Hey, Raffle, you better hurry up. Nah, I think you got 24. I don't know. I don't know how long you have to claim it. 24 hours or 24. I don't know if it's 24 hours or if it's to the end of the day. It's either 24 hours or the end of the day. Mike H said to Jibber that one time you saw me huff spray paint and go all in on some lean hog futures. Oink, oink. Lean hogs, baby. I did trade lean hogs once when I was learning futures. Like, I don't know. It was probably 2000. I don't know. Probably like 2013, something like that. It was the spread was really wide. The spread was really wide. We can take a look at lean hog futures in a bit if we need to. Jibber, thanks for being here, brother. Thank you for being here. For anyone who shows up on a session, it's when there's no pivots. I mean, you know that's an OG. You know that's an OG. Like, that's someone who shows up. Because you got to show up. Because you never know. We could have some sort of catalyst, and we could pull in 400 points, and we could have a banger session. You never know what's going to happen. So, you got to show up. So, I appreciate you guys showing up. I'm just going to ask one more time if is Orchid Health in the crowd? Orchid Health. Because we had an issue with chat. YouTube has an issue with chat. Whatever you were sending yesterday about your trade idea, it didn't come through. Maybe the message was longer. But I just want you to know that. If anyone sees Orchid Health, let him know that. Let him know. Because you know, chat is like chat is family. So I wouldn't ignore a family member. So, you know what? This is like the same session as yesterday. It's the same BS. We opened a DD band, slightly above open. Yes, we had positive res and we had positive DD ratio, but that's just like trading right at the open like that. Unless I have confluence with seeds, it's just usually not my jam. Usually not my jam. Oh, my overlay's off. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Daddy Day Trading. Appreciate that, brother. The one for the music video is a little bit offset. That's why. Yuck Beat said you just got out of a lean hog shorts. Spreads are not bad right now. ETF for lean hogs. Rogue said you need a separate account to take riskier trades right at the open. Yeah, see, I can't do that because I prefer to just trade the way I trade. You know, like if I can't trade it in my main account with smaller size, then I'm like, what's the point? I'm not even going to trade it at all then. That's just how I am. I'd rather save the risk and assign it to a higher probability setup. Relax Vibes asked a great question. Oh, Irza said, hey, with 2 Ys. Hey. Relax Vibes says, are we near any pivots on RTY? Let's check. Let's check. I'm gonna pull up the why am I drawing a blank here? The future. I'm gonna bring up the futures contract. Oh wow, look at this. Oh wow. The trash is all over the market. The trash is everywhere today. Even our good old Russell. Absolute trash chart. I guess short DD. No. Nothing, no setups in there for me. Complete trash. Absolute trash. Let's see what we got here. But you know, flat is a position. It just kind of sucks. 2 days in a row. Like there were setups every day for months, and then all of a sudden you get two sessions in a row and there's nothing. That's whack. It was a funded seat. Sprint plan 25K. Daddy said the lines, do they update daily? Yes, they update daily. They update daily. They update daily. The majority of the lines update at the beginning of the session, but DD Band updates at the, like, you can have access to that for the Globex Open. One thing I would say, if you're newer to watching the streams of Rocket Scooter, just keep in mind that there's usually a lot more pivots. There's usually a lot more pivots. It's because we're in uncharted territory that there's no historic options data to find hedging loops from. Therefore, there's limited pivots. The pivots that are drawn on the chart right now, obviously open and close and the midpoint between them half gap, those are just standard pivots. And then the only real other pivot that we have access to right now is one that is not based on underlying options positions. It is based on a price distance from the previous day's close, and that is DD Band. So, like, the greatest hits pivots: monthly hedge pressure, weekly hedge pressure, bull zone bottom, bull zone top. They're not inbounds. So sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes it's just like that. Guys, keep an eye out for, I know I keep saying it, but I just, I feel bad. I want people to know that I like connecting with the people. So that person was putting their trade idea in chat. It was a trade they took, and then we were going to analyze it, and just because they had a rough day, and we were going to kind of look at it and talk about it. So I asked them to put their entry, their exit, and their idea behind the trade into chat. And maybe the message was too long. It didn't come through. Because when I was just reviewing the stream from last night, I saw that they were saying, oh, I'm pacing it a 6th time, but then there was no message to follow that. So I just want to connect with that person. Anyways, someone said, how do I decide sizing on my trades? So I decide it based on the price distance that is the stop and the overall risk I want to take on the trade, right? So I base the risk completely on the geometry of the trade. How far is the stop going to be? So for instance, like, I'll just give a standard, like, it depends if you're what you're trading, So I'll do it for, let's say like micros, okay? Let's say micros for a prop account, and you're risking, let's say 35 points on NASDAQ. Micros for a prop account, if you're risking 35 points, and let's say you want to risk $300, it comes out to 4.3 micros. So like that's how I size a trade. And then like, let's say you're trading minis, and let's say you're risking, let's say you're risking 10,000 on a trade. And let's say you're risking the same 35 points, right? Then it'll be 14 minis. So, you know, that's how I size based on the amount that I'm risking on the trade and what the price distance is. And then how do I decide how much to risk on the actual trade? That depends on, you know, if you're trading live, depends on the size of your account, but usually it could be, you know, some sort of percentage of the overall account. And then for the props, what I usually do is take the account's available drawdown based on the original amount of drawdown, divide that by 3. That will be the amount to risk per day. And then divide that by, like, if you take 1 to 3 trades a day, you can assign that intra-session risk based on, you know, just based on your trading style. Like, let's say you're trading someone asked yesterday about a 150K account that had a $4,500 drawdown. So to that, I'd say, you know, $1,500 a day of risk. And then, you know, so you're risking $500 on a trade if you want to divide that by 3. That's kind of how you do it. Patchy Shacker said, you love the guys on this channel, but there's always a bunch of reasons not to trade. Some other channels are making money on trades. All love, just saying. Hey, totally get it. Totally get it. I just think that there's certain strategies where they're just more, it's easier to take, because I know there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of people who like trade off moving averages and stuff like that. Sometimes those little quick decisions, it could be hard to take size on those. So that's why I don't trade like that. I prefer to trade around pivots. I know there's volume around them. And I know that's where the edge is. I know that's where maximum edge is. So, you know, I'm a systematic trader. Jake, I'm a systematic trader. Like, I don't trade, you know, just off the hip trades, because that will drive that will drive stats downward. You know, like I'd trade how I trade. I'm not really like, not a streamer who trades. I'm a trader who streams. So it's just, I gotta stick to my game, because that's what's got me where I am in life. My trading game. Let's see what else we got. Sinister Scalper said something interesting, and some people can do this, but I'm not able to do this. Sinister Scalper said, you suggest that we paper trade on the screen at times when it's quiet to help people learn. See, I can't do that. The reason I can't do that is because I'm a very, it's the wiring, like, I have a little bit of odd wiring in my brain, and like, I'm extremely routine. I need structure, and I don't like to deviate from what works, because it becomes like, it could infiltrate my real game, right? It could infiltrate my real game. So I just trade how I trade. I don't say, let's YOLO. Oh, it's, you know, it's a paper account. Let's just throw on a fake trade on the stream so we could talk about it, stuff like that. That's just, because that would affect my real trading game, which is, you know, I'm very proud of. So I don't, that's why I don't do that. It wouldn't work for my personality. It wouldn't work for my personality. There's probably some people who could do that, but to me, it would confuse me. I would get spun around, because then when I'm trading, like when I'm really focused and trying to trade, I would be like, wait, like I would get mixed up on what I'm doing. That's how it will work for me. But I appreciate the feedback. Like all feedback is heard. I appreciate it, but you know, I think it's better to demonstrate what real trading is. Real trading is when there's no setup, you just hang out. Most of trading is waiting for your edge to show up. Most of trading is waiting for the edge to show up. That's what it is. And actually, while we're on that subject, I've given this analogy. I've given this analogy before, but sometimes this makes it be more of like a no-brainer. Because some people are good at visualization. Some people will hear something and they'll just be like, okay, that's fine. Some people, when they visualize something and you paint a picture for them, it sticks in their mind and they mentally reference it when they're tempted to trade. So here's what I would say. We've done this before, but there might be people on here who haven't done this. So imagine for a second, because this is basically what you do as a trader. Because your job is to wait for the edge to show up. But if you want a visualization of what that is, imagine for a second that you could walk into a casino, and you know roulette, right? Of course there's 0 and 00, but let's just assume it was 50% black and 50% red. And let's just say in a casino, you could walk into a casino and there's regular roulette being played. 50% black, 50% red. So you'd be wasting your time to play. Right? You'd be absolutely wasting your time to play, especially if the house took a little bit when you placed a bet. So just visualize for a second, because this is what trading is. Just visualize for a second that you could just stand there and wait, and wait, and wait, and wait. You're not forced to take a bet. That's the beautiful thing about the market. You're not forced to take a bet. That's why it's better than poker. You're not forced, because poker you have to pay a blind. You could just wait and wait and wait and wait. And then just imagine in that roulette game that there's a dealer, and we'll call him Alfie Alpha, because alpha, you know, alpha for edge. There's a dealer, Alfie Alpha, and when he walks out, it turns to 68% black. It turns to 68% black, and you can just bet black. That's what trading basically is. You wait for the edge to show up. You wait for the roulette wheel to have 68% black, and then you just place the bets, and you just let your edge realize itself. Quotient quality, maybe you hadn't heard the tail end of that, but it's basically, it's placing bets when the edge shows up, right? If the roulette wheel shows 50% black and 50% red, why would you place a bet? You might as well bang your head against the wall. But when all of a sudden it shows 68% black and the remainder red, you'd be stupid not to place your bet, right? So use that visualization. Maybe put a picture of some guy. We should do an AI picture of some guy and say Alfie Alpha standing in front of a roulette wheel with 68% black squares. That would be cool. We wait for Alfie Alpha to show up, rather than bang our heads against the wall. Because watch, if I just randomly hit buy or sell 10 times, we'll just break even minus fee. Well, I have to do it more than 10 times for the stats to realize, but you know what I mean. It would be neutral. Or maybe a little positive because of blind monkey. Love the questions. I love the questions. Anyone see Orchid? Man, I hope that person didn't get mad that they thought we weren't listening to them. Their text just didn't come through. Orchid Health. Keep an eye out for that person. Like to take care of the family members. We got 3 more giveaways, just so everyone knows. We got a full show. Pivots or not, we give away accounts. Okay, Thelion asks, you're new here, what are your setups? All right, let's do it. Let's go over the setups. Let me just pin chat. Let's pin chat. Okay. What are the setups? Okay. So first things first, what's on the screen? So on the right side of the screen, let me go to a 15,000 tick chart. Okay, this is NinjaTrader, but the zones are drawn by an algorithm called seeds. Well, since starting the stream, I call it neon seeds, but the original name for the algorithm is seeds. So that's what I traded up until a year ago when I added Rocket Scooter to my game. And what this chart is just divided into two things to look out for. The non-shaded regions, or the gray areas, they're stable blocks, and the shaded regions are decision blocks. Usually I initiate my trades from decision blocks, and they are they're decision points in the market, right? They get a lot of interaction. They're decision points in the market, okay? And typically there's a 25% and a 50% pivot in a zone. And if a zone is very shallow, based on market volatility, I have a geometry for drawing those pivots. So there's that. So I've got those pivots. And in addition to that, I use Rocket Scooter. That's the platform on the left-hand side of the screen. And what this platform does is at the beginning of the session, it draws high volume tradable pivots. Now we're at all-time highs, so it's limited on pivots in this area of the chart right now. But usually there'll be, there's multiple pivots that you can trade off of. And they're derived mostly from underlying options positions. They're very responsive pivots. There's statistics around them, but they have great edge. And I use those pivots and try to find confluence with seeds, and I trade around those pivots. So pivot trading with pivots that have edge. That's the entirety of the way that I trade and what the setups are. There is some discretion around market environment, liquidity environment, and also I have certain preference for some pivots. For example, my least favorite pivots to trade around, to have confluence. I like the seeds pivots because it's pretty simple, and I don't filter them out based on which underlying algo drew the edge of the zone. But when I'm looking for confluence for Rocket Scooter, my least favorite pivots are DD band, open, close, and half gap. Mostly because open, close, and half gap, everyone has them, right? And they're just not they're fine pivots, but they're just kind of normal. They're just normal pivots. They tend to be a little bit more rough. And DD band, it's a fine pivot, but it's just, it's just never been my favorite. The ones that I find to be the most responsive, just in confluence with seeds, are the bull zone bottoms, bull zone bottoms, bear zone tops, and monthly and weekly hedge pressure. So those are kind of what I prefer. Only Flashy said, can you use the seeds pivots alone? Yes. Up until last year, that's all I did was use seeds. I just stumbled upon Rocket Scooter because a friend told me they were trading futures. They told me about these streams. I looked them up. I saw a Rocket Scooter stream, and I just was intrigued by the platform. But yeah, I traded seeds only for many, many years, and I did fine. But my accuracy did increase with Rocket Scooter. That's why I added it to my game. And that's why I know that the levels have edge, because otherwise my accuracy would not have changed. XYZ said, can I share the seeds with you? It's not set up for distribution. If there was enough interest, if there was enough interest, maybe one day I would set it up for distribution, kind of like Rocket Scooter is, but it's not set up. I built it just for myself. I mean, I could set it up, but there would need to be a lot of interest for it to be worth my time to do that. Naruto, what's up, Naruto? What's good, G? I would consider seeds as my life's work. The majority of my adult life, that was what I dedicated to. I finished it in 2022. finished it in 2022. But that's like, if someone said what I'm most proud of that I've done in my life, it would be creating that. Because, you know, it just, that's, you know, it changed my life. The better that got, the more my life got, my trading got easier, and just, you know, that's at this point in my life, that's my life's work. My adult life's work. Great questions, guys. Now, because there's oh, the Lion asked a good question. Said, do I trade only NQ? Yeah, every now and again I'll execute on ES, but it's pretty rare. Like, it's almost never. There's a very specific reason why. I'll just give a brief. I try not to, because a lot of people have heard it before. But, like, I will pay attention to ES, but I'll still execute on NQ. The reason I like NQ is because it has more resolution. Simple terms, I don't mean resolution of setups. I mean increments of price for an equal distance of travel. So if ES and NQ are moving in lockstep in a certain session, if they both make an up move, like together, the up move for NQ will have more price increments in it. So it's got more resolution, and part of my edge is just watching the order flow. So that's why, and watching the tape. So that's why NQ, I favor NQ for execution. What XYZ trade? Maybe you didn't hear the tail end of what I was saying about resolution. Resolution means price increments. Oh, so I sold resolution. No. My reason for preferring it is because it's easier for me to see absorption on the tape, watching the ticks. Has nothing to do with sizing. It has nothing to do with sizing, because I trade multiple. Like, I don't trade 2 contracts. Like, I trade more contracts than that. So either one, I could size my trades correctly. It's more about price increments. Great question though. But yeah. The line said, so I use order flow as well. I use order flow in a very rudimentary way. So it's a very rudimentary way. Like I'll watch the price very closely at levels to look for absorption. And I also look at, I just have a very small cumulative volume delta for a 5,000 tick chart that I just watch below price. Just, it helps you see absorption sometimes at a level. So you know, that's just kind of my version of order flow. But I gain it's mostly in the morning that's helpful. But in the afternoon, if we have a sudden volatile move, that skill set also becomes helpful. But if you're kind of moving very slowly, creeping towards a pivot sort of stuff, the order, you know, reading the order flow and reading the tape, it's less of a thing that I do. It's a very, very small part of my edge. Like, I could trade without. I could trade without that part, and my accuracy would probably only drop, you know, it wouldn't drop much. Liquidity Operator. That's a cool name. What's up, G? What's going on, brother? Daily Manana's in the house. Goober guy said, can I give a little more detail on what goes into seeds if I'm comfortable? Yeah, I mean, like there's several underlying algorithms, but they all do almost the same thing. It's just like different variations of it. So I don't label the zones based on which of the underlying algos decided on the edge of a zone, because I get decision fatigue. But the methodology for creating the zones, the overarching concept is the amount of dampening that price has to that price has to volume. And like, you see volume velocity and price velocity, that's like a more zoomed out version of of it, but essentially, like the freedom of price movement, the freedom of price to fluctuate around with a certain amount of volume damping. It's a lot of math. It's a lot of math, but that's a simple explanation of it. Oh, look at this. Hey, Jake said, okay. Hey, Jake just said something really interesting. Hey, Jake. Okay, so Jake said having position P&L set to points is very helpful for you. So that's awesome. There was something that Jake was having an issue with. It was kind of staring at P&L. So Jake was having an issue with staring at P&L during a trade to judge the altitude of the trade. And what I said is like, on the chart that you all see on stream when I have a trade open, I just have points, right? And when I'm trading myself, I just have points, right? Because if you're risking $5,000 on a trade versus 8,000 versus 10,000, it gets confusing if you use the P&L, open P&L, to judge the altitude of your trade. I'm just re-saying this because it helped one person, so maybe it'll help someone else. Because what happens if like you're on the tail end of your session and maybe you're just risking less on this trade because you just want to risk a little bit of your morning profits on a trade, let's say. But then you want to trade distance-wise the same way. Well, if you're using P&L to judge the altitude of your trade, and maybe in the morning you're risking 10K per trade, and now you're kind of, you're up for the day, and now you're just going to risk a little bit less. Or maybe you're going to risk a third of your profits or something. So you're risking less than your normal size per trade. It's like the numbers are going to get confusing. You'll be like, well, where am I at in the trade? So that's why I said set it to points. Set it to points. And one other thing you can do is if I'm in a trade that's lasting a little bit longer, I have a chart set up. Well, I can quickly blank it out. I have a chart set up with a little box. It's blank. It doesn't show anything, right? Because I know the geometry of my trades and like where my target is and where my stop is. I don't even, in some cases, if the trade is taking a while, I don't even look at the points. Like you could set up the Ninja Trader thing. If you right click in Ninja Trader and you go to like the display P&L thing, if you right click on the displays P&L and you say properties for the options, you could set it to here, right here. You could set the P&L, let me scroll down a little bit. You could set the P&L display unit to be none. And then when you're in a trade, it shows your average price, but it doesn't even show the points up or down. So, if points helped you, if you're good at knowing where you're at in a trade based on geometry, you can even try having none, The Lion said, what are my socials? It's on YouTube, it's at Neon Cucumber, although the channel is blank, but Neon Cucumber on YouTube. And then on Twitter, it's Neon Cucumber X. The letter X, because I don't know. I contacted their support. I paid for the premium subscription, and I said, let me get this handle, and they said it's unavailable. So I was like, okay. I guess Neon Cucumber X. August NQ, what's up? What's going on, Jay? There's three more giveaways today, brother. 3 more giveaways. We're giving away a My Funded Futures 25K Flex, 2 My Funded Futures 25K Flexes, and a Tradeify 50K Lightning. So we got that. Leslie Paul Farkas in the house said, hello, Neon. What's up, brother? But yeah, 3 more giveaways. 3 more giveaways. Just floating up here still. Let's open ES back up. See what we got here. Yeah, so our only pivot here is this naked. Our only pivot here is this naked. Our only pivot here is this naked DD band. No, nothing here for confluence. Papa Leslie said, "You don't know who I am. I'm known as Papa Leslie." Gotcha. Oh, I mean, I know we met before. I remember you saying I should blow up accounts because I don't have a $33 news subscription. And I said I'm not a news trader. I trade the chart. We met before. Great questions, guys. Great questions. What else we got? What else we got? Someone said, any comments on Futures Elite? They have a good plan without consistency. Well, let's check prop score. Let's see what we got. Let's open up our prop score site. Full browser window. And let's see. I got like a daily routine with the prop score site. I go to propscore.co. Let's open that up. Full browser window, stand by. Brave browser. All right, here we go. So, propscore.co. Okay, so this is basically like a credit rating for prop scores. And what this helps you do is, you know, if you want to really understand the underlying value of an account, what are you going to do? Open up 50 browsers at a time and start comparing which one's on sale, which one has a better profit target, what the rules are. So this is a mathematically derived score that's assigned to the account. It just helps you understand what's going on in the market with these prop accounts. So I like to keep it simple. What I do is I just go in there, I go to filters, and I'll say use default model. And then I'll go to end of day and I'll sort by prop score, right? And just see what the top three are, see if there's any new accounts. And then I'll go to simplicity, again, sort by the top three. Just to see if there's any new bangers. So like yesterday, Phoenix Trader Funding popped up, we checked it out. As the site gets populated with more firms, you would start to see these shuffle around a lot more, right? Because maybe someone starts a sale on a Friday or something like that. You know, maybe someone's doing a tournament and they start a new sale. So things will get shuffled around as the discounts change. Trailing drawdown, right? We've got prop score. Again, I'll do the sort. This is the same as yesterday. And then simplicity. And this is the same. But I like to incorporate into the daily routine just to see what has changed. Some days nothing will have changed, but it takes a couple of minutes, and it's just cool to see what might have happened. And this code score is used everywhere now except TPT. So use code score. A couple of reasons to use that. Number one, sometimes the discount will be better than the default, and in addition to that, it helps support the channel. The more it's used, the more giveaway accounts we'll get. So SEORE. But great questions, guys. XCZ Trade said, did I say DD bands are my least favorite and I prefer bull zone, bear zones, and MHP? Yes. So there's a reason for that. So the underlying reason that I prefer the options derived pivots to the price distance derived pivot is because I find them to have more alignment with seeds, right? Because seeds is based on the damping effect of price and volume, right? So where players are, and the hedging loops and the MHP, HP, and the bull zone bottom and bear zone top, right? That's based on underlying liquidity. So I tend to have more confluence with those levels based on the strategy I was already trading, right? So I'm looking for alignment with what I was already doing and what was already working. a lot of times DD band is out of bounds for confluence with my other system. And in addition to that, DD band is derived based on a price distance, right? A price distance. So yes, it's a high volume pivot, but it's based on a price distance through reverse engineering CME span. And it's a fine pivot. It's just not my favorite pivot, right? And then one other thing, which there's not statistics around this, but it's something I'm very curious about, is because it's based on a price distance, and a lot of times it has high volume because it's a level that has a high probability of margin call. I would wonder what the stats are if you reach it slowly versus you catalyst towards it, right? Because if there's a level that has a high risk of margin call, and that's one of the reasons that it tends to be a high volume pivot, right? Because it's based on margin requirements. That's the whole purpose of reverse engineering that equation. But if you reach a level that has a high risk of margin call, but you reach it where participants in the market have plenty of time to react, that can have an effect on what may happen at that pivot if the underlying thesis of why it has high volume, part of it is because there's a high risk of margin call at that level, right? And I tend to find it's not a sharp pivot. It tends to not be a sharp pivot. So let's see what else we got here. August said, do the seeds levels work kind of like Fibonacci and standard deviation? No. Like if I zoom out here, no, it's not based on Fibonacci or anything like that. It's based on, there's an underlying algorithm and it's liquidity based. It's not based on Fibonacci. I would say the only similarity between Rocket Scooter and Fibonacci, or seeds and Fibonacci, the only similarity is that they're both price levels, right? They're not like trend lines or something like that. They're not moving averages. They're what people refer to as price levels or pivots, but that's where the similarities stop, right? Because Fibonacci are price distance derived. They're not liquidity derived, right? My entire concept of the way that I trade the market, and it's been like this for almost my entire 15 years, is all around liquidity, right? All around liquidity. Price distance stuff, technical analysis, patterns, wedges, moving averages. It just, to me, it never had as much consistent edge. Great question though. And they're sharp. So I said it yesterday, the seeds levels, if they're traded blindly without discretion, the accuracy is around 62 to 64%, depending on the year. So it's, it's well refined. But then I trade it with discretion, and that's where I creep towards higher 60s, low 70s. Yeah. XYZ says, are they similar to volume profile? They're not similar to volume profile, but I'm sure sometimes there would be some overlap because they're liquidity based. They're looking at liquidity patterns. I appreciate the questions, guys, especially on a day like today, where we're limited on a day like today where we're a little bit limited on pivots. Some days we have nice confluence, we have nice sharp reactions at pivots. Today it was a little bit of a naked trade, long at the open, DD band, positive resilience, positive DD ratio. That was really the only choice. To me, not enough edge in that for me. And then we just kind of don't have anything else. But flat is a position, right? You rather wait for your edge to show up, otherwise your stats kind of diminish. XYZ, I appreciate the kind words, brother. I'm glad the information's helpful. You know, it's basically, if once per stream something said helps one person on their journey to developing consistent edge, that's, you know, that makes it worth it. Like that's why I do this, because I know the early years are difficult, and if you don't have anyone to ask questions to, it's kind of, especially with all the scamming out there on social media, people selling courses for thousands of dollars, like just with trash suspect strategies. You know, it's kind of sad what people are doing to other people out there on, you know, selling fake stuff. So, you know, come here, ask the questions. All three streamers have their own vibe, but we all want to help. That's the main goal. That's the main goal. Some said, is the seeds level something I could add to Rocket Scooter? I mean, programmatically, like from a development perspective, yeah. I mean, yeah, it could be added. But it's my own, you know, like I said, I dedicated almost my whole adult life to, you know, that's my life's work. So I would be very, you know, that would be a big thing for me to distribute it, to distribute the levels, you know. But I mean, a lot of people ask about it, so maybe, you know, maybe one day. Maybe one day. Leslie said, you're a huge fan of calling out the Furus. Yeah, it's really, so, like, once I did this stream thing, I signed up for Twitter, and discovering what people say about trading online, because, you know, we talk about this. When you're trading, you don't, like, once you have edge, you're not like online researching stuff about trading, right? So, you know, I hadn't really like researched trading in over 10 years. And then when my friend told me he was trading futures, and I looked up the streams and stuff, I was just, that was a little disheartening. And then when I got on Twitter and I saw some of the stuff on there, I mean, I was like, people are not respecting the craft of trading. Like, they're making a mockery of the craft. And I mean, I was kind of devastated. I was like, damn, like, you know, it's like if a heart surgeon sees someone doing surgery in a Motel 6, you know, they're going to be devastated to see that. That's what I felt like. You know, it's a sad place out there. I try not to go on to Twitter too much. People are out there getting scammed, and that's not fair. That's not really fair. People are getting taken advantage of. That's not cool. But, I mean, it's the Wild West. It's the Wild West out there. So, I mean, I guess the silver lining is all those people add liquidity to the market. So, but it is a shame, you know, it is a shame. And some, like, we talked about it a few weeks ago. Like, one of the biggest people on there, it's a girl who trades trend lines, and she admitted in March, already a quarter into the year, that she was only up 54K. I mean, and people still follow her. So it's not a, you know, it's a Wild West out there, you know. And it's almost like, you know how if a place has a line, people tend to just jump in the line? Like, there could be a terrible pizza spot, but if there's a big line, people would just think it's the best pizza spot, and they'll jump in the line. And then the pizza might be trash, but they're just like, well, all these people are waiting in line, I guess it's the best. That's kind of how online social media works, I think. So I don't know. It's just, it's kind of sad. I said this yesterday. I said this yesterday. I am a little bit like, if someone's early in their trading journey, before they've got scammed, before they've developed bad habits, before they've hooked up with the wrong people, if they stumble upon Rocket Scooter, they've hit the jackpot. It's like the cheat code for learning to trade. There's pivots that have edge. There's a boot camp that explains the statistics around the edge. And there's even a diagram in the platform that says what the setups are and how to size them. It's like the cheat code. That's total BS. You know, like, I didn't have that. That's not fair to me. But, you know, there it is. So, I don't know. If people stumble across this, they've struck gold. They've struck gold. So, there is some non-scams out there. Paul said the boot camp's the perfect foundation for newbies. It is. And I will say this, and I always say this, because no one is too good to still learn, right? I took the boot camp. Now, a lot of the stuff, you know, was kind of just basic stuff, but the VIX class, I really like the VIX class. I have, you know, based on liquidity, like, I have an algorithm that I use for giving me approximate stop distances based on volatility. But with the addition of the risk interval, and also just it's kind of like, if you've been looking at something for so many years, if you talk to someone who kind of looks at it from a little bit of a different angle, it can be enlightening. So, like, for me, the VIX class was the best class. I like the VIX class the best. To me, that's what I got something out of the VIX class. And also, we talk about the statistics of the levels in the boot camp. That's nice as well. Rod Trades, what's up, G? What's going on, brother? The VIX class is so goated. Yeah, it really is. And you know, there's another class that I think it might be the first class where Matt does this, just the simple thing of counting green candles versus red candles on a daily chart in an uptrend versus a downtrend. For some contrarian people, that can really make a difference, right? Because it might open your eyes to be like, oh, like, even in a down market, you can go long, right? And you guys see me, like, we'll be selling off, and I'll hit a pivot, and we get a nice, you know, 66, 65, 66, whatever, 65 to 70% of the time, you get a nice reaction and a nice trade out of it, even in a down move, right? So, I think that class can be enlightening to some people, especially people who are very much contrarians, you know, always trying to catch a top, that kind of stuff. Goober said, how long did it take me to become profitable? It took me about 3 years, but from year 3 to year probably 8, year 3 to year 8, each year my accuracy increased, you know, a little bit, maybe 1%, 2%. You know, because when I first started to become profitable, you know, my accuracy was high 50s, low 60s. Like a good month, maybe it was like 61%, 62%, you know. So, you know, over the course of 6 or 7 years, that slowly crept up by about probably 8 additional percentage points. And that's not really from finding additional setups. That's from exercising sit out edge, right? I talk about it. What is sit out edge? It means skipping, like, waiting for your edge to show up. If you take 10 trades and they have 6 winners and 4 losers, that's great. If you get sloppy and you take 2 of the winners, move them into a loser column, and now instead of 60% winners, you have 40%, you're a loser. You'll be on the streets. So basically just being more selective and exercising sit out edge, that's what I honed over the, you know, 6 years following my kind of breakout year. sit out edge. Like, look, yesterday. Okay, so yesterday was the first day since January that I had a no trade day. And, you know, I wasn't thrilled about it. I didn't take the opening drive trade. And I said, it felt like a 55 to 60% trade. I like to, you know, I have a mental scale because I trade the same setups over and over. And I said, I want 65 to 72% conviction. It's a mental scale. But that's what I need. And today was the same thing at the open. I'm like, you know, feels like 55 to 60%. Could I hit this DD band long? Yeah, but I'm like, no, I'd rather wait for a premium setup. So that's sit out edge. That's sit out edge. Now, one thing that's important to note, because some people say, oh, if you think the setup has edge, why don't you just hit it with smaller size, or why don't you hit it at all? I have a reason for that. I like a consistent equity curve. The lower your accuracy, the more you take trades that have lower accuracy, the more volatility your equity curve will have. It's simple math, right? It's simple math. And I always bring up this table for people to kind of grasp that. Probability of consecutive losers in 1,000 trade sequence, right? And you could see the lower the accuracy of a setup, your overall trading accuracy, the lower your accuracy, the higher the probability of a consecutive run of losers. And you will find that stats like this, they do realize themselves. There's variance, and these things will happen. So if you take subpar setups with lower accuracy, even if they have positive edge, you will have a more volatile equity curve. So, you know, I'm all about the math. That's why. That's why I just wait. Wait it out. Now, I love the questions. We get such good questions in our community. It's the best. Who's new here? If anyone's new here, or you haven't taken the boot camp, type me in chat, ME. And if we have enough people, we'll do a boot camp giveaway. Oh, someone said, do I have a software to monitor my performance? So I used to use a journal, but I stopped doing that because once you reach a certain level, you kind of like I'll do it like usually once a year or once every few months. I did run stats. Like I do it in Excel. Like I'll pull all my executions from NinjaTrader. Like I'll pull them from my main account, and I'll pull my executions, and you know, I'll run certain reports. So something interesting, because we've been in a transition environment, right? Like December up until about November, I was pretty much taking pretty much just longs. In December, the market started to transition. So from December to about somewhere in February, I was trading both sides of the market. And then in February, I started to notice that it started to return to the environment where you were still getting very nice responses to the long side on down moves. So I said, you know what, there's no point in trading both sides. It got to a point where I was like, okay, I'm just going to trade to the long side. And I transitioned to only trading long side, and that's sustained for about 5 weeks. And then a couple weeks ago, I started to test the waters with taking some shorts, right? Just to feel out, right? I put on a little bit of size just to feel out the short side setups. And so now it's been probably 3 weeks that I was kind of dabbling in both sides of the market again, thinking maybe we'll have some sort of apex to the downside. And I looked at so I pulled my executions since the session that I started trading both sides again. My accuracy on longs was 74%. My accuracy on shorts was 54%. So I was like, okay, still not time, right? So that's a time where I'll pull my stats mid-year But otherwise, you know, I kind of do like a year. I check out my stats at the end of the year. You know, that's you know, that's kind of how I do it. Okay, we got some me's in chat, so let's do a quick boot camp giveaway. Let's see what we got here. Boot camp, reset tool. We got 3 more prop accounts to give away as well. And you know the OG, you know the real traders are in the house when there's no pivots on the chart and you guys are still hanging out. You know, you're not like rushing to find someone, you know, trading a bounce off of a moving average or so. You know, you're really like, okay, let's just, not that there's anything wrong with that strategy. I'm just saying you're not bouncing around strategy to strategy. Like, oh, pivots aren't working today. Time to find a new strategy. That's what I mean by that. No shade against people who have different strategies. All right, type bootcamp in chat. Bootcamp. The giveaway engine is inclusive, so if you type in a sentence that includes the word bootcamp, it will pick it up. Icy Hawk said, are there pivots for gold and oil as well, or just, yeah, there's pivots for those as well. Just for example, yesterday was a nice trade off of gold. I mean, I wasn't trading it, but someone asked us to pull up gold and we did. But yeah, there's hedge pressures for gold. There's hedge pressures for oil. You would see it on the equity and also on the futures contract. I'm just pulling up the ETFs here. But yeah, there's pivots for those as well. And every now and again we'll have after hours parties where we'll watch earnings. And what you'll see, like when we're doing earnings, I'll mark some if significant pivots are in bounds, meaning there's a probability that like they're close enough that they can realistically get touched, I'll mark them on the chart and we'll watch the earnings, and you would see some really incredible pivoting action on those pivots, and they're not the indexes, you know, so you don't have to use it for futures. I trade futures because they're highly liquid and there's a tax advantage, right? So that's why I like futures, because you don't have to, you could take nice size and, you know, there's a better tax structure. That's why I love futures. All right, type bootcamp in chat. We're going to give it 12 seconds. Bootcamp. We got some entries here. Let's see what we got here. Giveaway engine. There it is. All right, 7. For those of you new here, we start our countdowns at 7. We don't start them at 10. We don't start them at 5. We start them at 7. Because why not? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Let's do it. Let's do it. Take one action. Your next action should be claiming your prize. Type something in chat, brother. Take one action. Where you at, my dog? Take one action. Where you at, my dog? Step up to claim your prize. Not here. All right. I'm going to hide the giveaway engine just because there's about 10 seconds of overlap sometimes, just to make sure they don't respond. And then I'm going to respin it. All right, here we go. Time to respin. Bring up the engine. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Winner. Paul. I think Paul said he's about to take the boot camp, so he probably already signed up. Paul, you claiming this or you already signed up, brother? You already signed up? What's the deal? You haven't? All right. Congratulations, you're a winner. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. And you'll get hooked up. Congratulations. You're a winner. Gonna enter your name into the form. And then you're ready to go. Boot camp. Neon stream. All right. You've been entered into the winner circle. Let's spin it one more time. Let's spin it one more time. I know we got some new people here. So let's spin it one more time here. We'll pick one more winner. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Autobots engage. Luis Hernandez. Hewlett Packard. Any hedge pressure? Oh, hedge pressure. Look, this person made their name after Rocket Scooter. Luis Hernandez, hedge pressure for Weather. They've got hedge pressure in their name. Look at that, HP. That's not horsepower, that's hedge pressure. Congratulations, you're a winner. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. And the mods will hook you up. You's a winner. And you know what? I always say this. My favorite, I love, like, the accounts, giving away the accounts is cool. But giving away the boot camp, even though it's cheaper, is cool because the day that someone wins the boot camp might be the day that their life forks. Right? The life might fork. Depending on where they're at in their trading journey. Because if someone's early in their trading journey, if they take the boot camp, and they develop edge in a liquid instrument, I mean, unless they're already a total baller, their life will change. So, you know, someone's life might have just changed. So that's cool. Congratulations. You won yourself a boot camp. Submit. Oh, look, here we go. Brun Squirrel said, winning the boot camp changed your world, honestly. Right? There it is. That's not a paid actor. That's not a paid actor. That's, you know, that's someone from our community saying it changed their life. Or not changed their life. They said, well, change your world. Change your world. Yeah. Like, if you have low accuracy, if you're breaking even, or maybe you're decent, but you're just looking to enhance your edge, I mean, you might be on this path, and then all of a sudden, boom, you've got edge in futures in a liquid instrument. Boom, your life is a whole new life. Neon opposing counsel, call you Paul. Call you Paul. What was I calling you? Leslie? Paul? Okay, call you Paul. What's up, Paul? Rofflin said you did it to change your life, but certainly help loads. Yeah, I mean, it will help. It depends where you're at on your trading journey. Depends where you're at on your trading journey. Oh, opposing counsel, call you Paul. I got it. I got it. I misread that. I got it. Leslie. So that's good. That's two boot camp giveaways.
I know you watching me. Come keep company. Got me saying,
Someone said, what's the name of this track so you can find it on Discord? Let me check.
go ahead, cry for me. Move your body close to me.
Antidote. It's called Antidote. Antidote. Kyle. Oh, God. Toasty, you're welcome, brother. You're welcome. We got the real fam in the house. Guys, smash the like button if you didn't already. Is it too much to ask? We got some, here's some instructions. Here's how you do it. Try not to break it in half when you do it, but, you know, something like that. That's a slightly chubby version of me with white sneakers. I don't own white sneakers, but if I did, I'd imagine that's what I'd look like smashing the like button. After eating a few cheeseburgers too, I guess. Skinny jeans though? Who put me in skinny jeans? Who put me in skinny jeans? Yeah, I believe May 11th for the new... I believe May 11th is for the new boot camp. May 11th, I think. Liquidity2 said, did I see the Pokemon you made the other week? I think I saw it. Yeah, it was like had three Pokemons on it. Yeah, that was cool. I like that.
Lost in the moment. Breathing in slowly.
Petro, you're signing up right now? Yeah, sign up. It's only $20. It's $1 a class. It's not like for revenue. It's basically just to cover the cost of hosting it. And it's really solid. It's 20 classes. And the way it's structured is, so they're pre-recorded videos that Matt did, but what he does is based on current market environment, he'll actually talk about like maybe today's session or the last few sessions. They kind of relate it based on what the lesson is. So it just helps provide some present day context for whatever lesson's being taught. So it's like you're kind of watching it alongside him and the family. Mike said, I look like I'm about to take on Hamzat for the belt and then go over to Hot Topic. Yeah, let me bring this thing back up. Look at these skinny jeans. Like, man, look like I saw a picture in a magazine on like what was cool like sneakers and pants to wear, and that's where those came from. I can't rock white sneakers because I'm like OCD. I can't be, if like I don't want to have dirty shoes. So my shoes are usually darker colors. You know, black and gray. Leslie said, Matt did this to me. What this? I don't know, but this is community art. We got a few here. There's a few options when people want to smash the like button. Instruction manuals for smashing the like button created by the community. You could punch it. You could just sledgehammer it. What has this guy been eating though? My God. This guy needs a Peloton subscription. And I could say that because I used to be large and in charge. So I feel like I'm allowed to say stuff like that. Look at this guy punching it. This guy, this one's my favorite. This guy is just straight up launching on it. And then this guy punching it again. Punching it straight up. That's cool. Oh, let me bring my favorite back up just so I have it in the group. There we go. We continue to float. Can we get some sort of catalyst Just give us some downward directional drive. Get us out of this floatage. Give me a pivot to smash, please. Leslie, you destroyed phones when you're a floor trader in the pit? Yeah, probably. Phones, keyboards, that kind of stuff. Well, I guess if you're in the pit, you wouldn't have had a keyboard. Yeah, smash the like button. Okay, Ron De Serrano said, what platform do you need to get the tools to print indicators, and what data feed do you need? Okay, great question. Okay, so Ron De Serrano, or anyone else who doesn't know about the platform. So the platform draws the pivots at the beginning of the session. They're high volume tradable pivots. There's a whole strategy on how to trade it. But how do you get it? There's a link in the description for the platform, or you can go to rocket.place /Matt. I'll paste it in chat for you, and then I'll go over the data. But let me just get the site pulled up. Rocket.place. I'm gonna paste it in chat for you, brother. Go to store. Okay, here we go. Okay, I just pasted it in chat. So that's how you gain access to the platform, to the bootcamp. And okay, so that's that. Okay, and then what about the data feed? So there's two options. Well, there's two parts of the data feed. There's an equities data feed. That's just if you want to pull up things like, you know, Nvidia, Apple, just regular stocks. So there's a limited data feed. It's just enough to print candles on the chart so that you can see about where price is. It's not a full data feed, but you could subscribe to that through Rocket Scooter for I believe it's $10 a month. But then for futures data, to connect that, here's what you need. And don't be intimidated by, you know, if you're not technical. It's a couple of acronyms, but it's nothing. It's one acronym, but it's nothing complicated. You need CQG credentials. CQG is the data provider. You need CQG credentials for use with an API, with the platform being Rocket Scooter, right? But basically all that means is some brokers who offer that data connection, they allow it to be used as a connection into other platforms. So the two brokers that are most popular in the community for getting that data feed is AMP and Optimus. AMP is the most popular because they have a lower minimum deposit. Because what a lot of people will do is they'll just open an account with AMP, fund it with like $100, $200 or whatever, and they'll just sign up for the data feed, and then you enter those credentials into Rocket Scooter in the bottom. You click the little up arrow, up chevron, fancy people call it. Then you go to connections, and then you can enter your credentials, and it'll it'll populate. And I'm not sure if there's somewhere to click when you're signing up to request that. For Optimus, I had to email support and I said, I need CQG API credentials. I'm using them with Rocket Scooter. They knew exactly what I meant. They sent me the credentials. So I did Optimus, but you could do AMP. And then just one other thing, not to overwhelm you, but I think you'll probably remember this. When you do have the connection set up, rather than try to type in the future symbol, your best bet is just to, in this bottom section, go to RI/DD, choose the symbol, make sure you're on the right month, and this will help when you're rolling over your contracts as well. Make sure you're on the right month, and then just click on the ticker text, and it will populate whatever chart is highlighted, right? That's just a little tip, rather than be like, what's the symbol for this contract, that contract? Forget that mess. You don't want to do that. If you got them all memorized, then that's cool, but I don't. Like the month and the, and some platforms it's different. Because like Thinkorswim does continuous, so you can just /ES /NQ. Hey, Rhino, no problem, brother. No problem. My name, by the way, is Neon. So there's multiple shows hosted on this channel. Matt, aka Matoski, hosts the morning show. I host the afternoon show. My name is Neon. And then make sure you check out Brad as well in the evening. He goes live at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's a very packed house. It's a very popular show. Definitely check it out. And his show is called The Night Shift. So check that out as well.
Stay here next to me.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate that, brother. Good to have you here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. I'm proud of people who are here on a day where we're floating like this. You know, low volatility, a little bit lower volume. We're still here. I think there's a song called I'm Still Here. Illy. Man, can almost go to like a 30,000 tick chart, 30, 40,000 tick chart and just zoom out. Oh yeah, Leslie makes a good point. Also, Brad's like he's working on I think building up his cash account eventually in the future, but right now he's on his journey to being a full-time trader. So that's also something cool. You know, if you kind of join that family, you know, I don't know, maybe next year, maybe the year after, whenever he's ready, you'll be able to also witness him transitioning to full-time. I mean, I don't know what the timeline will be, but you know, that's always like an exciting thing. That's an exciting thing, you know? Plus, he's a good soul. He is. Brad's good people. He's you know, and also like I've talked to Brad. He's a good person. I've talked to Matt and iDoc. They're just good people. It's a good family. It's a great place to be. Quotient quality said you're scalping on the 30-second chart. That's cool. I have difficulty with the hyper scalping because like with my main account, I will get too much slippage. You know, I'd have to size down too much, and then it would just my edge would be less hyper scalping unless I size down. So I tend to stick to my pivots where I know I can get in, not get too much slippage, watch the liquidity environment, that kind of thing. Hey, quotient quality. Okay, so quotient quality, quotient quality, I'm not saying this is not financial advice, but there is a quote from a very, very seasoned trader. Okay, a quote from a very seasoned trader who said, correct errors immediately. Correct errors immediately. So like, this is not financial advice, but this is just a good philosophy. So you said you accidentally bought a minute ago, but it seems to be working out. I don't know if you meant a minute ago or a mini. Maybe you meant to buy micros and you accidentally bought minis. But a great quote from Linda Rashke. She's a very seasoned, she's now retired, but I've talked to her before. She's really cool. She's a great person. She ran a hedge fund. She's a really nice person. But one of her quotes, you know, correct errors immediately. Correct errors immediately. So like if you make a mistake, correct the error. Correct the error. It's good advice. It's good advice. She's a legend. She's so cool. She's an absolute legend. And like, you know, she's humble, but she's well aware that she's a banger at what, you know, She's very humble, but she's also very well aware that she's a master of her craft. So it's a great combination. Liquidity 2, yeah, we want a new song. Remember that synth? I sent you that song with that really good synth. Something like that. That would be cool. Or anything. But like, you know, if you're asking, that would be cool.
But I see it clear as day. Give me one more chance to make it right. One more kiss beneath the morning light. I'll rewrite the words, I'll change the right.
One of the mistakes I think people make when they make an execution error is they wait for the trade to come back to even before they correct the error, but then sometimes the trade goes against them and then the error gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So sometimes it's, well, pretty much all the time, it's just cheaper just to correct the error immediately. You know, if you, that's just, yeah.
But I've been counting hours, everyone I threw away. If love's a story, don't close the book too soon. Let me write one.
Quotient Quality said, what if she meant pregnancy?
You. Give me one more chance.
Y'all are wild. Y'all are wild. Let's see where we're at. Where are we at? Let's do a giveaway. Let's do a giveaway in like a few minutes. 430 people in the house. 694 likes. Nice. KT Mash. What's up, KT Mash? That's a cool name.
Just one more chance with you.
Posted in the song submission channel. It's a house vibe. All right, guys, we're gonna debut a new song. Let me find this. I've started to get better at like. I still don't get alerts usually from Discord, but I've started to get better at like, I know how to find stuff in there now. So, song submission. Brick by brick. Brick by brick. Okay. Oh, there's even a cover art. That's cool. Oh, it's on Suno. I gotta go to Suno. There's no file. All right. I got a little app that helps me download Suno songs. It's an extra step though. Let me do it. Stand by. New window. Let me get the link to the song. All right, here we go. I have a little Suno script that I found that it downloads. It can download a whole playlist from Suno in one click. Let me see. Where is it? The Neon Cucumber Show Suno downloader. Here we go. Okay. All right, I got it. Okay. The only thing is I don't get the song name when I download it that way. It just calls it audio.mp3. It's called Brick by Brick. I can rename it. Let me bring it in. It just goes, full disclosure, it only goes in the temporary list before it gets added to any playlist, you know, because I'm pretty raw with my feedback. So we gotta listen to it first. Let's see what we got. Okay, let me correct its name in the get info. All right. What's the name called? Brick by Brick. Artist. I am the liquidity. Okay, here we go. It's called Brick by Brick. Can we listen to this new Christmas song? No, it's too early for Christmas songs. It's way too early for Christmas songs. Okay, here we go. It's called Brick by Brick. Let's get it. I'm gonna turn it up. Is this the debut? World debut?
Slow burn, feel it build.
I'm liking it.
Crystal clear, brick by brick. We stack it up, brick by brick. Don't
It's
let it
nice.
slip
It's nice.
till it hits. Yeah, we built this.
It's nice. What is the giveaway? Let me see. I like it. I like it. It's got a pretty high BPM. It's got a pretty high BPM. Like, it's pretty hypey. But I like it.
No break.
Friday. No, Monday. I think Monday. Yeah. What day are we? Wednesday? Yeah. Yesterday was flat. Today's flat so far. Last trade was on Monday, and then last week was a very active week. Yeah, it was Monday. Monday had a really good session. There was no setups yesterday. There's no setups today. There's only been 2 opportunities for the way that I trade today and yesterday, and they were both less than 65% in my, just based on the way I assemble my setups. They were both about 55 to 60% setups. Not enough for me to take it. Okay, yeah, this has got a good vibe. Yeah, that was good. Okay, so I believe it deserves to be on the house playlist. Let's get some confirmation from chat. Do we want to add that song we just listened to the house playlist? What do we think? I think so. We got a yes.
I used to chase the morning light.
Oh, let me turn the volume back down. Sorry about that, guys.
Now I'm running from the day. Whispers echo in my
3 yeses, 1 no so far.
since you walked away.
Yes, okay. It looks like mostly yeses. All right.
City's cold and unforgiving.
Music's back down to its normal level. Chat liked it. It's called Brick by Brick. It's added to the playlist.
Under unforgiving skies.
I like the honesty of
This brings me closer.
let's add what has Rocket Scooter given me. Let me see. I don't think I've heard that one. Let me see. Oh, wait, hold on. Someone asked what the giveaway is. The giveaway is a... Look at this squeezage. The giveaway is a My Funded Futures 25K Flex. And we are going to do that. Let's get started on it. Let's get started on it. My Funded Futures 25K Flex. My Funded Futures 25K Flex. Let's get some suggestions for the code word, guys. I'm going to turn on my AC. It's getting cold in my office.
I still wear that old leather jacket. The one you said made but I never felt more caged.
Where are we at? Oh wait, I'm on the wrong thing.
There's a picture in my glove box. You're laughing, I'm holding your
Downstairs. Okay.
feels like someone else's story now. Like footprints in the sand.
You know what? I got no idea why this is jumping out. It's never logical what jumps out. I'm sure you guys have established by now that like the thing that jumps out, sometimes it's market related. Sometimes it's related to something we've talked about on stream. And sometimes it makes no sense. Well, this one makes no sense, but this is what jumped out. Okay? It is Pancakes. Don't ask me why, but it's what jumped out, and I gotta go with the system. Code words pancakes. Adventure Rig said it. No idea why. Nor do I have any idea why it's the one that jumped out. Sometimes it's socks. Sometimes it's scoundrels. It never makes sense what jumps out. I have no idea what happens in my brain. I can't figure that thing out. We've been trying for years. I just rock with it. I just roll with it. Whatever it feeds me, I just say, all right, we'll do that. Gino Steaks in Philly? Yeah. Yeah. You know, I talked to my girl. I told her, I was like, because remember I said I was missing Philly. So I was like, I think I might buy a place in Philly again. And just, you know, just have a place there. Just that we can go and land at and hang out. Because I had a place there. We got rid of it a couple of years ago, but I'm missing it. So I said, hey, like, maybe we should, you know, get a place there again. Just so when we're there, we kind of can stay there a little bit longer. And I don't know, she wants to buy a place in Arizona. So I'm like, all right, maybe we'll do Arizona instead. It's kind of a different vibe, but I mean, I guess we could technically do it both, but like, I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool to have a place there, and then that brought up the idea. Now she wants to get a place in Arizona. So, but anyways, what made me think of that? Someone's talking about Philly cheesesteaks, because you know that's where I'm from, Philly. Geno's is okay. I don't mind Geno's. I don't mind Geno's. I mean, there's better spots, but Geno's is fine. Locals do go there. Although over the last like 20 years, it's definitely changed. It's definitely changed. Jim's on South Street? Yeah. I used to be able to walk there all the time. Daddy said, what's the OG spot? I'm trying to, it's not in the city. It's on the outskirts. Oh, the name is slipping me. It's got a blue sign. Anyone know anything about Philly? Know what I'm talking about? It's a cheesesteak place. It's got a blue sign. Oh, VWAP used to live on Spruce Street? Hey, me too. 1311. I used to live at 1311 Spruce Street. Right opposite, V-Tree. I used to live right opposite V-Tree. Small world. Small world. It's a small world after all. All right, here we go. My funded futures 25K flex. Let's pull it up on prop score. Let's just see what the specifications of this thing are. My funded futures. I'm going to bring up prop score. Bring up a full browser window. I always like to see what how the accounts rank, or if they've shuffled around at all. So I'm going to go to funded. My funded futures. Click on that. And what I say it is, it's a My funded futures 25K flex. My funded futures 25K flex. Okay, accounts. Sort. Okay, here we go. My funded futures 25K flex. Really, it's a nice account. Prop score's an 8. Wait, hold on. Did I say rapid? Let me just check. No, it's a flex. Okay. Flex. Prop score's an 8. Drawn down mostly by simplicity. Let me see. End of day. That's interesting. Oh, you know what? Maybe the score, maybe it's because the sale is not shown for this one. I guess the offer only applies to these accounts, and maybe the sale doesn't apply to the flex. Maybe that's driving the score, because you could see here the Rapid has a 25K higher score. So maybe it has to do with the sale. But you can kind of see how this whole page helps you anyways. You can, like, if you were looking at the flex, you might say, if I'm buying it and not getting it for free in a giveaway, maybe I'll look at the Rapid. You know, you got mathematically derived score right there to figure it out. All right, giveaway time. 230 entries. We'll give it 17 more seconds. Code words, or 1 minute. We'll give it 1 minute and 9 seconds. I see the counter down there. I'm gonna wait for it to roll over one more time. Giveaway engine. All right, here we go. There we go. Okay, 60 seconds. Type pancakes in chat if you're interested in winning this account. We just went over the specs for it. The market is still relentlessly moving up on higher. Let's look at monthly maps real quick. This thing's got no brakes. No brakes. On a tear. On an absolute tear. Deep in bear territory. Five minutes. Here we go. Look at that curl. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. What's making this market go up at this point, it's starting to get mechanical. It's starting to look mechanical. Like you just got squeeze. People say, it can't keep going up. Squeeze. It can't keep going up. Squeeze. It's never gone up this many weeks in a row. Squeeze. It's starting to turn into a mechanical thing. Never say never. Never say never. All right, here we go. Giveaway time. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's time to pick a winner. Nice. Always Learning X. That's a cool name. Always Learning X. Step up and claim your prize. Always Learning X. It is a cool name. You gonna learn today. Learn how to get a free account. Always Learning X. What, you got a 56K modem? Come on. Where's your internet speed at? Type something in chat. Always Learning X. Are you always having slow internets? What's happening out there? Claim your prize. This is a banger account. Always Learning X. I'm going to give it a 10 count. It's not 10 seconds. I always preface, it's not 10 seconds. It's a 10 count though. Hopefully their 56K modem can catch up. Maybe someone's on the phone and their internet dropped out. 10, 9, 876, 5, 432. As soon as it goes off screen, that's it. Can't claim it. 1, 0. That's it. All right. We give it a 10-second buffer just for chat to catch up. And okay, time to pick a new winner. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Giveaway engine. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the giveaway. It's time to pick a winner. That sounded really AI, didn't it? It's time for the giveaway. Step up to claim your prize. Prices and participation may vary. See store for details. Pick a winner. Lentech 4. Lentech 4. Hey, Lentech. Lentech's in chat. Lentech's got a fast internet connection. He must live next to a data center. Lentech's in the house. Maybe he works in a data center. Congratulations, brother. You's a winner. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. And I think it's self-explanatory, but when you're in the Claim Your Win channel, your job is to follow the instructions, and that's how you claim your win. Very nice. Whose stream did you win it on? On Neon's. And what account is it? My Funded Futures 25k Flex. Nice. My Funded Futures 25k Flex. Shenanigans. Submit. Congratulations. Rigged. Rigatoni. Someone typed in rigatoni one time. That cracked me up. Rigatoni. That was cool. Always learning. There was a time, I don't know, it was earlier this week, someone said pull up the full browser window for the giveaway engine. They wanted to make sure it wasn't rigatonied. I did it for them. I said, why not? Why not? You want to see the full giveaway engine? You can see it. Here it is. Rigatoni with cheese baked on top. Not bad. Not bad. Look at this market. Would you just have some breaks? I bet degens are just crushing it because they're just like, forget risk management. I'm just buying the open. I don't know. Premiums are up anyways. It's not, I'm not, you know, what are you going to do? Just smash on some calls at the open and call it a day? I guess you could. But that'll be the day it collapses. Bobby Boucher's in chat. Hey, Bobby Boucher, what's up, brother? Adam Sandler himself. No, is that Bobby Boucher? Am I mixing something up? I don't think so. I mix up names sometimes. I'm pretty sure I got that right. Yeah, it is right? Yeah, I thought so. Bobby Boucher. Mama said. Alligators are angry because they got all those teeth and no toothbrush. Oh no! Always Learning's here. Oh damn. That's really late. That's tough. We gave it a lot of time, brother. We gave it a lot of time. There's a you know, we give it a certain amount of time and then we have to respin. Guys, be nice, because that's probably devastating for someone who lost but wasn't paying attention. Someone who won and wasn't paying attention. Jamie Cartwright said stick to futures. I thought my voice was okay for him. I can do a few different accents. I can do Indian accent. I can do a British accent. I mean, I could do a British accent because I did actually live there. So this was pretty much how I talked when I was a little boy. When I was a little kid. That's how I talked. I can do the Indian one because, you know, a lot of my family has that accent.
Baby, close your eyes and remember me. When the world feels cold and you're
Oh no. Oh, Always Learning's behind on the stream. Oh. That's tough. It happens though. Do the Aussie? I can't do Aussie. I can't do Aussie. I can't do Aussie. I never tried it. Oh yeah, remember last week when I straight razored? Everyone was losing their minds. It was like, who let you out of school, scoundrel? Maybe I'll do that again. Neon's baby brother. Yeah, it was straight up clean. Like a little child. I mean, but I don't know. That's the face. I spent a lot of time insides. So I guess that's why it's kind of like wasn't wrinkled enough and I looked like a kid. Like, look, you can see the blinds in my office are closed, you know? Like, it's beautiful out. It's so nice out. I got the blinds closed. You know? I just like sit in my little office and just grind out my edge. That's what I do. I just stay in my little bubble. Hey, always learning. It happens. Just keep showing up. We'll we'll get you hooked up. Trey Day, what's up, brother? Trey Day's in the house. What's good? No Life said, can we hit 30K on NQ? Hey, No Life, can you rephrase that and say, can we hit 30 on NQ with some nice rangy pullback days on the way up? Would you mind asking the market gods for that instead? Because if we just have a straight rip and it continues and there's no pivots to trade off of, that's going to be, that's going to be tough. So No Life, if you're praying to the market gods, at least ask for some rangy pullback days on the way up for us, if you will be so kind. Beatry's in the house, no shoes, no socks. Randall's in the house. Jason Randall said the room shows up. Jason Randall knows the chat chant. Yeah, I mean, some people got leaps. I'm sure some people got leaps and they're just, they can bank a Toski. But depends how much stomach they have to hold too. Applot asks a great question. How would I trade differently with intraday trailing drawdown and end of day? So because of the way I size trades, it doesn't really affect me that much. But it also depends on what your risk reward is. If you trade with a lower accuracy but a high risk reward, that strategy, just mathematically, you're going to have more effect of intraday trailing drawdown, because you might, let's say you're trading with a 3-to-1 risk reward and you hit a good setup, but you might be up 2R, and then it pulls back to your stop and then it gyrates. So you're going to need to size your trades even smaller for intraday trailing drawdown. And Sir Darb's in the house. What's up, Darb? Our nighttime host. That dude's a boss. Sir Darb's in the house. We were just talking about you a little while ago, Darb. Join Darb on his journey. Great show, packed house every night. Thousands and thousands of people, quite literally. Darb, all good stuff. We were just saying that you're a solid dude. And that your show's a banger. Solid dude, your show's a banger. Okay, so anyway, so going back to the sizing thing. Yeah, so you really got to size down. Now, so the way that for a prop account that I would calculate size is overall risk of the available drawdown divided by 3. That's how much I'm like, lose per session if you're kind of being aggressive. 1/3 of the available drawdown of the whole account, and then maybe 1/3 of that risk per trade. But if you're trading with a higher risk reward and your lower accuracy, you're gonna need to size down a lot with trailing drawdown. If you're just trading with 1-to-1 and you're asking the question, I would say just make sure you don't size the trades too big, and it's not gonna be an issue. So basically, be like each trade is like would end up being like 1/9 of the overall drawdown, right? If you divide the overall drawdown by 3, and that's your risk per session, and then depending on how you want to allocate that risk to individual setups, whether it's equal or maybe you have certain setups that you have more conviction on, that you trade more size on. So maybe you're trading, 2/3 of that available intraday risk that you've assigned for the session on one setup, and maybe you save the third for a setup with less edge, or a setup with just maybe later in the session, something like that. A-Plot said, so 1-to-1 trades rather than hold. You accidentally bought a My Funded Futures Rapid Plan rather than the Builder. Hey, so A-Plot, what I would say is, yes, 1-to-1 trades will be mathematically just probably easier for the trailing drawdown, but you've got to make sure that your edge translates down. Like, if you know stats for a certain risk reward that you trade with and certain accuracy, and then all of a sudden you switch to 1-to-1, if your trade setups frequently go beyond 1-to-1, but you have lower accuracy, and you just start cutting the winners shorter, but you're trading the same setups with the lower accuracy, the way that the math works, your accuracy should just automatically tend to drift upward with the closer target to 1-to-1. But if that's not something you've tested for your setups, then you're kind of going to be gambling a little bit with that account. If you don't have stats, if you don't have stats for that, so that's just something to keep in mind. Yeah, it's all about the numbers with that. But overall, just lower 1-to-1 risk reward strategies will have less susceptibility to intraday trailing drawdown, and they will have they will tend to have smoother equity curves, and less consecutive losers. That's just the nature of the way that the math works. So, that's kind of something cool to know as well. Let's see what we got here.
Thought I had it mapped out. Lines drawn like a highway plan. Green candle through my stop loss in 5 insane seconds flat. Y'all say we're going Price says watch me levitate. Every time I fade the crazy comes in twice as great. How's it pumping on bad news? How's it dumping on good days? Every setup I touch turns sideways, melts in my hand. This chart is broken. Who wrote these moves up on disaster crash?
So still 2 giveaways to go. The party ain't over. Market's just relentlessly rallying.
While I'm losing, big brain, tiny bid. If there's a pattern, is this one true? 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 Chasing that fake breakout, it kisses hard and spits me out. Stops me by a fraction, then rockets in the called out route. Pull back, looks so textbook, right into my perfect zone. As soon as I press, I'm in it, treats that level like a joke. Oh, how's it ranging through my wall? How's it trending when I fade? Every clean little signal turns circus clowns on my trade. This chart is broken. Who wrote these moves? Up on disaster, crash on good news. Logic is begging, market says prove it. I hit
Hey, KT Mash asked an interesting question. If I'm on a win streak, does my mindset change at all? Not really. Not really, because like I'll be aware of a win streak, but I really don't change my mindset because I'm aware of variance. Like I'm aware of the variance, you know, and just like you'll have win streaks, you'll have losing streaks as well. My last losing streak was in January. That's just the nature of the statistics. So I'm pretty in tune. I'm pretty in tune with the numbers and the statistics of the way that I trade. So when I have a win streak, I don't get excited, and then when I have a losing streak, I don't lose my mind. Like we did a whole, not lesson, but like we really talked about the statistics of losing streaks, and I talk about like about once or twice a year I'll have like six or seven losers in a row, and I never doubt my edge. I'm just like, yeah, well, that's how numbers work. That's how statistics work. And I just, I just kind of roll with it. So, when I have a string of, a lot of consecutive wins, I'm just like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of expected. So put more trust in this strategy, yes. But I will say this, hey, KT Mash, I will say this. Something I do pay attention to is also that variance and the neutrality of the numbers converging also assumes that you're taking market environment out of the equation. But, I'm not a robot. I am, I'm aware of when liquidity is, when there's poor liquidity in the market. I'm aware when the market is in a certain, like when the market is in a certain cycle and it's favorable to the way that I trade. So does my mindset change when I'm on a win streak? No. But are there times where I'll push harder because of the environment, and I happen to be on a win streak because of the environment, but it's not the win streak that makes me push harder. It's the fact that I know that the environment is favorable. It makes me push harder. Does that happen? Yes. But the adjustment in size that I make when I'm trading and maybe being more active, it's not attributed to the win streak. The win streak is just a byproduct of everything else. And I do always say, and this is a good mindset for traders to have. Number one is I don't judge my session based on, like, I don't think about the dollars when I'm trading. I think about the risk units, If you risk $500 on a trade and you make 1,000, you made 2 risk units, or maybe you make $1,000 on your session. If you risk 30,000 on a trade and you made 10,000 on a trade, you didn't really have a great trade probably, unless that's your strategy, very low, inverse risk reward, higher accuracy. But like the trader who's up 1,000 is having a better day than the trader who's up 10,000. So, I don't anchor the session on the numbers and don't think about them when I'm trading, because the numbers change over the years. So that helps. But then the other thing is I don't judge an individual session by the P&L, whether I made money or lost money. I judge the individual session based on whether I took setups with edge. Because if you take a setup that doesn't really align with your strategy, at least me, if I take a setup that let's say I take a setup and then I realize, that was more of a 55% setup. I missed something in confluence. Maybe I missed something. And it's a winning trade. I still do not feel good about it, because I'm not trying to make money. I'm trying to exercise my edge. Making money is built into that. One comes before the other. It's not try to make money and then, you realize your edge. To realize your edge, the money is built in. That just comes. That's just the way that it works. So it's more of a mindset thing, but it helps a lot. The mindset thing helps a lot. The mindset thing helps a lot. It also helps me trade very similarly. I don't treat the props like they're a joke. Even though there's no risk on them, I still trade them I still trade them with the same sort of discipline that I trade, you know, real trading with larger size. I'm just, you know, because I don't think about that. I think about, you know, exercise the edge, practice good risk management. Whether you're risking, you know, a little prop account or if you're risking real capital, just do the same thing. Do the same thing. And it's easier to do that because of that mindset.
We can take it nice and slow. Let's slow dance, baby, right where we are. Lights flashing like we're
You said you had a lucky win and you hated yourself because it went against everything. Well, there you go. That means you're already on the right path. Because you knew that you shouldn't have taken whatever trade you're talking about. And you're like, damn. Like, you know, that wasn't a great trade. You just got lucky, it sounds like. That's what you know. You know? Can't really, hard to build a career, like a long career, on luck. Like I know people who, you know, they made money in 2020 and 2021, and then they in 2022 and 2023 they got smoked because they thought they were geniuses, and then they realized that they didn't actually have any skill. You know, there's a lot of people out there like that. So it's good to, if you make a winning trade but it wasn't aligning with your edge, it's good that you feel bad about it. That means that you're on the right path. You're on the right path, you know? So that's, you know, that's good. Good question though. Really good question. Guys, 9 minutes to Power Hour. We got 2 giveaways during Power Hour. This is when we'd usually be wrapping up. We got an extra hour in the show. You know how I know it's almost Power Hour? It's almost what would usually be the end of the show, because this drink is almost running out. And that's why I bought backups. Out goes this guy, in comes this guy. And look, with my OCD, it's the same kind of cup. But it's a fresh one. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good.
We'll turn this moment into forever. Ain't no love could feel this better. Oh, baby, come close. You're the one I want the most. Don't need no chance. Just give
Zach Morton.
yeah, just one more slow dance. Oh, baby, let's slow dance tonight.
Tactical drink reload. Yeah, that's cool, right? I was like, because I don't want to have to like go to the kitchen, make another drink, all that. I was like, let me just get another cup set up.
Just wanted to say the fella I was today. It's only me every day.
Someone said, is that taught in the boot camp? Sometimes if I'm paying attention to something, I look up a chat and the last message is something goofy. I can't. Hey Leo, we can see your message. What's up, Leo? What's up, G? We see you. We see you. We see you. We see you. Those are binoculars. Oh, he had a question? Oh, when I started trading, what was my starting drive? Oh, I've kind of gone over my origin story, but I'll give it real quick. My starting drive was... I can give the full story. I'll give the full story. I won't take too long. But the starting drive was... I started working like regularly, you know, to like save money when I was 14. But when I got my first real, like, you know, big boy job, The first, well, I got my first regular job, and then I transitioned to a job in Manhattan. I was working sometimes remotely, sometimes I was going there. I was making, I was making decent money. I was making 6 figures, and I was in my early 20s, so that was cool. I was able to save money. But the first year I was at that job, I got a 6% raise, and then the second year I did better, and I got a 3% raise, and that just did not work for the way my brain works. I was like, what the hell? There's a complete disconnect between my input and my output. And I immediately was like, I can't let other people, control my destiny. So I was already thinking I need to find something, a business, something like that. And a friend of mine, I had saved up about $100,000, and a friend of mine who I was talking to, who works in finance, I asked him what I should do with the money, and he said invest it, but he said also, while we're on the subject, you should look into trading because of the way your personality, it might work, you might be good at it. So I had that in my mind, and then when this whole thing happened with that job and me getting a 3% raise a year that I did the second year versus the first year, I was like, oh, I need to do something else. And that's kind of was how I started my journey into trading. It was that moment where I realized that there's a huge disconnect between input and output in certain industries and jobs. And I was like, yeah, like, if I work my ass off, I want to be rewarded. So, that's what got me into it. That's what got me into it. Dave said you were the same. Yeah, it's like it's tough if you have like a it can be tough like that. Like I had a friend who was like, they were telling me all about like this salary negotiation they were doing with their job, and it was like drawing out and taking forever, and it was like stressing them out and all this. And it was like someone else controlling their destiny. It's difficult. It's difficult, especially for some certain people. There is also, of course, there's a benefit to that, because it's less about like it's easier, I guess. Like you can just kind of clock in, do your work, and you get, if you underperform, maybe you'll lose your job, but you can find another job and all that stuff. So of course there's advantages to being in that sort of life where you just kind of, you let someone else manage a lot of that stuff, and you kind of just, you just do what your role is, and you get rewarded for it, but the reward might not be proportional to your effort. That's kind of, that just didn't jive with me, so that got me into it. Still just floating at highs, no catalyst. See, great questions, guys. Great questions. You said you're gonna listen when Matt does the boot camp live for sure. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be nice. See what we got here. Oh wait, is my thing still working? Yeah, it's still working. Okay, because I look down. Sometimes it gets away from me. Eminem said, "You're from Silicon Valley. You have employees, and firms are multimillionaires, so the job can pay in the right sector." I totally agree. I totally agree with that, but still on their way up, and even now, you know, like they still have a boss. You know, I mean, I guess if they're the entrepreneur of the business, but like if I didn't get into trading, I would have got into something else at that moment. I would have started restaurants or something like that. But it was just because my friend said that I might be a good trader because of my personality that it made me look into it. Because he was like, you know, he worked at an investment bank and you know, so I respected the fact that he said that. So. And he knew me well, so I was like, well, you know, if Mark says that, maybe it's something I should look into.
Every touch, every step, yeah. We're past the rest. Can you feel it rise? Can you feel that rush? Whoa. One more breath, then we jump all night on my mind, on my mind. All night, all night, all night on my all my mind, all my mind.
Oh wait, hold on. Let's see, I just messed something up. Hold on.
Holding close, face to face, sweat and color, blood and play. Say my name in the dark, you and me. One bright spot, yeah. All night, hands up, lost in your light. All night, we don't stop, we don't fight, we just ride that high. All night on my mind, all night, all night. All night, on my mind, oh yeah.
Naruto said, what in my personality makes me a good trader? I don't know. I never really asked him. We didn't get into like deep conversation. I don't know. I guess just, I don't know. I guess I don't know. Maybe because I'm very like numbers. I don't know. my numbers, the way I think about numbers or statistics. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know, I can be inflexible in some things, I guess, and I don't know, actually. I never asked him. I never asked him deeply. I kind of just, I guess we were just talking, because it wasn't like he said that and then I got into trading. He was talking, I was asking him about what I should do with my money, and he said that, but I wasn't immediately like, oh, I need to look into it. It was like that, and then a little bit later down the line was when the thing happened with my job and getting 3% raised following the 6% raise, and that's when I connected it, you know. And I didn't like call him and be like, hey, like, what did you mean by that? I was just, I had that in the back of my mind, so then I looked into trading. That's, you know. Is it my need to have rules and for rules to be followed? Maybe. Could be. Could be. Could be. What job was it? It was like software integration and sales. Software integration, like tech consulting. And I was all self-taught with that technology stuff too. Like I wouldn't say I wouldn't call myself a coder, but I have the ability to code. Like, you know, my algo, I wrote it myself. So I'm self-taught with coding, but I'm not a coder. Like, if it would take someone who's really experienced coder, if someone who does that for a living, if they were coding, if it would take them 40 hours, it would probably take me 120, 160, you know, maybe 2 to 4 times longer than someone who's, that's what they do. Maybe more, you know? But yeah. Keith Sebastian said, what if you meant I am socially awkward and should just be alone and trade? I mean, that wouldn't be wrong. That wouldn't be wrong. That wouldn't be wrong. Still ripping. Lance B said, without giving away the seeds code, can I give you an idea of the main idea or thesis? Yeah, it's basically just the, it's like a real-time tape read. It understands where it uses the price velocity and volume velocity analysis, but it does it on a very micro scale to find the edges of the zones. You know, it's basically the damping effect of price and volume. And then there's a few derivatives of that algo that are there. Like there's a lot of overlap with them, and then there's an algo that kind of picks the edge of the zone based on the output of each of those underlying nuanced algos. Like it's math. It's just math. Pumpage. But you know, I will say this is only 30 points. Like it's not I mean, of course, 30 points is healthy, but you know, we're not. It's not insane. It's not insane. It's just grinding. Gabe said it's just math. Quoted Neon. It's just geeky stuff. You did cinnamon sugar and heavy whipping cream in the barley, and it's pretty solid. Hey, Mike, I bet it's pretty solid. That sounds delicious. That sounds delicious. Heavy whipping cream is 50 calories per tablespoon, though. So you better be careful with that, because you'll end up having your whole breakfast in your drink.
Let me write one last verse for you. Give me one more chance to make it right.
See if I missed anything else. It's Power Hour, guys. Still the squeezage. There is a 92%. Yeah, we typically close between DD bands, but you got to understand that like we're in a straight up bull run right now, and you know, those stats will converge on 0, but there's outliers, meaning like you'll get periods where, you know, you'll have 98% of days closed between them, and then you'll get periods where more days close outside of them, and over the long period they converge on those stats. But like we've definitely had a lot of days closing outside of the upper band lately. Like if you took the stats just for the last month, that would not be the case. It would be different. But if you took the stats for the last 3 years, that should be the case, even including the recent sessions. You know, just because of the sample size. The last 2 months, that's a small sample size. That's only 40 sessions. Great question, though. And I will say this, you're not the only person who's been thinking that. A lot of people, when we get to upper DD band, someone even yesterday said, hey, should we short upper DD band? And if you're here, I'm not talking bad about you. I'm just using your question as an example that you asked yesterday. Yesterday, we got to upper DD band and someone said, should we short it? And I said, no. I said, if I had to make a choice at upper DD band yesterday and today, I would have been buying it. I would have been buying it. And, you know, we went through it. But I didn't, because it's a lower probability setup that I just didn't want to partake in that low probability setup. Jose, what's up, brother? Naruto said, some people don't understand probabilities. They think 6 of 10 will be 6 of every 10. Man, I wish it was like that. That would just be so nice. Could you imagine if the stats just realized perfectly in an even distribution with a really small sample size? That would just be... I would be so happy. That would be amazing. Like, if you just knew that on a 70% setup, that if you hit it the next 10 times, it's going to be exactly 7 winners and 3 losers. Could you? That would be amazing. I would love that. But it's like you really got to hit it, you know, 100, few hundred times for that exact number to come out. Okay. I'm about to take a picture of my screen. Someone's asking me something. I'm about to take a picture of my screen. It's embarrassing. Instead of taking a screenshot, it's just easier right now.
What is love? Can you feel it? Can you trust it? It's not a love song. What is love? It can be a love song. I don't trust love. I don't believe in love. Deep inside I wanna feel love again. Deep inside I wanna feel love again. But this is not my love song.
What's going on in chat? Let me see. Oh, KT Match said, don't do the boomer thing. You worked in IT. That's so common. Taking a picture of the screen. It's embarrassing. But sometimes I just, you know, if I'm iMessaging someone, I don't have iMessage installed on my any of my, I don't have it on my laptop. I don't have it on my desktop. I only have it on my phone. And I can't log into, they were asking me something about something I was selling on Facebook Marketplace. I don't have Facebook on my phone because I don't really go on social media a lot. So I don't even have access to Facebook from my phone. So that's why I took the picture. But I've been on social media since I started the streaming, and that's cool because I mean, mostly the YouTube. The Twitter's fine, but there's a lot of shenanigans on Twitter. So But I really love YouTube because, you know, it's more of a community. Like, people ask real questions, and people really have an interest in, you know, an interest in, at least the people who hang out here for what I see, they have a real interest in the craft of trading. You know, they're not here being doing shenanigans.
Turn it up, let it breathe. Give me something I can feel. Don't stop now. We're too close to coming
Knee Z Trades. What's up, brother? Hey guys, let's do a giveaway. Let's do a giveaway. We got a 25K Flex account. We got a 25K Flex account. My Funded Futures, 25K Flex. So it's the same account we did earlier. Let's get some suggestions for the code word.
Lights blur, time slows, let the pressure go. No past, no doubt, only right now. Slow down, get too close to losing control. I just need that feeling now. Turn it up, don't turn it down. Let the bass take over me. I just need that feeling.
Waterboy. It's Waterboy. Code word's Waterboy. Lentech 4. Let me make sure I got that person's name in. Yeah, I did. Waterboy's the code word. Reset tool. Waterboy. All right, we're monitoring. The squeeze continues. Damn. Buy the open and close your eyes. Is that the play? Is that the play? Buy the open and close your eyes. Wait. Hold on. Did I get the code word right? Oh yeah, Waterboy. Okay.
Midnight's calling, like footsteps on the stone. Your shadow in the silence.
But you know, that's like, just because that's like that's still a gamble. But this is really some sort of, this is some rally. This is some rally.
You say don't run, don't hide. You were made for this game, but I see through your lies, girl. You're poison with the name. You burn like
When's this thing gonna capitulate? Is this thing gonna capitulate?
sky with every touch. You take it more than mine. You break me down just to build your empire. Oh, you burn, yeah, you burn like fire. Yeah, your kiss is bittersweet.
Waterboy giveaway.
I give you my truth. You twisted it in style. You smile like a sinner, but you're running wild. You said love is a war and I always win, but now I see the scars beneath your skin. You burn like fire, melting down my soul. Every touch of eye, you sold it gold. You light the fuse.
Look at this. This little pullback last night. Look at, like, in the moment, obviously it was a lot, but just look. Market said, nah. We good, dog. We good. My goodness gracious.
Walked away, should've left you cold, but your flame pulled me in like the devil stole my soul. Now I'm dancing in the ashes of the love we lost.
I haven't seen Happy Gilmore. Speaking of Adam Sandler, I haven't seen Happy Gilmore 2 yet. Haven't seen Happy Gilmore 2 yet. Professional day trader in the house. That's a cool name. Can't believe that name was available. That's cool.
Break me, take me higher. Lie to me, try to set me on fire. No more tears, no more change.
Remember Mr. Deeds? I just remember about that movie, Mr. Deeds. That one was goofy. All right. And guess what, guys? Guess what we're wrapping up with? We're going to wrap up with a Tradeify 50K Lightning. Can you believe it? Tradeify 50K Lightning. Nice.
But I became the fire.
So this is a My Funded Futures 25K flex, and then a 25, and then a 50K Lightning Tradeify, which we'll do. You know, we'll do that towards our wrap up. Don't forget to hit the like button. The real OGs in the house. Real OGs in the house.
Under dancing lights, our hearts
Floating up in the middle of nowhere.
Your eyes said more than words could say. Now I'm watching those memories fade away. The radio's playing our favorite song.
A great session nonetheless. Great session.
Feels wrong.
Happy with my performance.
Every chord cuts deep in.
Because it's, you know, it's not easy to just watch this happen. You know, like it's easy to sit out, but it's obviously like watching the chart just do that, and you don't have a setup. I mean, it's annoying. It's annoying. Like knowing your only choice to participate in that move is to gamble. It's kind of annoying. So I'd say it's a good performance today. You know, I exercised my sit-out edge. That pays me over the long run. Definitely didn't pay me on this individual session, but, you know, big picture.
Every night I'm losing you.
It's so interesting. The opening drive was identical. Was identical. Julian said, do I have any analysis for the Asian session? No, because at the end of the session, I run the seeds algo, and then that's when the landscape updates for me of my zones. So I wouldn't have any thoughts on that until you know, after we close, because I run the algo after we close. Like it's running right now, but I don't refresh the zones until the end of the session.
The clock keeps ticking, but time stands still. You're the wound I can't heal. I'm losing you. Like a shadow fades at dawn.
DD Band will update. DD, you'll have access to DD Band at the open. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Let's spin it. 253 entries. Giveaway engine pulled up. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Balaji Trades won. Balaji Trades. Use a winner. Type something in chat. Balaji Trades.
Stay tonight, 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 stay tonight. Call me when you're outside, say you got some time.
All right, congratulations. Use a winner. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel to claim your win. They're going to hook you up there. Congratulations. Let me get your name entered into the winner's circle. Where are we at here? My Funded Futures 25K Flex. That's what you won. Congratulations. That's nice. And in a little bit, towards the close, we'll be giving away a Tradeify, our final giveaway. A Tradeify, Tradeify as I call it. 50K. Let's see what it is. 50K Lightning. Nice. Nice. What a session. Just straight up zeros for me. Straight up zeros. Look, I'm just gonna just to make it real for myself. I'm just gonna post my dead P&L. There we are. Flat ski. My goodness. Market's rallying. Should I feel bad? Nah. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Congratulations, Baji, or however you say your name. Congratulations, brother. You's a winner. 28 minutes till the close. 28 minutes till the close. I cannot remember. Oops, wrong button. I cannot remember the last time I had 2 flat days in a row. Like, it was, I don't think I had 2 consecutive no trade days in a row in 2025. Like, it's probably been over a year. But obviously it's been, this is not like normal. This rally's kind of really just nonstop without any pullback, so. But. Trade Day said 2 days of saving money. Yeah, 2 days of, listen, it's totally right. Position flat. Edge, not here. Didn't show up. You know, it was interesting. My my analysis at the open today was identical to my analysis at the open yesterday. My analysis at the open today was, positive DD ratio, positive res. We're opening an upper DD band. We got open right there. Positive res. It's an acceptable long. We might burst through it. No confluence on seeds. feels like 55 to 60%. I really want a 65% setup at least, you know, because that's how I trade. And then sit out. I mean, that's literally everything that went, you know, that's my process. That's why I made the same decision at the open today that I made yesterday. Sat out. After seeing what happened yesterday with the same exact setup, was a little bit tempting. I mean, maybe, but I was like, I mean, it's the same setup as yesterday, so can't really do anything with it. And so I made the same. I arrived at the same decision. Quotient quality, quotientality said, you have a soft goal of 160, excuse me, you try to hit per day. Your profit target to your drawdown that you manage intra-session is, that's a very personal thing. Not the dollar wise, I'm talking about the risk versus reward. So like, for example, like if you're averaging, let's just use like, I don't know, if you're averaging, let's say whatever you said, 160 bucks per day, like you also have to think about your number of red days versus your number of green days. Because if you average 160 bucks per day, but your max drawdown that you give yourself on the day is 80 bucks, then, you know, it might be that you're not giving yourself enough room. Or if you're constantly hitting 160 with your max drawdown for the day at 80, you're doing great. Especially if your number of green days to red days is healthy, you know? So that's more of like a personal thing. Yeah.
State of mind. Midnight calls that never come.
Mike said the lack of trading is really improving your performance at work. That's funny. Mike, if you don't have to say, obviously, but what do you do? Because I'm wondering, like, if you're at the computer or like if you're on your phone, how do you get to listen to the stream while you're working? Keith said he's a Chippendale stripper. Heart surgeon? Oh my god. He's out there, he's like, scalpel. And then he's like, hold on, I got TP real quick. Let me move my stop up to break even. I'm gonna let this runner go. Alright. Let me get back to this artery I was detaching. Oh, okay, you do system stuff at a college. That's cool. You got your own office and then you work from home some days. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect for what you're doing. That's awesome. What's our range that we put in today? Let's see. Wow. Buy the dip, huh? That's the story of the week. BT Isn't there like an acronym? Buy the effing dip. That's what people say. This is that kind of action. Just buy the dip, huh? Throw a moving average on it. Buy it. Buy it. You know what's okay? So the nature of like people come to the market at different times, right? So just think about this. There's people who like they're coming to the market and like their first week watching charts is like this week. You know, because like it's people start watching charts at random times. So maybe like someone saw about trading on the news or whatever, so on the markets, and then now they're like researching trading on YouTube, and this is their first week watching charts. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Questionality. I didn't see your question. What question did you ask? Let me see. Are you asking me what I do if I have 2 weeks of no trades? I mean, don't bother me. I mean, if I didn't trade for a year, I wouldn't care. Like if there was no setup, obviously I'm being a little bit dramatic, but like if there was no setup for a year, I mean, my head would probably be through the wall because I'd be banging it against the wall. I might jump strategy if I didn't have a setup for a whole year. But you know, but like, you know, when you're trading, you're not like paycheck, you know, you're not like waiting for your next trade to pay your bills. I mean, hopefully not. If you are, then you should definitely not be trading full time. You know, you should definitely not, because then that would be very difficult to trade. Because then you probably will be very difficult to be able to sit out, right? It'll be difficult to sit out. It'll be difficult to sit out.
You're driving me insane, boy. Can't keep my mind off of you. Don't know what to say, boy. And I'm lost without you. And I can't help it, and I can't help it, no, 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 no. And I can't help it.
Someone said, what's up with the weekly time frame? I look at the daily sometimes. I don't really look at the weekly. Let's take a peek. I'm just going to move to candles. For some reason, the bars don't show opening ticks sometimes. I don't know if maybe I have something set weird. Candles. Oh, not much going on. Just a relentless rally. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. What a chart. What a chart. Monthly is so crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's just how it goes, you know. You know, I don't watch you know, I don't really watch any news related to finance and stuff, because it affects my read on the chart. But I would imagine that like this sort of rally is attracting attention, and that's further fueling the drive, I'm sure. It's kind of like when, you know, when we had that rally in gold, you know, when people who don't usually participate in the market start jumping on the bandwagon, that's when you all of a sudden get those, you know, when things get a lot of news coverage. So I don't know if we're there yet, but you know, when you're Uber driver, like it's kind of crazy, but it tends to be quite true. When you hear someone random in the outside environment who kind of seems out of place talking about something, that's oftentimes it signals the top. Like even in gold, like I was in an Uber and some driver was like, oh, like yeah, I'm just started buying gold, or I don't know, forget exactly what they said, but yeah, like the short-term top is like right around there. That tends to just be how it works out, because like the information filters out, and then when it gets to a certain subset of people, that's when it's like the move is over. Rolfson, now you talking to my field? You were listening to a stream, Ryder got it, and he was so confused. That's cool. It's not the Uber driver, it's the concrete guy. Yeah, I guess I say Uber driver just because that was a personal experience I had. That I was in an Uber and the driver said that to me.
After midnight, I still see your face in the review and the smoke and the bass. You're the high that I can't replace, and I don't wanna come down. After midnight, when the city's asleep, you're the secret that I couldn't keep. Every heartbeat cuts too deep, and I don't wanna come down.
Liquidity 2 said you don't have high hopes for tomorrow's session. Hey, listen, you never know what's gonna happen. This is why, like, don't never say you don't know what's gonna happen. Have neutral hopes. Let's have some neutral hopes. Hopefully there'll be a tweet tonight, and we'll collapse into range, and we'll have some pivots to trade off of, because there's lots of positioning down below. So it'd be nice if we get down. It'll be nice if we get down there, but it's seeming unlikely, but you never know. David's lead, yeah, neutral. Let's have neutral hopes. Let's neutralize those hopes. Yeah. I'll be keeping an eye on this. I would like to get down to this. If we sell down into this, the 25% zone is 28,032.25. And the main level I'll be keeping an eye on is, what is it? 27,991.5. 27,991.5. I'd like a trade off of that. 27,991.5. Stop would be around 27.9. That's a big zone, so that would be a big stop. But LSG said, can we explain the funded seat 25K instant funding? I had no experience with that, so we would just be browsing the site together, but we can browse the site together. Let's get the giveaway engine fired up. Let's get the giveaway engine fired up here. Do we have some suggestions on the code word? What do we got? We'll get the giveaway engine fired up. That's mock. Oh my god. Come on. Dancing bear. Dancing bear jumped out. I don't know why that jumped out. Dancing bear. Did I spell it right? Dancing bear? How'd you spell it? Yeah, correctly. Okay, dancing bear. Let me reset the tool. And start capturing. And if you typed it, you have to type it again. Just started capturing. The mock stare was intense. That's funny. When I'm concentrating, sometimes I get frozen. Okay, someone wanted us to look up funded seat 25K instant funding. Let's see. Full browser window. It's funded seat. Add a new window. Funded seat. Because I'm literally, like, I don't know off the top of my head, so we're gonna have to look together. Payouts and withdrawals. Instant funding direct.
No rush,
Daily payouts from the first day.
no fear. Just the plan. The edge is there
Okay, so you can request a payout of
if you wait for it.
okay, so when you get to 1250 in profit, the way this reads, on a 25K, when you get to 1250 in profit, you can take 500 out. That's how it reads. So how is that a 90% split? Do you get 90% of the 500? Hit 5% profit target in between payout requests. Oh, I see. These things are always hard to read. I mean, I don't know. Did they make it confusing on purpose? This is why prop trading is these rules are complicated. Like, I still don't always understand them. It must satisfy two criteria below to request the payout. No trade should be more than 50% of your total profits generated since the last payout. And then, yeah, it sounds like you hit $12.50 in profit and then you get a $500 payout. And then I guess you get $90 on the 500, so there's a double reduction. Damn, they move you to live after 4 payouts in a single account. That sucks. You probably get moved to live quickly if you're trading well. Yeah, but that sounds like that's what the rules are. Please update your Brave browser. Not right now. All right, giveaway time. 6 minutes till the close. Code word is... What is the code word? Dancing bear. Code word's dancing bear.
Stay here next to me in the garden where the night is never
Let's look at that account in here too. Funded seat. Seat, funded seat. Accounts. Their highest rated account looks like the 150K one step end of day and the 50Ks. Filter by account type. 50K. Or 150K. Sorry, 150K. I'm looking for the target. Oh, here, it's down here. I don't know if the direct to fundeds are in here. Let me see. Daily Pro, Daily Sprint. Not sure what how they name their how they name the other ones. I'll have to look again. Okay, here we go. Now let's look up our actual giveaway account. Trade a 550K Lightning. This is a banger account. Absolute banger account. Tradeify accounts. Pretty sure it's a banger account. 50K Lightning, did I say? 50K Lightning. Oh, the score's a little low. I wonder. Oh, it's because it's expensive. Maybe it's because there's no sale on it right now. So it's a good account. Decent account, I guess, but lower score because it looks like it's pretty pricey. But this is for a giveaway, so you don't gotta worry about that. And I'm sure they have sales. You know, they usually have sales. Use code SCORE, SCORE. All the way up there. It's like above the logo, above the chart. There's the code. Use code SCORE for prop discounts. Giveaway time here. 2 minutes till the close. Hit the like button if you didn't already. Really appreciate that. Closing at the highs. This old market. Only Flashy said you're an electrician. You watch every stream from your AirPods all day. Hey, man, we appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. It's good to have you here, brother. It's good to have you here. Thank you for being here. And that's cool. The stream's cool. It's like hanging out with your friends, you know? The stream's cool. It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. I like hanging out with the family. We have a good time. All Beatmate said, if you don't win this giveaway, you know it's rigged. Rigatoni. Rigatoni with cheese, as someone said earlier. Rigatoni with cheese. Solo futures traders in the house. Solo futures trader won an account. Excuse me. Oh, look, I'm yawning. The extra hour's getting to me. Solo futures trader won an account like a month ago. Hey, LSG, you can get the payout. Like, there's no consistency. That's why. It looks like there's no consistency. So that's why you can get that, that's why you can get the payout in one day. There's no consistency. All right, here we go. Let's spin it. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Victor! Victor's a regular. I haven't heard Victor in chat. Victor, type did I won. Type did I won in chat. I haven't heard his did I won line in a while. Type did I won in chat. Tony. Imagine if he wasn't here. If he had it on mute or something. Scoundrel, 10. 9. Victor, where you at, dog? 8. No, it's not a 10-second count. It's not a 10-second countdown. It's a 10 count. I manage the whatever the word is. 6. 5. Okay, now it's countdown time. 4. I can't believe he's not here. He's always here. Like, what the hell? What happened? 4, 3, 2. I'm about to hide it. Once it gets hidden, that's it. 0. Keith Matthews is getting mad because he said I was counting too slow. It's never been a 10-second countdown. It's always been a 10 count, and I choose the cadence of the count. That's one of the beautiful things. It's fair. Keith Matthews, I know you're messing with me, brother. Keith Matthews is a regular. Keith Matthews is a regular. It just stood out that you said that because they were all caps. It's all good, brother. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I can't believe that happened. Like, I'm honestly, because he's always in chat. Here we go. Time for a new winner. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Oh, come on. The Info Doctor. Hey, I know this guy. I've seen this guy won an account a few weeks ago, I think. The Info Doctor. Oh yeah, the Info Doctor has the fastest internet connection. Look, he responded so fast. This guy must be... The other person who responded fast works next to a data center. The Info Doctor works in a data center. He probably owns a data center. Look how fast that response was. Congratulations, brother. Use a winner. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. Follow the instructions there. Use a winner. Very nice. Hey, Victor, if you're out there, we're disappointed in you, brother. We don't know what happened. Trade at 5, 50k lightning. Trade if 5, 50k lightning. The Info Doctor, I'm hitting submit. You're entered into the winner circle. Congratulations, brother. Use a winner. Someone said what was the last song name? I've got it on I've got it on sort. I've got it on shuffle, so I don't know. I've got it on shuffle, so I don't know. But we listen to this playlist sometimes, so next time it comes on, just ask while it's on. Maybe you did and I missed it because we were doing the giveaway. Ryan said, will I ever allow anyone else to use seeds? You know, maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. We'll see. That's my baby. That's my baby. Maybe in the future. If there was enough interest, you know, then it would be worth my while to do it. I would do it. Okay, guys, that's the close. Make sure you tune into Darb stream tonight. 7 p.m. Eastern. Darb will be on. Thank you so much for being here. There was again only one opening drive setup and really no pivots. There was a long at DD band retest opportunity in ES. It's the same, it's basically the same session as yesterday, but there was a reason I didn't take the setup yesterday, and there was a reason I didn't take the setup today, and that was because to me it just feels like a 55 to 60% setup, and if I take those lower setups, you know, I'll have a more volatile equity curve, my accuracy will go down, and I don't want that to happen. So patience pays. Thank you so much for being here, family. Thank you for the great questions. Until tomorrow, I'm out. Peace.